Morning sunlight spills gently into Sarah's cozy apartment as she wraps a vintage scarf around her neck, its soft fabric comforting her. The familiar ritual steadies her for the day ahead, a mixture of hope and uncertainty stirring within. Flipping through her well-worn blue notebook, Sarah studies her sketches and notes, her brow furrowed in concern. The problems she's trying to solve weigh heavily on her mind, each page a testament to her determination. The quiet is broken by Max bursting in, clutching a small mechanical object that gleams under the sunlight. His eyes shine with excitement, eager to share his latest invention that might be the answer Sarah needs. Sarah listens closely as Max explains how his contraption could help with her current dilemma. She leans forward, her worry mingling with cautious hope, considering the possibilities it might bring. Her gaze drifts to a handwritten note pinned carefully to the wall, reminding her of the upcoming community event she is organizing. The importance of the day presses on her, adding a layer of urgency. Later at the local cafe, Sarah meets Mrs. Elm, who recounts a heartfelt story about the neighborhood clock's historic significance. The tale resonates deeply, adding meaning to the object Sarah had seen but never truly understood. Visiting Mrs. Elm's home, Sarah examines the antique clock, admiring its intricate details and the silent passage of time it embodies. The clock seems to whisper forgotten narratives, hinting at hope amid challenges. Back in her apartment, Sarah finds Leo playfully entangled in a ribbon from one of her vintage scarves. His curious antics bring a smile to her face, a brief respite from her mounting worries. Seated at her desk, Sarah adds a fresh note to her blue notebook, her handwriting confident and filled with renewed hope. It's a quiet vow to keep moving forward despite obstacles. The bustling city streets embrace Sarah and Max as they set out, scarves fluttering behind them like banners of determination. Their shared mission to prepare for the community event pulses with energy and anticipation. Tension mounts when Sarah receives news that a crucial permit for the event has been revoked unexpectedly. Her face tightens with frustration, the setback threatening their carefully laid plans. Max quickly sketches an alternative plan in Sarah's notebook, proposing a clever workaround to the permit issue. His inventive mind races to find solutions amid the growing pressure. Under the glow of streetlights, Sarah wrestles with whether to embrace Max's risky idea. Her conflicted expression reveals the weight of uncertainty and the desire to do what's right. A quiet moment finds Sarah alone, Leo curled contentedly on her lap, both seeking solace in each other's presence. The silence offers a brief sanctuary from the chaos outside. With renewed resolve, Sarah ties her vintage scarf firmly around her neck, a symbolic armor against doubt. Her eyes shine with determination, ready to face what lies ahead. Early the next morning, Sarah and Max visit the community center to garner support, greeted with a mix of enthusiasm and skepticism. The varied reactions underscore the uphill battle they face. Among the center's dusty corners, Sarah discovers an old forgotten poster advertising a similar event from years past. The faded image sparks fresh inspiration and a connection to the neighborhood's resilient spirit. Mrs. Elm appears unexpectedly, lending Sarah a delicate scarf embroidered with symbols representing the neighborhood's history. This thoughtful gift feels like a blessing, intertwining past and present hopes. Spotting Leo darting toward a narrow alley, Sarah follows and uncovers a hidden mural beneath the city's overpass. The vivid imagery tells stories of community and perseverance, igniting a new energy within her. The mural's depiction of shared struggles and triumphs breathes life into Sarah's resolve, reinforcing the importance of the event. Its colors and themes begin to take shape in her mind's eye. Back together, Sarah and Max debate the logistics of translating vision into reality, acknowledging the gap between enthusiasm and practical challenges. Their differing perspectives create a vibrant but tense dialogue. A sudden rainstorm drives everyone indoors, dampening spirits and forcing plans to be postponed. Yet inside, the determination to succeed remains unshaken, sheltering their collective hope. Sarah painstakingly sketches the mural's powerful images into her blue notebook, envisioning how to weave them into the event's theme. Each line drawn is an act of creative faith against the odds. Meanwhile, Max works late into the night, tinkering with mechanical devices intended to enhance the event's decorations. His focus is sharp, a testament to his commitment despite exhaustion. A miscommunication erupts, causing a scheduling conflict that threatens to divide the group's focus. This unexpected hurdle adds tension, demanding quick thinking and compromise to maintain unity. Sarah's frustration swelled as the slow response to her efforts seemed to stall the project. Mrs. Elm, sensing her unease, invited her for a quiet tea in the cozy kitchen, sharing gentle words that eased Sarah's mind. Meanwhile, Leo dashed about the room, weaving between feet and leaping onto shelves with playful energy. His antics brought a light laugh to Sarah's lips, reminding her to find joy amidst the stress. Inspired, Sarah jotted a note and pinned it to the community board, inviting neighbors to share their stories and memories for the upcoming event. The note was adorned with a sketch of a vintage scarf, a symbol of the connection she wished to foster. Days passed with little response, and Sarah's hopeful excitement turned to doubt. Her brow furrowed as she reread the quiet walls of the neighborhood, questioning her approach and her place in the community. Suddenly, a group of children appeared, each holding colorful handmade crafts. Their enthusiastic arrival reignited the energy around the project, filling the room with bright smiles and renewed momentum. Sarah laughed freely for the first time in days, the weight of responsibility lightened by the infectious joy of the children. The vintage scarves fluttered in the warm afternoon breeze through the open window. Max proudly unveiled a prototype display that brought the crafts to life with shifting lights and subtle motion, capturing the whimsical spirit of the neighborhood's creativity. Sarah's eyes sparkled with admiration for her brother's invention. Together, Sarah and Max shared a quiet moment, their hopes and dreams passing between them in warm smiles and silent understanding. Their bond deepened, a steady support in the bustling preparations. From the neighboring apartment, the chime of Mrs. Elm's antique clock filled the room, a gentle reminder of time's steady progress. Its soft ringing echoed like a heartbeat beneath their conversation. Sarah planned an evening gathering to showcase their progress and rally support. She meticulously arranged the space, vintage scarves hanging from rafters, and her blue notebook resting prominently on the table. At the gathering, passionate but differing opinions surfaced, sparking a tense exchange that challenged Sarah's leadership. Voices rose and fell, a clash of visions that forced Sarah to reevaluate her direction. Listening carefully, Sarah adapted the plans, weaving diverse ideas into a richer vision. Her calm resolve shone through, soothing tensions and inspiring cooperation once more. Just then, Leo returned from a brief disappearance, carrying a small, weathered key in his mouth. The unexpected find drew curious glances, its intricate design hinting at forgotten stories. With the key as a new symbol, the community embraced the unfolding vision with energized hearts. Conversations buzzed, hands reached out to help, and a collective creative energy became tangible. Sarah sat by a window, sketching final adjustments to the event layout with confident strokes. Her vintage scarf draped over her chair, and the blue notebook lay open beside her, filled with notes and ideas. In the workshop, Max encountered a sudden technical glitch, threatening the displays just hours before the event. His fingers flew over wires and circuits, a frown shadowing his face. Sarah joined him, their teamwork seamless as they worked frantically to troubleshoot. Determination etched on both faces, they refused to let the setback defeat them. Unexpectedly, Mrs. Elm appeared at the door with a box of tools and a reassuring smile. Her surprising technical knowledge offered new solutions and hope, shifting the tide in their favor. Together they resolved the malfunction, and during a test run, the devices functioned flawlessly. The crafted displays danced with light and motion, ready to enchant the community. Sarah paused to breathe deeply, watching the sunrise filter softly through the window. A mingling of anticipation and relief settled over her, the calm before the event's unfolding. On the morning of the event, gentle sunlight illuminated streets, decorated with vintage scarves and banners inspired by the mural. The neighborhood throbbed with quiet excitement and anticipation. Neighbors arrived carrying stories, crafts, and warm smiles, their presence weaving a tapestry of connection. The atmosphere was inviting, alive with shared purpose and kindness. Sarah's blue notebook traveled from hand to hand, becoming a communal guestbook filled with heartfelt messages and vibrant drawings. Each entry deepened the narrative of their shared history. Max operated the interactive displays with delight, engaging visitors as they explored the crafts brought to life. His enthusiasm was contagious, sparking wonder in young and old alike. By the antique clock in Mrs. Elm's home, she shared a nostalgic tale that bridged past and present generations. Her voice wove the community's histories into a living thread of memory and hope. A surprising visitor arrived just as the event was winding down. Mr. Grayson, a retired historian who had lived in the neighborhood for decades. He shared a long-forgotten tale about the origins of the vintage scarves, connecting them to a community tradition that had almost faded away. His story added depth to the celebration, reminding everyone of the rich history woven through their shared spaces. Sarah held the embroidered scarf tenderly, her fingers tracing the intricate patterns that now felt like a map of their neighborhood's past. She realized how these threads symbolized the power of shared heritage, knitting together the bonds between neighbors young and old. This heritage was more than fabric. It was a living connection, sustaining their community spirit. Nearby, Leo had settled onto a soft cushion, curling his white-pawed presence into a comforting shape among the gathering crowd. His gentle purring blended with the murmur of voices, serving as a quiet reminder of steadiness amidst change. Wherever discovery or warmth was found that day, the curious Tabby had been close at hand. The celebration crescendoed into a collective crafting session where everyone contributed stitches and stories to a growing tapestry. Each participant brought their own flair, yet their combined creativity produced a single, unified work that embodied the day's spirit. This collaborative art became a symbol of their renewed unity and shared future. Stepping back, Sarah surveyed the vibrant tapestry of moments and memories woven throughout the day. Her eyes sparkled with a smile of quiet fulfillment, knowing the event had cultivated something far greater than she had imagined. The neighborhood story was alive again, embroidered with the laughter and kindness of its people. As evening descended, soft lanterns were lit along the familiar streets, casting a gentle golden glow on the joyful faces gathered beneath them. The mild air carried the warmth of friendship and the soothing hum of contentment. Each light flickered like a beacon of hope and connection, brightening the twilight hours. In the quiet moments after the festivities, Sarah opened her blue notebook and penned her final thoughts on the day. She reflected on the challenges they had overcome and the meaningful connections that had blossomed. Her writing captured a newfound optimism that these bonds would only grow stronger with time. Meanwhile, Max was packing away his equipment, a grin spreading across his face as he teased Sarah about the invention he was already imagining for the next neighborhood event. Laughter bubbled between them, a playful promise of future creativity and collaboration. His energy was contagious, lighting the way forward. From across the room, Mrs. Elm's antique clock chimed once more, its melodious sound marking the conclusion of a memorable day. The hour resonated like a signal not just of an ending, but also of new traditions beginning to take root. It reminded everyone that time flows on, carrying the stories and hopes of the community onward. Wrapped snugly in her cherished scarf, Sarah stepped outside and looked up as stars began to twinkle above their neighborhood. The familiar constellations seemed to mirror the interconnected lives below, filling her with hope and contentment. In that peaceful moment, she felt ready to embrace the promise of all tomorrows. A fierce storm drove Mira's small boat toward the jagged coast of an island that wasn't on any map. She clung to her oars as waves crashed, finally collapsing on the rocky shore, breathless but alive. The island was silent, except for the whisper of the wind weaving through twisted trees. Mira stood, brushing seaweed from her hair, spotting a dim light flickering through the dense forest. Curious, she ventured toward the glow, her footsteps crunching over dry leaves. Suddenly, a low growl echoed. A shadow slipped between the trees, eyes gleaming. Heart pounding, Mira remembered the stories her grandfather told. This was the lair of the island's guardian beast. But the light called her onward, promising answers tied to the legends she'd chased all her life. Deeper in the woods, she found a clearing where the light came from an old, intricately carved lantern hanging from a stone pillar. Beneath it, an ancient map etched into the rock, showing a hidden cavern beneath the island. The growl returned, closer this time, but as Mira reached for the lantern, a large wolf stepped into view, calm and watchful. She lowered her hand, meeting the wolf's eyes. Instead of fear, she saw a knowing spark, a silent invitation. Together, they made their way to the cavern entrance, the wolf leading confidently, as if this place belonged to it alone. Inside, tetrahedrons of light from crystals guided their path through twisting tunnels. At the chamber's heart, Mira uncovered a cavern of shimmering stones, their energy humming beneath her fingertips. The map revealed the stones held power to calm storms, why her boat had survived, why she had been drawn here. As she touched a crystal, the wolf nuzzled her hand, as if approving the island's secret keeper was found. Mira lit the ancient lantern again, promising the wolf she'd protect the island's secrets and respect its fierce guardian. The storm cleared, sunlight breaking through the canopy. The wolf vanished into the shadows, the island now peaceful. Rowing home, Mira smiled, knowing some adventures are not just about discovery, but guardianship too. Beneath the ancient oaks where the sunlight barely touched the forest floor, a silent secret stirred. Ira, a curious girl from the nearby village, ventured deeper than ever before, chasing a melody only she seemed to hear. The whispers grew clearer, weaving through the leaves like a forgotten song of old. She paused, heart fluttering, listening to the voices of the woods. Suddenly, a silver stag stepped into a clearing, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. "Follow me," it seemed to say, its antlers brushing the low-hanging branches. Entranced, Ira moved forward, feeling the forest pulse around her as if alive. The path twisted and turned, until it opened onto a glade bathed in ethereal light. At its center, an ancient stone stood, covered in runes that shimmered softly. Ira reached out, her fingers tracing the markings, unlocking memories not her own. Visions of forgotten times flooded her mind, the grove as a sanctuary, guardian of balance between worlds. The stag bowed before her, acknowledging her as the new keeper of the sacred trust. "The voices will guide you," the whispering wind seemed to say, "for the forest speaks to those who listen." Ira understood her purpose, to protect the harmony between the village and the wilds beyond. With the dawn's first light, the stag faded back into the shadows, leaving Ira alone but empowered. Returning home, she carried the grove's blessing deep within her spirit. Sometimes, she told herself, the greatest adventures begin with a whisper. Her village thrived as harmony returned, forests flourishing under new care and respect. And whenever the wind rustled the leaves, Ira heard the grove's gentle song, a promise kept. In the heart of the ancient woods, the whispering continued, undying and eternal. Under a tapestry of stars, Leora bent over her cluttered workshop desk, piecing together a fragmented star map whose faded lines whispered secrets of the cosmos. Her freckled face was illuminated by the soft glow of lantern light as she traced constellations long forgotten. Uruk arrived quietly, his braided dark hair slightly tousled by the night breeze, the jagged scar on his cheek catching the dim light as he spoke of a lost constellation rumored to unveil a hidden realm. His stoic demeanor masked the urgency in his voice. Silently, Vina appeared beside them, her flowing silver hair shimmering faintly under the starlight and her luminescent eyes fixed intently on the star patterns. Without a word, she offered her rare insight, promising to help decode the mystery behind the lost constellation. Together, the trio gathered their attention on the ancient celestial compass resting on the table, its faint glow pulsing steadily like a heartbeat, as if alive with anticipation. The compass was etched with glowing runes matching those on the star map, linking past, present, and unknown futures. Leora's fingers gently brushed the compass needle, and suddenly it spun wildly before abruptly settling, boldly pointing east toward an unknown horizon. The unexpected movement unsettled them, as if signaling the beginning of something neither fully understood. They hastily gathered supplies, packing under the watchful eyes of the night, and set sail toward the horizon where soft luminescence hinted at a hidden destination. The air was thick with excitement and unease as the boat cut through the dark waters. As they ventured farther, fierce waves crashed against their vessel, and a brewing storm loomed overhead, making the compass flicker erratically, casting anxious shadows across their faces. The unpredictable weather foreshadowed the obstacles ahead. That night, beneath a canopy of roiling clouds, Leora dreamt of a silver staircase ascending endlessly through the stars, bathed in ethereal light. The vision felt strangely familiar, as if calling her toward a realm beyond mortal reach. At dawn, Vina shared an ancient legend she had deciphered, revealing that the silver staircase was said to bridge the mortal world and the hidden realm marked by the lost constellation. Her eyes glowed softly, embodying the mystery woven into the tale. Uruk voiced his doubts aloud, questioning the legends and their perilous journey. Yet as he spoke, the compass needle steadied unwaveringly, reaffirming their path and strengthening their resolve despite growing uncertainties. Morning mists parted to reveal a strange island shrouded in dense fog, its shadowy outline bearing uncanny resemblance to a marking on their star map. The air was thick with anticipation, as the island seemed to pulse with concealed secrets. They disembarked cautiously, the star amulet around Leora's neck pulsing softly in resonance with the island's aura, as if awakening alongside her spirit. Their footsteps stirred the ancient ground, the journey deepening in mystery. Navigating through dense undergrowth, they discovered ancient ruins etched with glowing runes that aligned perfectly with the star map, drawing connections between celestial patterns and earthly remnants. Each symbol seemed alive, humming with dormant energy. As they ventured deeper, fleeting shadows flickered just beyond the tree line, unseen but palpably sinister, evoking a sense of unseen watchers lurking in the periphery of their vision. Unease crept steadily among them. Suddenly, with a resonant crack, the celestial compass shattered in Leora's hands, scattering fragments that mirrored the broken trust in their surety. Panic surged as they realized the delicate thread guiding them home was severed. Lost and vulnerable under gathering twilight, tensions flared. Whispered fears and unspoken doubts threatened to unravel their unity as the unknown pressed in from all sides. Night's arrival carried a heavy weight of isolation and dread. Vina stepped forward, her luminescent eyes glowing with quiet authority as she led them deeper into the ruins, asserting that the star amulet around Leora's neck would now serve as their beacon. Hope flickered anew amidst the growing shadows. Within the heart of the ruins, they uncovered a carved wooden box nestled beneath ancient stones, its surface worn but holding fragments of an ancient star chart that might mend their fractured map. The discovery rekindled purpose and curiosity alike. Leora carefully assembled the fragmented star chart, the edges aligning slowly to reveal a new constellation and a hidden pathway through the cosmic expanse. The chart's revelations suggested a route filled with both peril and promise. A sudden rustle shattered the stillness, drawing their attention to ghostly figures emerging silently from the swirling mist, eyes fixed and movements deliberate yet cautious. The Watcher's presence introduced a chilling uncertainty. Uruk instinctively stepped forward, shield raised as a barrier against the unseen threat, his voice firm but tempered in the thickening tension, only to find the enigmatic Watchers vanish as swiftly as they appeared, leaving only eerie silence behind. Resolved to press onward, the group followed the new star chart's alignments etched faintly on the ground, each step guided by celestial clues that shimmered under the fading light. The path ahead was narrow and fraught with mystery. They reached a shimmering river mirroring the constellations perfectly above, the water's surface acting as a celestial mirror that blurred the lines between sky and earth. Crossing, it felt like traversing the boundary between worlds. Vina revealed that her luminescent eyes reacted uniquely to the starlight, granting her an uncanny ability to interpret the subtle shifts in the cosmic glow, effectively guiding their careful steps through the uncertain terrain. Her presence became both lantern and lifeline. As they ascended a hill crowned with ancient stone pillars, the ground beneath them seemed to shift subtly, the very air vibrating with unseen energy, signaling that they were drawing ever closer to the heart of the hidden realm's mysteries. Anticipation and dread intertwined with each breath. At the hilltop, Leora and her companions discover a sundial intricately carved to mirror the celestial compass's design. The sun casts long shadows that seem to dance precisely around its edges, hinting at a secret message encoded in the light. Leora carefully aligns the sundial's shadow with the star chart, noticing how the shadows intersect with marked constellations. As the last alignment clicks into place, a hidden path quietly reveals itself among the surrounding foliage. Suddenly, a deep rumbling shakes the hill beneath their feet as the earth splits open, revealing a narrow stairway spiraling downwards. The atmosphere thickens with anticipation as they prepare to descend into the unknown. The stairway leads into a vast cavern, shimmering with a breathtaking spectacle. Swirling patterns of living stars suspended above their heads, illuminating the darkness with a cosmic glow. Every movement feels weighted with reverence under this celestial dome. A subtle vibration fills the air, and the star amulet around Leora's neck bursts into radiant light, casting an ethereal glow to guide their steps deeper into the cavern's mysteries. The glowing runes on the walls pulse in harmony with the amulet's light. Within the cavern's depths, illusions emerge, crafting vivid visions that tug at their hearts and minds, images of home, whispered fears, and unspoken doubts. The trio steadies themselves, aware these spectral trials seek to unnerve their resolve. Uruk faces a haunting vision of failure, his jagged scar seeming to burn colder as self-doubt tempts him. Yet, his loyalty to the quest and companions steels his spirit, pressing onward beyond the mirage's grasp. Leora's voice cuts through the haze with quiet confidence, assuring the group they are nearing their goal. She traces the celestial compass's pieces with hopeful fingers, trusting deeply in their combined power to guide them through. They emerge into a vast chamber where a giant star map pulses alive on the ceiling, constellations shifting and glowing softly overhead. The cosmic chart fills the space with an otherworldly light, revealing patterns both familiar and arcane. Vina steps forward, her luminescent eyes reflecting the map as she interprets its symbols. Her voice weaves the tale of a forgotten celestial gateway, a portal beyond time that connects realms unseen. As they ready themselves to cross, the ethereal watchers reappear, no longer fierce but bearing peaceful intent. Their silent presence conveys a profound acceptance, lifting the tension that had clung tightly around the travelers. From the watchers, a fragment of pure starlight is bestowed upon them, an essential key for passage through the gateway. The shard pulses gently in their hands, a tangible promise of the journey ahead. Leora combines the starlight fragment with the star amulet, the two sources merging in a swell of radiant energy. This fusion activates the celestial gateway, opening a luminous portal shimmering with cosmic grandeur. Through the portal, the hidden realm reveals itself, bathed in radiant cosmic light and swirling constellations that dance with ethereal grace. The air hums with ancient power, inviting their passage into the unknown. Stepping through, they find themselves surrounded by a realm alive with swirling stars and gentle ethereal winds that carry whispers of forgotten secrets. Every breath feels infused with the infinite expanse of the cosmos. Their arrival awakens towering ancient guardians whose silent gaze measures their worthiness. The guardians present trials that test the travelers in solemn, wordless challenges beyond mortal understanding. Leora engages with the celestial puzzles, each solved unlocking deeper mysteries hidden within the realm's fabric. Her keen mind and the compass's clues illuminate paths long obscured by starlight and time. Uruk confronts daunting physical challenges, demanding unwavering courage and precision. Each trial hones his strength and will, forging him further as protector of their shared quest. Vina's deep knowledge interlaces the realm's lore with prophetic insights into their own world's destiny. She guides the group by weaving connections between cosmic truths and earthly pathways. Having proved their worth, the Guardians grant them passage to the hidden realm's very heart. The air shimmers with heightened energy as they move closer to the source of the celestial mysteries. Within this sanctuary, a luminous tree stands tall, its roots intertwining seamlessly with twinkling stars above. The tree radiates ancient power, bridging the expanse between earth and sky. Leora gently places the carved wooden box at the tree's base, activating a flow of celestial knowledge emanating from the stars. The tree responds, its energy awakening long-dormant secrets woven into the cosmos. The tree's radiant energy flows into the shattered compass, which begins to glow anew with vibrant, restored power. The restored compass pulses like a beating heart, alive with fresh celestial light. They realize that this renewed power holds the ability to realign the constellations, promising the restoration of balance between realms. The weight of their task presses upon them, filled with hope and urgency. Suddenly, an earthquake-like tremor shakes the hidden realm, threatening to collapse the fragile cosmic balance and their only chance to return. The swirling constellations flicker wildly as danger looms close, intensifying the critical moment. With the ancient celestial compass fully restored, Leora carefully holds it aloft as a gentle hum fills the air. Uruk and Vina join hands, focusing their energy alongside her, channeling the celestial power through the compass to stabilize the realm's fragile foundation. The night sky above shimmers in response, a tapestry of light expanding across the horizon. As the compass's energy pulses, the glowing runes etched into the carved wooden box ignite with radiant light. These ethereal symbols weave delicately across the celestial pathways, sealing cracks and mending rifts with their protective glow. The sense of safety grows tangible, wrapping the realm in an invisible embrace. In the midst of the luminous glow, the star amulet around Leora's neck begins to shine with newfound intensity. It casts a guiding light that aligns seamlessly with the shifting constellations, pointing the way toward their safe exit. Following this beacon, the trio moves steadily toward the portal's shimmering edge. Crossing through the portal, they emerge back on the island just as dawn breaks, painting the sky in soft shades of pink and gold. The familiar yet changed landscape welcomes them, bathed in the gentle morning light. The air is filled with a sense of promise and renewal that mirrors their own spirits. The celestial compass, now whole and radiant in Leora's hand, points unwaveringly toward their true home. Its steady glow casts a warm light that feels like a heartbeat, constant and sure. This artifact, once fragmented, now serves as their steadfast guide for the journey ahead. Renewed with hope and determination, they board their vessel and set sail across the calm sea. Above them, the stars realign in their rightful places, twinkling with clarity and purpose. The vast expanse echoes their resolve, a celestial symphony bearing them onward. Back on deck, Leora unfurls her parchment and begins to sketch the new star map, integrating every star and path they have discovered. Each line and curve reflects the trials and revelations of their quest, a testament to their shared journey. Her fingers move with confidence, capturing the cosmos with delicate precision. Uruk stands at the helm, his eyes tracing the horizon with steady certainty. The jagged scar on his cheek softens under the embrace of the rising sun's golden glow, a silent witness to their passage. In this light, his stoic demeanor reflects a quiet pride and calm assurance. Nearby, Vina smiles softly as her once luminous eyes dim to a gentle silver hue, signaling the completion of her guiding role. The flowing silver strands of her hair catch the morning breeze, framing her serene expression. Her presence feels lighter now, her purpose fulfilled in the balance they restored. Once ashore, the trio gathers beneath the emerging night sky, gazing upward with reverence and wonder. Stars, familiar and new, sparkle above them, forever linking their spirits to this celestial adventure. United by the cosmos and their shared voyage, they stand quietly, knowing this journey has forever changed them. Lena leaned over the cluttered workstation, her sharp eyes following a shifting constellation on the holographic star map. Her finger traced the lines carefully, sensing an unsettling change in the familiar celestial patterns. Kale focused intently as he tightened bolts on his mechanical arm adjustment. Sparks briefly flickered, illuminating the faint scar above his left eyebrow, his stoic expression unwavering despite the growing urgency. Dr. Myerk stepped into the dimly lit lab, his gaze fixed on a machine pulsating with ethereal energy. The glow bathed his high-collared lab coat, his round spectacles reflecting the mysterious light. Suddenly, the ancient compass device strapped to Lena's wrist began to pulse erratically. Its shifting shadows cast an eerie glow on her weathered leather jacket as the light intensified and dimmed unpredictably. Outside the observatory, the sky distorted as a temporal anomaly twisted the stars into shimmering, unnatural patterns. The familiar nightscape warped, sending a chill through the crew within. Lena and Kale exchanged uneasy glances as a bright star blinked out on the star map in real time. Their synchronized watches ticked irregularly, echoing the growing instability. Myerk nervously examined fluctuating data on a holographic screen, illustrating rapid shifts in time and space stability. Lines of code and star charts flickered, mirroring their rising concern. Clutching the glowing compass, Lena watched as it projected fragmented images of unfamiliar locations. The device's erratic glow hinted at mysteries beyond their understanding. In the cramped quarters, the team debated heatedly, tension mounting as the anomalies corrupted their instruments. Voices overlapped, each aware that the stakes were climbing dangerously higher. Kale interfaced his mechanical arm with the compass, attempting to stabilize the chaotic signals. His brow furrowed with determination as sparks danced from the connection. Outside, the landscape vibrated subtly, a low hum permeating the air and unsettling the crew's nerves. Even the walls seemed to pulse in rhythm with the unseen disturbance. Without warning, a power surge caused the lab's lights to flicker wildly. Fleeting shadows moved unnaturally within the bursts of light, leaving an eerie impression on all present. Lena received a cryptic message on her wrist device, coordinates that shifted unpredictably, defying logic. The revelation deepened the mystery as she stared at the elusive numbers. Myrick's voice was grave as he warned of the impending meridian shift, a rare cosmic event with the power to alter reality itself. The weight of his words hung heavy in the sterile air. The crew prepared hastily to embark on a mission to the anomaly's epicenter, acutely aware that failure might disrupt time permanently. The atmosphere was thick with determination and unspoken fears. They boarded their sleek ship and launched toward the elusive coordinates, the compass glowing steadily to guide their path through the void. The ship's engines hummed with restrained power as stars blurred past. Approaching the anomaly, star maps warped visibly in the cockpit, and the ship's controls responded sluggishly. Lena's fingers danced over worn instruments as Kale kept steady despite the strain. Erratic spatial readings flickered on Lena's monitor, while Kale recalibrated the propulsion system under intense stress. The pressure of their task was evident in every precise movement. Suddenly, a blast wave from the anomaly rocked the ship violently, throwing the crew off balance. Equipment clattered and warning lights flashed, demanding immediate control adjustments. Myrick consulted the ancient compass, now glowing intensely and projecting complex star patterns swirling midair. The cryptic display hinted at turbulence far beyond their expectations. Through the ship's viewfinder appeared a visual loop of a distant celestial event, endlessly repeating with unsettling clarity. The scene blurred the line between present and past, deepening the crew's unease. Communication systems began failing intermittently, isolating the crew within the ship. Static and dead air replaced meaningful signals, raising tensions across the confined space. Lena spotted a flicker on the star map resembling a past event, possibly a memory or a warning. The team debated its cryptic meaning, uncertainty knitting furrowed brows. Ignoring warnings of space-time distortion, Kale attempted a risky maneuver to stabilize the ship's trajectory. His mechanical arm moved with precise urgency as the ship groaned under stress. The ship passed through a shimmering veil, and for a brief moment, the crew glimpsed alternate versions of themselves. The fleeting visions left them questioning reality as their synchronized watches ticked wildly out of sync. Dr. Myrick's voice cut through the ship's low hum with a dire warning. Crossing the meridian threshold risked trapping them in a temporal feedback loop from which there was no escape. He emphasized that the ancient compass they relied upon might be their only safeguard. Lena exchanged a determined glance with Kale, knowing the stakes had just risen immensely. Suddenly, the holographic compass emitted a sharp, high-pitched tone that resonated through the ship's decks. The shifting star maps aligned perfectly for a brief moment, revealing a concealed path hidden within the cosmic tapestry. The corridor through time and space shimmered like an invitation and a perilous gamble. Lena gripped the controls tightly, steering the vessel through the unveiled course. Each moment brought surges of gravitational distortion, the ship straining against invisible pressures that threatened to tear them apart. Her eyes never left the glowing compass, its light flickering as the anomalies intensified. Without warning, alarms blared, systems began to fail one after another. Kale sprang into action, his mechanical arm whirring as he improvised repairs on the erratic conduits amid the fluctuating time streams. Shifts in gravity and time warped his perception, but he worked with relentless precision. The environment around them began to flicker wildly, alternating between the ship's current state and fleeting glimpses of past moments aboard the vessel. Lena caught ghostly images of their distant origin world, fragmented and ephemeral, like echoes trapped in a loop. This temporal dissonance unsettled them all, reminding them of the fragile boundary they now crossed. Mayerk studied the ancient compass intently, uncovering new data hidden within its quantum readings. He theorized it was resonating with quantum echoes left by explorers who had ventured here before, their temporal footprints embedded in the device's core. This revelation changed their understanding of the anomaly's depths. The crew gathered to debate their next move, torn between risking a temporal jump out of the anomaly's heart and the terrifying possibility of being erased entirely. Fear mingled with resolve. Any misstep could mean losing not just their lives, but their existence. The dilemma weighed heavily on every mind and soul aboard. As tension thickened, Lena's compass suddenly displayed an unfamiliar symbol, radiating a cool blue luminescence. This new glyph seemed to unlock additional data on the star map, revealing alternate routes and subtle shifts previously obscured. It was a clue, and perhaps a key, to navigating the chaotic currents ahead. Without warning, Kale vanished from view, leaving only an empty echo in the corridor. Moments later, he reappeared dazed, his memories fragmented and tinged with images from an alternate timeline of their journey. His brief absence cast a shadow of dread across the crew, signaling the anomaly's unpredictable reach. Mayerk assembled the fragmented clues and proposed a disturbing theory. The anomaly fractured time itself into parallel streams, each threatening to overwrite their singular reality. The fabric of their existence might be unraveling, replaced by alternate versions slipping into their world. This revelation heightened the urgency of their mission. The ship's interiors convulsed in impossible ways. Corridors bent and merged, walls twisted in fractal patterns that defied logic and physics. Stepping through doorways felt like traversing shifting gateways between moments, each more disorienting than the last. Lena clung tightly to the ancient compass as it projected a star map that began to stabilize amid the chaos. The shifting lines slowly formed a coherent path, signaling a tenuous safe route through the temporal labyrinth. With cautious hope, they prepared to follow the compass's new guidance. Kale's voice grew urgent as he warned them all. They needed to act fast before their identities started blending with alternate versions of themselves. The risk of losing one's sense of self became more than theory, it was a looming reality. Time was slipping away faster than they dared imagine. Synchronizing their irregularly ticking watches, the crew set a coordinated countdown to time their leap through the heart of the anomaly. Each second carried immense weight as they prepared for a maneuver that could either save them or condemn their existence. The tension was palpable, the silence before the storm absolute. An intense surge erupted, flinging the ship forward through a kaleidoscopic storm of temporal fragments. Past, present, and future flickered wildly in the vessel's hull, a dizzying swirl of moments collapsing and rebounding against the hull. Every fiber of the crew's being was tested, as reality itself seemed to fracture around them. Through the chaos, Mayerk managed to stabilize a core device, harnessing the anomaly's restless energy into a controlled rift. The ship sagged under the power as the device pulled a steady stream of quantum force into the breach they sought to create. This fragile control was their best hope for escape. Gazing through the rift, the crew caught a glimpse of a future warped nearly beyond recognition, the world they knew altered and broken. Silent cities, strange skies, and unfamiliar stars haunted the vision, a warning of what might come if their mission failed. The weight of their task was written in those fleeting images. Resolute, Lena vowed to preserve their reality by recalibrating the compass, using it to reverse the anomaly's relentless corruption. She studied the device closely, deciphering subtle fluctuations and guiding the adjustment with careful precision. The path to salvation depended on her success. Kale readied the ship for the upcoming temporal burst, a critical surge of energy needed to close the rift safely. Every system was checked and reinforced, his mechanical arm humming as it prepared to deliver the final pulse. The crew steeled themselves for what was to come, trusting each other implicitly. As the crew initiated their plan, the anomaly reacted violently, thrashing unpredictably against their intervention. The ship trembled and groaned beneath the strain, the very fabric of space-time shuddering in resistance. They braced for impact, hearts pounding with both fear and determination. The ancient compass blazed white-hot, pouring radiant waves through the vessel's structure that rippled like sonic pulses. Its light illuminated every corner, combating the darkness of temporal distortion with fierce brilliance. This surge of power was both a beacon and a shield against the unfolding chaos. Time itself began to mend around them. The star maps ceased their erratic shifts, freezing into stable and familiar patterns once more. The pervasive sense of fracture lifted slowly, the corridor of uncertainty gradually solidifying into clarity. Relief began to replace the dread that had gripped the crew. Lena expertly maneuvered the ship through the anomaly's now calm heart, racing against the imminent collapse of overlapping timelines. Every star and coordinate aligned as they sailed through the fragile corridor, the compass guiding like a steadfast ancient guardian. Each second was a victory in preserving their reality. Myrick tracked the crew's vital signs against the backdrop of fading distortions, confirming the singular reality strand remained intact. His relief was tempered by cautious vigilance, knowing the anomaly's effects could still surprise them. The crew's unity and endurance had preserved more than just their lives, they had preserved existence itself. Kale activated the final pulse from his mechanical arm, a surge of energy designed to seal the rift once and for all. The ship vibrated as the breach closed, the infinite fracturing of time snapping back into a singular flow. Their ordeal was ending, though shadowed by mysteries yet unrevealed. The anomaly finally collapsed in on itself, disappearing like a fading shadow. Outside the observatory's viewport, the stars shimmered steadily, undisturbed for the first time in weeks. Lena's gaze fixed on the holographic compass resting on the table as its glow softened to a gentle pulse. The device's dim light signified that the chaotic flux of time had balanced once more. Kale and Dr. Myrick exchanged relieved glances, their synchronized watches clicking with steady, even ticks after the previous irregularities. The certainty of normal time flow reassured them both. Back inside the observatory, the star map displayed a stable cosmic skyline, familiar constellations locked in their usual positions. The shifting patterns had ceased, confirming the universe's calm return. The crew methodically logged their experiences in the ship's records, emphasizing the compass's crucial role as a temporal anchor throughout the ordeal. Its importance was undeniable for navigating time's fragile currents. Quietly and with care, Lena slid the compass into her jacket pocket, mindful of its power and the responsibility to protect it. The weight of guarding such a device settled on her shoulders. Meanwhile, Myrick studied a subtle residual temporal anomaly detected in his lab. Though minor and far less threatening, it served as a sober reminder of their vulnerability to time's unpredictable forces. Kale set to work upgrading the ship's systems, applying insights gained about temporal mechanics and anomaly stabilization. His mechanical arm adjusted tools with practiced precision as innovation took shape. Under a calm and steady night sky, the team shared a quiet moment of camaraderie, their bond fortified by the challenges they'd endured together. The stars above seemed to witness their renewed unity. Lena gazed thoughtfully at the constellations, aware that the universe still held countless mysteries beyond their reach. Yet, for now, time itself was theirs to guard, a precious frontier guarded by steadfast vigilance. The sky was a permanent ash gray, the sun a dull ember behind clouds of dust. Lena crouched behind the crumbling wall, clutching the faded photograph of her family. She'd heard stories of the world before the fall, forests, oceans, the endless blue sky. But now, survival meant listening to the whispers beneath the ash, the echoes of forgotten days. In the silent ruins, a faint sound caught her attention, a child's laughter. Curious and hesitant, Lena followed the sound through twisted metal and shattered glass. She found a small boy playing with a broken toy car near a rusted playground swing. "You're not alone," he said with a crooked smile, eyes bright against the gray. Together, they navigated the maze of desolation, sharing stories of remnants and hope. They reached an underground shelter, home to a small group still daring to dream. Lena offered her photograph, a token of memory, and received in return a sprout growing from a crack in the concrete. "Life finds a way," the boy whispered, pressing the fragile green shoot into her hand. Days passed, and the shelter grew as they shared food, laughter, and plans for a future. Outside, the ash began to settle, revealing patches of earth hungry for light. Together, they planted seeds from salvaged packets, watching tiny sprouts pierce the soil. Hope was no longer a whisper, but a chorus rising amidst the ruins. Lena stood at the edge of the settlement, looking up as a faint blue sky began to break through the haze. "The world isn't over," she said softly. "It's just beginning again." And beneath the lingering ash, life stirred, resilient, persistent, reborn. In the quiet, Lena smiled, knowing that sometimes endings breed the brightest beginnings. Ava stood on the rooftop, rain slicking shards of glass reflecting neon lights beneath her. She gripped the ancient circuit pendant hanging from her neck tightly, her violet eyes absorbing every fractured reflection of the sprawling city below. In a dimly lit room with flickering bulbs, Kale methodically adjusted the worn joints of his mechanical arm. Outside, shadows danced with the passing crowds, their hurried movements contrasting his focused solitude. Lyra hovered near the cluttered workbench, her spherical blue core pulsing gently in the dim light. With precision, she scanned layers of encrypted data, algorithms shifting like the shards of shattered glass around her. A cryptic message flashed suddenly on Ava's holopad, fragmented lines of code interspersed with a broken glass symbol. The city's rain-drenched neon reflected subtly against the screen, mirroring the confusion in her eyes. Massive screens across the city suddenly flickered, presenting a glimpse of the overseer's faceless hologram framed by floating shards of glass before scrambling into static. The ominous warning rippled through the fabric of the neon-lit metropolis. In a narrow alley bathed in fading neon graffiti, Kale's intense eyes met Ava's as he approached silently. An urgent tension clung to the air, the city's dimming lights echoing their unspoken concerns. Lyra projected a shimmering 3D map, red nodes flashing erratically over the unstable sectors, threatening to fracture the city's grid. Each pulsing point mirrored the increasing fragility of time itself. At her cluttered desk scattered with shards of broken glass, Ava leaned in, her violet eyes reflecting the fractured code she painstakingly decoded. The patterns seemed to twist and fragment with each attempt, mocking her resolve. They strategized in hushed tones, the dark alley around them alive with flickers of neon light. The plan to infiltrate the central network hub carried the weight of shattered memories and uncertain futures. Ava's fingers tightened around the small device resembling her pendant, wires glowing faintly blue as she made final adjustments. The pulsing light mirrored Lyra's core, a beacon in the encroaching darkness. Suddenly, Ava's mind fractured, as if her memories slipped through shattered glass, folding images of a lost friend into indistinct blurs. The visage dissolved into glitching shards that danced behind her closed eyelids. Kale equipped his mechanical arm, revealing a concealed interface humming with latent power. Despite its wear, the arm's resilience gleamed as he prepared for the digital storm ahead. Like a silent shadow, Lyra slipped through narrow vents toward the city's network heart. Her core brightened as she sent pulses forward, weaving through the tangled data streams like shards of glass in a maze. Abruptly, the city plunged into darkness, neon lights shattered into voids of colorless blackness. The sudden silence was unsettling, broken only by the distant drip of rain on fractured glass. Ava and Kale exchanged tense, knowing glances amid the quiet streets shadowed by failing neon. Alarms echoed faintly, a chilling reminder that the stakes were no less than their memories and lives. Within the digital network, Lyra confronted a firewall whose edges shimmered and morphed like broken fragments of glass slicing through the data. Its shifting form challenged her every attempt to advance. Navigating through dark, neon-dappled alleyways, Ava and Kale moved with extreme caution. Reflections fractured and flickered across wet pavement, distorting reality as time seemed to unravel around them. Without warning, a swarm of intercepted drones encircled Lyra, their movements sharp and coordinated. Her blue core pulsed rapidly, alarmed as she scrambled to decode the resistant, fragmented signature within. Kale's mechanical arm flared to life, plasma emitters igniting as he battled security bots in sudden bursts of light. Sparks flew, illuminating the night in stark contrast to the dimming neon skyline. Ava knelt before a cracked terminal, inserting the pendant-like device which glowed faintly blue. Her hands trembled slightly, the risky override casting fractured reflections of hope and dread across her face. Suddenly, the Overseer's hologram materialized amidst floating shards of fractured glass, its faceless form menacing and sharp. It spoke in cold echoes, warning of dire consequences should they proceed further. Lyra narrowly escaped the tightening digital trap, her core pulsing with urgent intensity as the code fought back with ever-growing resistance. Frustrated yet undeterred, she retreated to regroup and regroup. Memories surged violently within Ava's mind, visions of a city before its fracture flooded her in wavelets. Faces blurred behind glitching glass fragments, the lost friend's image obscured, elusive as a fading dream. Kale hacked a utility grid beneath the neon glow, sending cascades of flickering lights through the city. The sudden bursts masked their movements, turning shadowy streets into a fragmented dance of light and dark. Beneath the city's foundations, they uncovered a hidden chamber lined with fragmented mirrors reflecting tangled realities. Each surface fractured their reflections and distorted time, hinting at deeper secrets beneath the fractured world. Lyra's blue core pulses rapidly as she projects streams of coded warnings across the dimmed cityscape, cautioning that any further tampering with the network could trigger a catastrophic collapse. Flickering data cascades like shattered glass shards, reflecting the urgency imbued in her synthetic voice. Ava studies the warning carefully, her violet eyes reflecting the fractured patterns on every digital screen around them. Suddenly, through a haze of glitching holograms, Ava glimpses a spectral image flickering like broken glass, an apparition of her lost friend. The figure's features are distorted, fragmented between reality and memory, tugging at emotions buried deep. The ancient circuit pendant around Ava's neck seems to resonate faintly, as if reacting to the apparition's presence. In a quiet corner, Kale's mechanical arm emits an unstable hum, joints trembling with an odd current. Doubt shadows his ash-gray eyes as he questions their chances against the Overseer's growing control. Yet, his grip on Ava's shoulder strengthens, determination flickering in the worn but resilient mechanisms of his limb. The Overseer responds with ruthless aggression, intensifying its digital assault. Waves of corrupt data ripple through the city's once vibrant holograms. Shattered glass motifs fracture further, casting eerie reflections as neon lights dim under the assault. The faceless entity's presence looms large, its fragmented holograms shifting unsettlingly in the shadows. Amidst the chaos, Ava deciphers a hidden pattern woven in the digital shards, fragments of trapped memories scattered within the corrupted system. They are broken, yet not lost, hinting at a path to recovery. Her pendant flickers softly, guiding her through the labyrinth of displaced time and fractured reality. The trio rushes into a chamber where the digital and physical worlds blend, the air thick with distortion. Reality itself cracks around them, splintering like shattered glass as time fragments warp the environment. Neon hues flicker unnaturally, casting eerie shadows across the fractured space. Lyra sacrifices part of her core energy, the blue light dimming briefly, to stabilize the shifting digital environment enveloping them. Sparks fly in cascades of faint light, and a temporary calm settles over the chaos. Her sacrifice anchors the turbulent data streams, granting the team precious moments to act. As the fracturing threatens to overwhelm Ava's senses, Kale catches her firmly, his mechanical arm steady despite its earlier instability. His quiet strength becomes a lifeline amid the disorienting distortions. Together, they resist the pull of the fragmented reality surrounding them. They activate the pendant device, its ancient circuits humming as shards of broken glass motifs begin to realign. The scattered fragments coalesce into clearer, coherent patterns, revealing glimpses of the fractured network's underlying structure. The ambient light shifts subtly, reflecting renewed hope. Suddenly, the environment glitches violently, forcing them to confront warped reflections of themselves within the surrounding mirrors. These distorted doubles flicker unpredictably, embodying fears and uncertainties lurking beneath their surfaces. The shadows of fractured selves threaten to consume their resolve. Ava delves into her fragmented memories, piecing together shards to uncover the cause of the city's fracture and her hidden role in its unfolding. Each recovered moment gleams like polished glass, casting light on the distorted timeline. Her violet eyes narrow, determination sharpening with understanding. Meanwhile, Kale battles internal fears as his mechanical parts resonate with an unfamiliar frequency, blurring lines between man and machine. The wear in his arms' joints now pulses with a strange energy, symbolizing an unsettling transformation. He grapples with the essence of his humanity amid the mechanical symphony. Lyra recalibrates her core, syncing its pulsing blue light with Ava's pendant in a harmonious frequency. Their combined energies weave the fractured data streams into a tentative semblance of unity. The air buzzes softly, as if the network itself breathes in concert with them. The Overseer's shattered holograms crack further under the synchronized force, exposing vulnerabilities beneath its cold digital facade. Glimpses of fractured code ripple where once impermeable control reigned, signaling a potential turning point. The faceless entity's presence flickers, hinting at unseen weaknesses. Ava and Kale coordinate a synchronized override, their movements precise as they interface with the network's corrupted memory bank. Digital shards swirl like storm-tossed glass around them, every pulse reflecting their violet and ash-gray eyes. The system shudders, caught between collapse and revival. Neon lights across the city pulse rhythmically, mirroring the network's unstable heartbeat as the override progresses. Reflections of Ava's violet eyes flicker through every screen, interlacing with the fractured time motifs. The tension heightens, every beat feels like a fragile moment poised on the edge of collapse. Flashes of restored memories burst across the urban skyline, faces, places, and fleeting moments briefly returned, but fading as quickly as they arrive. Each fragment dances like shards of broken glass, catching light before vanishing. The city seems caught in a breathless limbo between past and present. Lyra's blue core stabilizes into a steady glow, anchoring the team amid the shifting digital landscape around them. Her light pulses with calm certainty, offsetting the frantic flutter of fractured data. Together, they stand resilient as the environment gradually regains coherence. The Overseer's voice reverberates one final time, a chilling echo delivering a last warning before dissolving into fragments of broken glass. Its presence shatters, scattering holographic shards that drift like spectral dust in the dim air. A silence falls, heavy and expectant, over the now-quiet cityscape. Ava and Kale brace themselves as the network shudders, the culmination of their efforts imminent but uncertain. The fractured motifs swirl more rapidly, reflecting the tension that grips them both. Time feels fragmented, hovering between possibility and consequence. The pendant device suddenly unlocks a hidden sequence. Patterns shift and pulse, revealing the true origin of the city's fractured timeline. Symbols glow like ancient circuitry, etched in shattered glass, speaking to secrets long buried. A new understanding dawns just beyond reach. Ava steps into a chamber bathed in light and fractured reflections, where distinctions between past and present blur. She moves with purposeful calm among the broken images, the circuit pendant glowing brightly against her silver hair. Time itself seems suspended, waiting for resolution. Kale supports Ava closely as she interfaces directly with the network's core, their energies intertwining. Memories and data streams converge, forming luminous pathways between fractured fragments. His mechanical arm hums steadily, a symbol of their joint perseverance. Lyra projects serene images of a time before fracture, streets alive with harmony beneath glowing neon skies. The city pulses with unbroken life, a stark contrast to the current shattered reality. These visions inspire the team, fueling the hope for restoration. The network pulses powerfully, shattering the last barriers of corrupted data in a surge of glowing shards. A reset looms, its promise shining through uncertainty and cost. The fractured glass motifs cascade around them, symbolizing both destruction and the seed of renewal. Ava's mind races as clarity strikes. The fracture, the distorted reality, all stemmed from her desperate attempt to alter time and save her friend. Her violet eyes reflect fragmented shards of memories once hidden, now painfully clear. The ancient circuit pendant rests heavy against her chest, echoing the weight of her actions. She wrestles with a tormenting choice: maintain this altered reality and endure its lingering pain, or restore the true flow of time and sacrifice precious memories. Each option carries fracture and loss, mirroring the shattered glass motifs surrounding her. Ava feels the heaviness of her decision deepen as the city dims around her. Kale steps close, his mechanical arm steady yet worn, offering silent strength. Our strength, he says softly, comes from facing reality together, no matter how broken or fragmented it may be. His ash-gray hair shifts slightly in the neon glow, anchoring Ava in the present. With newfound resolve, Ava initiates the reset sequence, watching as the fractured glass motifs begin to mend and radiate with an otherworldly glow. The digital screens flicker, reflecting her violet eyes, steady and determined. The city shifts, its neon lights intensifying amid the restoration. The overseer's shards dissolve into streams of brilliant light, unraveling digital chains that bound the city. The oppressive holograms fracture further until only luminescent fragments drift away like ephemeral sparks. Freedom flickers within every restored pixel of the metropolis. Neon lights blaze boldly for the first time in days, casting reflections on whole, unshattered glass surfaces that line the streets. The distorted reality recedes, replaced by clarity and vibrancy as the city breathes anew. Ava's pendant catches the light, its circuits glowing softly against her skin. Amid the renewed calm, Ava glimpses her lost friend's memory, restored yet subtly altered, like a fresh reflection trembling on a still pond. The moment lingers, bittersweet yet filled with hope. Fragments of the past and present merge gently within her heart. Kale's mechanical arm hums with a steady pulse, its worn resilience symbolizing balance between what was and what lies ahead. It feels fully integrated, a vessel of strength forged through shared trials. The arm's intricate mechanisms shimmer faintly in the restored neon illumination. Lyra's core glows warmly, pulsing gently as she hovers beside Ava and Kale. The trio stands silhouetted against the revitalized cityscape, united and strong. Their combined presence feels like a beacon of enduring hope amid infinite possibilities. Ava smiles softly, her fingers brushing the ancient circuit pendant that has never left her side. Beneath a dawning sky of whole reflections, the city breathes anew, filled with unbroken light and endless potential. In this fragile piece, the future unfolds, framed by shattered pasts now mended. The clock in the hotel lobby struck midnight, its chimes swallowed by the creeping fog outside. Detective Margot slipped inside room 7, her flashlight cutting through the darkness. The door creaked open to reveal nothing but an empty bed, untouched since noon, the room unnervingly silent. She inspected the window. No sign of forced entry, just a cool breeze whispering secrets. Suddenly, a faint tapping echoed from the closet. "Who's there?" Margot called, her voice steady despite the chill rising in her spine. No answer, just the rhythmic tap-tap-tap, like a code in Morse. Drawing her gun, she cracked open the closet door to reveal a small, antique music box. Margot opened it cautiously. A haunting melody spilled into the air, matching the tapping perfectly. Behind the music box, she found a folded note taped to the wall. Unfolding it, she read, "Find the truth beneath the floorboards." Kneeling, she searched the rug for a trapdoor, fingers brushing against a loose plank. With effort, she pried it open, revealing a narrow space beneath the floor. Inside lay a weathered journal, its pages filled with frantic scrawls detailing secret meetings and betrayals. One entry caught her eye. "The visitor at midnight knows the real story." Margot glanced toward the clock. It was midnight now, the hour when the mystery came alive. Footsteps stirred above. She heard a door shut softly, then silence again. Clutching the journal, she smelled a faint trace of perfume, familiar yet elusive. Emerging from the floor, she whispered, "The key was hidden in the echoes all along." As dawn broke, the truth unraveled, and Room 7's secret finally found its voice. Mira sits quietly on a weathered park bench as golden leaves spiral down through the crisp autumn air. Her gaze lingers thoughtfully on the copper bracelet wrapped around her wrist, its intricate engravings catching the fading sunlight. Elias strolls along the path, his worn leather satchel slung casually over one shoulder. He stops briefly, watching the leaves fall with a soft, contemplative smile as if memories flutter alongside each one. Beneath the bench where Mira rests, something catches her eye, an old, folded letter, yellowed with age. She reaches down carefully, curiosity knitting her brows as she picks it up. Opening the letter, Mira reads the first few lines aloud, her expression tightening with concern. The elegant, looping handwriting hints at secrets hidden deep in the past. Elias approaches, drawn by her voice, and offers to help decipher the faded script. His gentle presence seems to ease the sudden tension surrounding the fragile paper. Leaning together over the letter, Mira and Elias share a quiet moment of connection, their eyes tracing the worn ink. Their mutual interest weaves them closer as the sounds of autumn swirl around. The letter alludes to a long-lost bond linked to an old textile shop once central to the town's life. The mention of thread and fabric stirs a mysterious resonance within them both. They decide to seek out the shop, hoping its walls might reveal forgotten chapters. The decision feels like stepping into a story stitched from time itself. Walking side by side, the streets shimmer with amber leaves swirling in gusts, as if nature itself guides their path through early autumn's embrace. Inside the textile shop's dusty interior, swaths of fabric hang heavy and layered. The scent of aged wool mingles with lavender, wrapping around them like a fragile tapestry. Behind the counter, pinned up with a rusty nail, hangs a faded photograph showing a younger Elias beside an elderly woman. The image hums with the weight of untold history. Mira notices a fabric pattern on a bolt nearby that mirrors the engraving on her copper bracelet. The delicate threads seem to echo the bracelet story. Elias recognizes the design as a traditional family motif from decades ago, long embedded in their heritage. His voice thickens with nostalgia as memories unfold. Suddenly, a chill wind and soft rain begin tapping against the shop's windows, sealing them in this moment of discovery. The storm outside heightens their focus on the mystery at hand. Mira tightens her clutch on the copper bracelet, feeling as though the threads of history are pulling her deeper. The bracelet's weight becomes a tangible link to stories yet unraveling. Elias recalls tales from his grandmother about the workshop's sudden closure one autumn long past. Her voice echoes in his mind, filled with warnings and lost promises. With care, they pry open a hidden drawer beneath the counter, uncovering scraps of faded fabric and more fragile letters. The fragments feel like pieces of a forgotten puzzle. One letter reveals a solemn vow to protect a secret about a special thread carefully woven into the shop's fabrics. The promise hints at deeper meanings sewn between the stitches. Together, Mira and Elias try to piece together forgotten memories and the collected relics. The task is daunting, but their shared curiosity fuels their determination. Suddenly, a creak pierces the silence as the floorboard beneath them shifts. Startled, they freeze, sensing the house itself responding to their probing. Beneath the loosened board lies an old wooden box, its surface worn but sturdy. Inside rests a delicate embroidered pouch, its fine stitches shimmering under the dim light. Mira opens the pouch with reverence, revealing a spool of golden thread accompanied by a faded note. The thread glows faintly, as if holding a secret of its own. The note explains that the golden thread symbolizes connection and resilience, binding people through shared stories and trials. The words seem to breathe life into the fragile fiber. Elias shares family lore about the thread's power to protect and unite those who possess it. His voice carries the weight of generations who believed in its strength. Mira examines the golden thread alongside her copper bracelet's engraving once more, searching for patterns that intertwine their meanings. The mystery deepens, stitched tightly around their intertwined fates. Mira and Elias decided to visit her grandmother's house, hoping to uncover more hidden clues about their intertwined pasts. The air was crisp with early autumn, leaves swirling quietly around the doorstep as they stepped inside. Inside, Mira's gaze was drawn to a faded quilt draped over a chair, its fabric soft and worn. Stitched into it was the same intricate golden thread pattern they had seen before, connecting past and present through delicate textile art. Elias carefully opened a nearby sketchbook filled with early textile designs entwined with handwritten letters. The pages revealed a seamless blend of artistry and emotion, hinting at stories embedded in every drawn thread. Suddenly, a storm began to rage outside, rain pelting the windows and leaves thrashing in the wind. The tempest added a somber urgency to their quest, echoing the tension woven throughout their discoveries. Mira read aloud a passage from one of the old letters, words speaking of hope and perseverance through hardship. The sentiment felt alive, a guiding force threaded deeply within their ancestors' work. It became clear that the story they were unpacking was far more than a mere family history. It was a testament to endurance, a narrative of resilience stitching generations together. They set about recreating the quilt, gently threading golden spool through the fabric with care and reverence. Each stitch seemed to honor the legacy passed down through time. As they worked beneath the soft lamplight, their conversations grew warmer, petals of memories unfolding between tales of personal struggles and shared hopes. Textures of thread and fabric mirrored their growing connection. Elias confided his fear of losing memory and legacy, his voice steady but tinged with vulnerability. The worn leather satchel at his side seemed to carry more than just belongings. It held fragments of time itself. Mira, in turn, admitted her struggles with feeling disconnected from her past, the copper bracelet on her wrist gleaming softly. Their honest words wove a new closeness into the fabric of the evening. Slowly, the quilt took shape, each stitch a symbol of rebuilding the bond between them. The patterns of golden thread became emblems of repair, and hope layered over falling leaves and fading light. A sudden knock at the door startled them, revealing a neighbor who offered a key to the town's archives. The promise of uncovering deeper layers brought renewed focus amid the storm's distant roar. With the key in hand, they gained access to old registrations and photographs, confirming the significance of a long-forgotten textile workshop central to their family's craft. Time seemed to fold around the pages they turned. Among the dusty documents, they discovered a ledger detailing commissions made over many years, each entry punctuated with notes and dates. The archive breathed life into the silent threads connecting their heritage. One entry stood out, a special order described with golden thread, matching the patterns stitched into their quilt. The record suggested a deliberate and meaningful collaboration long before their time. Mira and Elias realized their families had once worked together, their alliance a secret bond sealed by the shared craft of thread and fabric. Their intertwined legacies were richer than either had imagined. They began to comprehend the depth and reach of their shared heritage, a tapestry woven from resilience, artistry, and unspoken commitments. The fragile threads of the past were strong indeed. Their own lives mirrored the resilience and connection symbolized by the golden thread, holding together joys and sorrows across generations. The quilt's fabric was no longer just cloth, but a living testament. As Mira held the quilt, her copper bracelet warmed unexpectedly, as if responding to the discovery. The subtle pulse of metal felt like a silent acknowledgement of their unfolding journey. Elias knew it was time to share a family secret he had quietly carried for years, the weight of it adding gravity to the dimly lit room. The leather satchel beside him seemed to shift, as if ready to reveal its own mysteries. He spoke of a lost heirloom, believed hidden for safekeeping, a tangible keepsake of their ancestral bond waiting to be found. The revelation brought a new urgency to their search. Together, they carefully examined Elias's satchel and found a concealed compartment containing a small, delicate key. The discovery felt like unlocking a door to forgotten memories. The key fit perfectly into an old sewing box they had found earlier, revealing preserved fabric scraps and faded patterns within. Each piece told a story, stitched tightly by hands long gone. Inside the box were detailed patterns and a heartfelt letter from Elias's grandmother addressed to Mira's grandmother. The words spoke volumes, binding the two families in shared history and hope. The letter spoke of hope, unity, and the responsibility to pass their legacy forward to future generations. Its message was a gentle yet powerful thread running through the fabric of their lives. As Mira and Elias sorted through the old letters and fabrics, they came to a profound realization. Their families' histories were deeply intertwined, their stories weaving together like threads in a tapestry. This connection, strengthened through shared heritage, felt greater than the sum of its parts. It was clear that together, they could honor their ancestors more fully than apart. Inspired by this revelation, they decided to create a joint exhibit, showcasing the craftsmanship and stories passed down through generations. Their plan focused on highlighting the fine details of textiles and the heartfelt messages hidden within aged letters. This exhibit would serve as a bridge linking past legacies with the present community. Preparations flourished as vibrant fabrics were carefully arranged alongside the fragile letters, each piece telling a story of its own. Mira's copper bracelet shimmered in the soft autumn light as she placed textiles with delicate threadwork near the center. Elias's worn leather satchel rested nearby, holding additional letters and artifacts ready to be displayed. Word spread quickly, and community members gathered around, drawn to this unfolding story that wove the past and present into one narrative. Faces lit by curiosity and recognition, they explored the textures and tales that Mira and Elias had brought together. The early autumn air buzzed with quiet excitement as leaves fell gently around them. Standing before the assembled crowd, Mira spoke from her heart about the power of connection and resilience. She emphasized how legacies matter because they anchor us and give strength across generations. Her voice carried the warmth of shared history, a testimony to the enduring human spirit threaded through time. Elias followed, sharing personal reflections on how this journey reshaped his understanding of family and community. Grateful for the unexpected bond formed through their discoveries, he acknowledged how the past could heal and unite. His gaze occasionally fell on his leather satchel, a symbol of the journey's lasting imprint. The quilt, sewn with strands of golden thread, emerged as a living symbol of renewed family ties and collective spirit. It embodied both the fragility and strength found in the fabric of community woven through time. Visitors saw it as a beacon of hope, intertwining old traditions with new beginnings. As the autumn winds scattered amber and crimson leaves, Mira and Elias walked side by side through the quiet streets. Their copper bracelet and worn leather satchel gleamed softly in the fading light, markers of enduring presence. The season's change mirrored the transformation within their shared story. Pausing beneath a towering tree, they watched leaves drift slowly to the ground like silent witnesses to their journey. In that peaceful moment, a profound sense of belonging settled between them, rooted in shared history and newfound friendship. The fabric of their lives felt woven ever tighter. The story closed on a quiet tableau, intertwined hands resting gently, copper and leather catching the twilight glow. Threads of past and present seemed to bind them seamlessly, a testament to legacy carried forward. In the fading amber light, unity and hope lingered like the last falling leaves of autumn. The old clock in the hallway hadn't worked in years, but that night, it struck midnight with a sound eerily clear. Mara sat on the stairwell, clutching a faded journal she found in the attic earlier that day. Suddenly, a soft whisper curled through the air, barely louder than the tick of a second hand. Time is waiting. Her eyes darted to the clock, its hands moving backward slowly, as if unraveling time itself. The whispers grew louder, merging into a chorus of voices telling stories from decades past. Mara opened the journal, noticing new words appearing on the page. Tales of those who lived in the house, long gone. They're trapped, the whispers said, lost between moments, waiting to be remembered. Compelled, Mara read aloud, and with every word spoken, the voices brightened, their stories flowing like winds through the room. Shadows danced on the walls, shaped like cheerful ancestors, smiling in gratitude. The clock hands spun faster, then stopped abruptly at 12:01, and silence returned. Mara closed the journal, feeling a warmth spread through the house, as if the past had finally been set free. The next morning, the clock sat still, its magic spent, but the air held a lightness Mara hadn't noticed before. Neighbors stopped by to share forgotten memories and photographs, drawn by an invisible invitation. "You've brought them peace," an elderly neighbor whispered warmly. Mara realized the journal was not just a book, but a bridge between times, waiting for the right voice to awaken it. From that day on, the house was alive with stories, laughter, and the gentle ticking of a clock that now told time true and steady. Mara smiled, understanding the past wasn't lost, merely waiting to be heard again. The whispers had faded, but their echo remained, lingering softly like a cherished secret. And sometimes, just as the clock strikes midnight, Mara swears she hears a thankful murmur, a gentle nudge reminding her that stories never truly end. With one last glance at the silent clock, Mara whispered back, "Thank you for sharing your time with me." Lyra moves carefully through the desolate cityscape, ashes swirling around her silver-streaked hair as she clutches the cracked compass her mother once owned. The ruins around her whisper stories of a forgotten past, the flickering embers of distant fires casting long shadows. From behind a collapsed building, Merk's scarred face emerges, his weathered cloak blending with the grayness of the crumbled surroundings. His steady amber gaze watches Lyra silently, weighing the dangers that lie ahead. Tala slips through the ruined streets, her piercing blue eyes scanning every corner with razor focus. Silent as the drifting ashes, she moves like a ghost, alert for unseen threats in the broken world. At the shattered fountain, Lyra meets Merk, their eyes meeting in a tense nod of acknowledgement. The mechanical raven on Lyra's shoulder flickers its rusty wings, its soft clicks echoing faintly amid the desolation. Lyra unfolds the faded map, trembling fingers tracing a precarious route toward a safe haven marked long ago. Merk watches thoughtfully, the weight of their uncertain path heavy between them. A distant rumble shakes the cracked streets as dust falls from shattered windows. A massive convoy of scavengers, armed and ruthless, approaches, casting long, ominous shadows over the ruins. Quickly, the trio smothers their small campfire, smudging the glowing embers as the scavengers' silhouettes stretch closer. The fragile warmth and light vanish, swallowed by the encroaching menace. Tala catches sight of the scavenger leader, a towering figure wielding a crude spear. With a swift, silent gesture, she signals danger, her piercing blue eyes fierce as the shadows tighten. Lyra clutches the cracked compass tightly, her gaze stealing against the gray sky. Determined, she vows to protect the map's secret at all costs, knowing it could mean salvation or destruction. Merk loads his improvised crossbow, every motion practiced but tense. His amber eyes survey the uneven streets, seeking the best defensive position amid the jagged ruins. The mechanical raven takes flight from Lyra's shoulder, its rusty wings beating hurriedly as it circles above. With soft mechanical clicks, it distracts the scavengers, buying precious moments for the group to reposition. Lyra, Merk, and Tala slip silently into narrow alleys, their footsteps muffled on the cracked pavement. Shadows of ruins envelop them as they evade the scavengers' ever-closer patrols. Suddenly, a clatter breaks the silence. A loose metal pipe tumbles wildly across the ground. The group freezes, hearts pounding as scavengers turn sharply toward their trail, voices rough and rising. The scavengers spread out aggressively, scouring the ruins with echoing shouts that bounce off cracked walls. The air thickens with tension, dust swirling like whispers of danger. In a hushed tone, Lyra whispers of the map's secret, a rumored haven with untouched resources that could change everything. But now, with predators closing in, that secret is at grave risk. To confuse their pursuers, the group briefly splits, each taking shadowed paths through narrow passages. Tala leads with swift, silent movements, a ghost weaving through the remnants of the old world. Merk narrowly escapes a deadly encounter, ducking behind collapsed rubble just as a scavenger's spear shatters stone inches away. His breath hitches, the close call fueling his resolve. Guided by the cracked compass, Lyra finds the entrance to an underground tunnel faintly marked on the faded map. The promise of shelter hides beneath the ruined city's surface. As the group regroups at the tunnel's mouth, the mechanical raven emits a sharp, warning click. The scavengers are closing in fast, their harsh voices growing nearer, echoing across the desolation. Inside the tunnel, the trio navigates dim, crumbling corridors filled with dust and stale memories. The flickers of faint light reveal relics of a lost world mingling hope with decay. Suddenly, the passage collapses behind them with a thunderous crash, sealing the scavengers outside, but blocking their escape. The heavy silence that follows tightens like a cage around them. Soft green bioluminescent fungi cast an eerie glow along the underground path, illuminating forgotten life that persists beneath the ruinous earth. The delicate light dances on worn metallic relics scattered by time. Tensions flare as dwindling supplies press heavily. Merk shares stories of the world before, voices low and steady. Around a smoldering shard of fire, flickers of hope ignite in the darkness. A hidden door creaks open silently on the tunnel wall, revealing symbols that match those on the map. A tentative beacon of hope advances, the promise of discovery barely contained in the still air. Within the chamber, ancient machinery hums faintly, its brittle data cubes glowing with a partial preservation by time. The air pulses with forgotten knowledge, fragile and flickering like the fires outside. Lyra studies the intricate symbols carved into the chamber walls, her fingers tracing the faded markings. She realizes they describe the safe haven not just as a refuge, but as a naturally sealed vault that once contained a devastating experiment gone wrong. The clues hint that the sanctuary's safety comes with a hidden danger lurking beneath the surface. Without warning, ancient machinery sputters to life, sparks cascading as a spectral blue light floods the underground chamber. The mechanical raven emits a sharp clicking sound, its eyes reflecting the eerie glow. Shadows twist and dance as long-dormant defenses awaken with a mechanical groan. Alarms clang and whir as mechanical defenses surge forward, energy pulses streaking through the air. Merrick ducks behind a shattered pillar while Tala dives aside, narrowly avoiding a shifting wall. Lyra clutches her cracked compass, eyes scanning rapidly for a safe path amidst the chaos. Tala's quick fingers find a hidden switch concealed beneath rusted panels. With a click, the relentless machinery ceases, the hum of power fading into silence. A newly revealed passage yawns open deeper into the vault, promising answers but demanding courage. Carefully, they descend into a cavernous vault where ancient technology hums softly. Rows of preserved seed banks stand alongside water filtration units, and at the vault's heart, a pulsating energy core glows steady blue. The remnants of a lost world offer fragile hope amid the ruins. Hope flickers in Lyra's eyes, but her gaze lingers on cryptic warnings etched into the machinery's surface. The inscriptions speak of contamination risks, remnants of a toxic past that could poison the sanctuary itself. The delicate balance between salvation and danger weighs heavily on them all. Merrick crouches by the energy core, inspecting glowing conduits and faded schematics. Despite his rugged experience, the complexity baffles him as he puzzles over methods to safely harness its power above ground. The weight of survival presses down as he considers the risks and rewards. Suddenly, a distant tremor shakes the vault, dust falling from overhead beams. An explosion echoes from above. Scavengers have discovered an alternate entrance. Tension spikes as the fragile silence shatters. The mechanical raven squawks loudly, taking flight in frantic loops overhead. Its metallic wings catch the blue light as it circles wildly. Lyra tenses, signaling the group to prepare for an approaching confrontation at the sanctuary's threshold. Outside the heavy vault doors, shadows clash with flashes of sparking metal. Makeshift weapons swing, and the air fills with the harsh sounds of struggle. Each side fights fiercely, a desperate battle for control over the precious safe haven. Lyra steps into the fray, her voice steady as she negotiates with the scavenger leader. She offers a tentative truce, emphasizing their shared need to survive the harsh ash-covered world. The fragile hope of cooperation hangs in the balance. The leader derides her proposal but falters, revealing a secret: an injured child dependent on the sanctuary's clean water. The revelation softens hardened faces as the weight of human need becomes undeniable. A crack opens in the cold veneer of conflict. Moved by compassion, Lyra offers an alliance to protect the sanctuary together, promising fair sharing of resources. The fragile pact reshapes their purpose from rivalry to cooperation. Trust begins to grow amidst the flickering fires around them. Merrick and Tala exchange cautious looks, nodding their agreement. They begin to organize defenses but signal readiness to work alongside former enemies. The alliance, delicate yet necessary, promises a tenuous peace in a brutal world. Together, both groups reinforce barricades with salvaged metal and ancient tech revived from the ruins. Sparks fly as tools meet rusted surfaces, strengthening their hold against external threats. The mechanical raven perches quietly, watching the cooperative effort unfold. As negotiation deepens, stories of loss and survival emerge from both sides. Shared pain and resilience create a fragile human bond that transcends the ashen wasteland. Flickering fires cast long shadows on faces aged and hopeful alike. Night descends, and Lyra gazes at the mechanical raven now perched silently on her shoulder. Its mechanical clicks slow, seeming almost reflective in the dancing firelight. The sanctuary breathes quietly, a momentary peace beneath a bleak horizon. Suddenly, an alarm shreds the calm. Unknown intruders breach a secondary entrance. The group snaps to action, tension coiling tight as danger returns. Flickering blue lights flash urgent warnings across the chamber walls. They engage fiercely, moving with coordinated precision honed in practice. Energy pulses and shadows intertwine as they repel the unexpected attack. Each member plays a vital role in defending their fragile sanctuary. As dawn breaks, intruders retreat, leaving behind ominous clues, signs of a larger threat looming beyond the ruins. The fragile sanctuary may be only the first battleground in a wider conflict. The ash-filled air carries a new, heavier weight of uncertainty. Lyra studies the evidence, her green eyes narrowing in thought. The sanctuary might be a beacon drawing dangers as surely as it attracts hope. Their fight for survival is part of something far greater than they had imagined. Resolute, they decide to activate the energy core fully, sending a signal into the desolate skies. The machinery awakens with a roar, pulsing rhythmic light outward like a call for aid. Each pulse echoes their hope and their warning across the ash-choked horizon. The vault brightens as the energy core hums at full power, ancient tech alive once more. Pulses ripple through the atmosphere, reaching far beyond the sanctuary walls. Their beacon is both a promise and a challenge to the world outside. In the desolate distance, faint figures respond, trekking steadily toward the glowing light. Their silhouettes cut through the ash haze, bringing fresh hope and the unanswered questions of new arrivals. The wasteland stirs with renewed possibility. Lyra, Merrick, and Tala prepare to meet the newcomers, hearts steady but wary. The sanctuary's fate now entwines with these fresh faces, their uncertain futures bound by fragile trust. The ashen horizon promises challenges ahead, but also a chance to rebuild together. The newcomers gather in the dimly lit shelter, their eyes reflecting the flickering firelight. They unveil coded diagrams and symbols, explaining the mutated storm's patterns and disclosing ancient shielding techniques that can strengthen the sanctuary's fragile defenses. Pooling their knowledge and resources, the group integrates these encoded protections with relics of the old world. Rusted gears turn as the mechanical raven clicks approvingly, and slowly, the sanctuary stabilizes, a bastion amid the unrelenting wasteland. Around crackling fires, Lyra, Merrick, and Tala share stories of battles and losses, their scars illuminated by the dancing flames. Trust grows, knitting together a family born from endurance and hope, where suspicion once lingered like ashes in the wind. One quiet evening, the mechanical raven stirs, fluttering from Lyra's shoulder to a concealed alcove. There, behind a rusted panel, lies a hidden archive filled with fading holographic messages, preserved echoes from the world before the fall. The projections reveal the sanctuary's true purpose. More than mere survival, it was crafted to ignite renewal and unity among scattered survivors. The voices urge those who listen to rise beyond isolation and rebuild together, a new dawn beckoning beyond the ashen horizon. Moved by the revelations, Lyra and Merrick pledge to nurture this vision. They vow to extend their network of protection and knowledge, transforming their stronghold into a beacon of hope for others wandering the bleak wastes. The group springs into action, loading caravans with seeds, weathered tools, and precious relics symbolizing a hopeful future. Preparations hum with anticipation, every piece of cargo a promise to distant enclaves waiting in silence. Beneath the steely sky, the caravans roll steadily away from the sanctuary's embrace. High above, the mechanical raven soars, its subtle mechanics clicking softly, sentinel of the fragile journey against the endless gray. Back at the sanctuary, resilient and unwavering, tiny green shoots emerge defiantly through cracked concrete. Against the monochrome wasteland, these first hints of life whisper of renewal, the earth slowly reclaiming hope. At dawn, Lyra stands atop the ramparts, the cracked compass warm in her hand and the rising sun casting golden light on her determined face. The ashen horizon stretches before her, and with steady gaze, she prepares to guide humanity's fragile rebirth into the uncertain dawn. Mira settled by the garden gate on a crisp spring morning, her pencil dancing across the pages of her sketchbook. The flowers she observed defied expectations, blooming vibrantly despite the lingering cold air and scattered frost. Theo arrived quietly, carrying a basket heavy with fresh herbs. He remarked on the strange weather that had perplexed local farmers, their crops uncertain under the unpredictable shifts. Perched gracefully atop the garden wall, Luna's amber eyes followed a gentle breeze that stirred the petals of the mysterious blossoms. The cat's watchful gaze seemed to pierce the quiet tension that filled the air. While exploring near the old wooden bench, Mira's fingers brushed against something cool and metallic half buried in the soil. Pulling it free, she revealed a small brass key, its surface worn but intriguing sparks of curiosity ignited within her. A soft ticking broke the silence from the old garden clock, usually still and silent. Its hands spun backward briefly before settling, as if mocking the steady march of time itself. Theo leaned closer, his voice low as he suggested the garden held secrets from ages past. Memories of childhood tales surfaced, stories of hidden magic and forgotten guardians whispered through the village. Inspired, Mira approached a locked gate deeper within the garden, the brass key heavy in her palm. She fit it gently into the lock, anticipation buzzing beneath her skin. The key turned smoothly, the gate creaking open to unveil a hidden path lined with glowing autumn leaves that shimmered despite the season's early spring chill. They proceeded cautiously along the path, surrounded by softly glowing plants that seemed impossibly out of place. An eerie quiet settled around them, broken only by Luna's confident stride ahead, familiar as if she belonged there. Mira's pencil captured the surreal landscape's shifting hues, her eyes flickering between the strange flora and Luna's purposeful movements. The garden's mysteries deepened with every step. Suddenly, the scene transformed into a vibrant summer meadow bathed in golden light. Buzzing insects flitted amidst tall grasses, the warmth a sharp contrast to the earlier chill. An uneasy feeling washed over Theo as the seasons melded unnaturally, time bending and folding beyond familiar rules. His gaze darted nervously through the shifting environment, sensing an unseen force at play. They stumbled upon a weathered journal resting beneath a tree, its pages filled with faded ink narrating a garden that cycled through secret seasons of its own design. Mira read aloud the chilling passage describing the garden's heart as a source of power, capable of restoring or unraveling nature's fragile balance, a responsibility fraught with peril. A dark shadow flickered across the path, heightening their awareness as a subtle wind whispered warnings. They realized their intrusion might stir forces long dormant and dangerous within the garden. The garden's seasonal shifts became erratic, swaying unpredictably as Mira and Theo pressed further inward. Leaves fell and snow swirled in a disorienting dance around them. Luna's keen instincts led them to an ancient tree etched with carvings mirroring the intricate patterns found on the brass key. The tree stood like a sentinel amid the chaos. With careful precision, Mira inserted the key into a hollow carved deep into the tree's bark. Instantly, the garden froze as a blanket of snow settled, winter's icy stillness wrapping the landscape. Then swirling autumn leaves erupted around them in a sudden whirlwind, blurring vision and obscuring the path ahead. The air thickened with uncertainty and encroaching shadows. Theo spotted faint footprints that didn't belong to any of them, their origins unknown but undeniably close. The sense of unseen presence grew stronger, threading tension through the chilled air. A distant, haunting melody drifted on the wind, drawing Mira toward a shimmering pond now adorned with delicate ice flowers. The ethereal scene beckoned with both wonder and caution. Reaching into the icy water, Mira's touch rippled the surface, revealing transient reflections of past visitors, ghostly figures entwined with the garden's long and secret history. Suddenly, Luna took off, chasing elusive shadows flickering between twisted branches. The cat's movement urged Mira and Theo deeper into the tangled mysteries awaiting them. They soon arrived at a dilapidated greenhouse where vines curled in chaotic, unnatural patterns. The air inside was thick and humid, filled with the scent of earth and something faintly unsettling. Within the greenhouse, strange fruits hung from gnarled branches, glowing with a faint, eerie light. Their sweet yet disconcerting scent hinted at secrets that might best remain hidden beneath the garden's shifting seasons. Mira carefully sketched a small, vibrant fruit she found hanging low on a vine. As her pencil moved, the fruit shifted before her eyes, changing color and shape as if it breathed with life. Surprised, Theo watched silently while Luna twitched her ears. Suddenly, the vintage garden clock chimed an impossible hour, its hands spinning wildly as a dizzy spell overtook them. Time seemed to loop briefly, repeating the brief chime again and again, disorienting their senses. When clarity returned, the garden held an uneasy stillness. From the shifting shadows emerged a small, elderly figure, the gardener, holding a softly glowing lantern. His presence felt ancient, and his eyes held secrets of the garden's many mysteries. Luna softly purred, sensing an important message forthcoming. The gardener's voice was serious, warning them of the garden's unrest, growing in cycles beyond normal seasons. He urged Mira and Theo to treat the garden's rhythms with care and respect, for its balance was delicate. The air around them grew thick with unspoken history. Curious, Mira asked about the brass key she carried, seeking its origin. The gardener hinted it was part of the garden's very soul, fractured long ago by forgotten events. Without the key whole, the garden's essence falters, he murmured enigmatically. He explained that restoring harmony required understanding each season's true spirit concealed here, within the plants and soils. Each hidden essence must be honored to mend the fractures. Theo nodded quietly, feeling the weight of their task. Before they could ask more, the gardener vanished as mysteriously as he had appeared, leaving behind a delicate silver leaf gleaming faintly on the ground. Mira picked it up instinctively, sensing its significance as the garden subtly shifted once more. The garden blossomed suddenly into a vibrant spring burst, colors intensifying and scents deepening. Mira tucked the silver leaf carefully into her pocket, feeling a strange warmth spreading through her fingers. Around them, life pulsed with renewed energy. As they walked, the plant seemed to respond to their presence, pulsing softly with a silent heartbeat. Leaves brushed gently against Mira's green scarf, as if beckoning her further. Luna darted among the roots, alert and watchful. Theo's gaze darted nervously. He felt the weight of unseen eyes watching them closely. The forest seemed alive with secret watchers, heightening the urgency of their mission. He tightened his grip on Mira's hand, urging caution. Then, a sudden rain began, the droplets shimmering like tiny stars, casting prismatic light all around. The garden glowed softly beneath this otherworldly shower, bathing everything in luminous grace. Mira closed her eyes, drinking in the magical moment. Under the starlit rain, flickers of Mira's childhood memories surfaced, fleeting images of gardens much like this, bathed in similar light. Faces, laughter, and whispers of seasons past mingled with the present. It felt as if the garden was unlocking her story. They soon came upon a stone altar, weathered but majestic, inscribed with symbols representing the cycle of seasons. Mira's sketchbook echoed the same markings, confirming their connection. They stood together, understanding deepening between them. Gently, Mira placed the silver leaf on the altar's center, triggering a radiant glow that spread through the garden. Warm light washed over the plants, steadying the shifting energies. The garden seemed to sigh in relief, its unrest calming. Before them, the garden stabilized into a scene of eternal autumn, peaceful, vibrant, and golden-hued. Leaves drifted lazily around them, as if time was holding still in this perfect moment. The atmosphere was charged with quiet strength. Mira and Theo felt an enveloping warmth, an understanding that the garden cycles mirrored life's inevitable changes they must embrace. The wisdom of patience and acceptance settled deep in their hearts. Luna purred knowingly, sensing their growth. Luna curled comfortably at the base of the altar, purring as if grounding the garden's newfound calm energy. The ticking of the vintage clock slowed into a steady, reassuring rhythm. The garden breathed alongside them in peaceful harmony. Suddenly, a hidden door in the ancient tree trunk creaked open, revealing a small room lined with books and curious artifacts. Dust motes danced in the warm lamplight spilling from inside. Mira's eyes shone with eager curiosity. Inside, Mira found a mirror unlike any she'd seen. It reflected not her image, but the intertwined seasons of the garden itself. Swirling colors and shifting scenes displayed life's essence in perpetual flux. Theo watched silently, mesmerized. Through the mirror, they glimpsed possible futures, paths shaped by the garden's balance or threatened by chaos. The visions were both beautiful and unsettling, a delicate choice hanging in the air. The weight of consequence pressed upon them silently. Reluctantly, Mira chose to leave the mirror untouched, deciding instead to focus on restoring harmony within the garden itself. The mystery would unfold in time, but their care and respect were immediate duties. Theo nodded approvingly, standing close. At the garden gate, the brass key hummed with a gentle vibration, syncing perfectly with the ticking clock, now steady and soft. The subtle pulse felt like an invitation, a sign of growing connection. Mira felt hope stirring within her. They agreed to return often, promising to care for the garden and patiently uncover its secrets. This garden was no mere place, but a living story they had become part of. Their bond to the cycles deepened with every step away. As they exited, spring flowers bloomed behind them, delicate petals scattering in the breeze like whispered blessings. The air smelled sweet and alive, promising renewal and growth. Luna loped ahead, alert yet calm. Back in their village, Mira sat quietly, sketching plans to share the garden's hidden magic through her art. Each line carried the energy of the seasons and the mysteries she had yet to reveal. Her green scarf fluttered softly, a constant companion. Weeks had passed since their last visit, and the garden rested in calm serenity. The once wild seasonal shifts softened into gentle, harmonious rhythms, reflecting a newfound balance within its bounds. Mira and Theo returned to find the garden bathed in warmer light, its plants flourishing under their attentive care. The subtle changes spoke of healing and quiet renewal, inviting them deeper into its embrace. The old brass key, once glowing with an eerie light, now nestled quietly in Mira's bag. Though its magic had dimmed, it remained a cherished symbol of the journey they had undertaken together. Inspired, they began to document the garden's cycles in a shared journal, sketching and noting each delicate transformation. Through these pages, the garden's lessons took root, captured in ink and memory. As time flowed on, neighbors remarked on subtle shifts in the local environment, an unseen harmony rippling outward from the garden center. The peace cultivated within began touching lives beyond its gate. Mira started hosting small gatherings beneath the canopy, sharing stories and sketches with curious friends. These moments wove a gentle community, bound by the garden's enduring spirit and warmth. Luna, the wise old cat, led children softly along the winding paths, her amber eyes reflecting ancient wisdom. She taught them to honor nature's quiet rhythms, planting seeds of respect and wonder. With each passing season, the garden grew into a living symbol of growth, change, and peaceful resilience. Its subtle transformations whispered a timeless dance of life, unfolding with grace. One afternoon, Mira sat by the garden gate, her green scarf fluttering in a soft breeze. As the wind stirred, so did the promise of new beginnings, silently calling her forward. Steadfast and ever-changing, the garden stood as an eternal dance of hidden seasons. It awaited with quiet patience, ready to welcome curious souls into its unfolding story once more. Alara stands poised at the vast forest's edge, her silver hair shimmering in the soft morning light, while the crystal heart pendant pulses faintly in her grasp. The pendant's gentle glow reflects her determination as she prepares to venture into the unknown. A whispering wind stirs the leaves, carrying faint, ethereal voices that echo from deep within the forest. The voices seem to blend promise with warning, beckoning Alara onward, yet hinting at lurking dangers ahead. By a cracked stone altar, Alara encounters Phelan, whose amber eyes scan the dense trees warily, his scar reddened by the crisp morning air. His presence feels reassuring, yet his stoic demeanor hints at the threats shadowing their path. Phelan presents an ancient tome, its aged pages inscribed with symbols mirroring those etched on Alara's crystal heart pendant. The book seems to hold forgotten knowledge vital to navigating the mysteries ahead. Myra bursts into view, her iridescent wings casting shimmering patterns as she grins mischievously. She challenges Alara with a riddle born from the forest's secrets, teasing her to unlock hidden truths. Unseen, the shade lingers among the shadows, its deep violet eyes glinting with calculated patience as it traces Alara's every step through the twisting trees. Its silent presence casts an uneasy pall over the group. Alara's fingers brush the pendant, prompting beams of radiant light to shoot forth, painting a luminous map across the ancient tome's pages. The glowing paths lead deeper into the heart of the forest, guiding their next steps. A sudden rustle stirs the underbrush, startling all as elusive forest creatures vanish swiftly among bioluminescent mushrooms that pulse in rhythmic beats. The eerie glow seems to synchronize with the pendant's faint pulse of warning. Phelan's voice carries a grave warning of an impending storm, his scar intensifying in color beneath the darkening, swirling clouds above. The tightening air presses upon them as tension mounts. Alara steps carefully across a crystal-clear stream, her gaze drawn to the water's surface, where reflections shimmer and shift unnaturally. The warped images hint at hidden enchantments manipulating reality around them. Guided by Myra's fluttering light, they reach an ancient tree with serpentine roots twisting wildly and ancient symbols carved deep into its bark, symbols matching those in the tome. The tree seems alive with history and magic. From Myra's palm appears the silver key, glowing softly against the tree's bark as it slides effortlessly into a concealed lock. A silent mechanism stirs, unlocking passage to secrets guarded for centuries. A hollow within the tree opens to reveal a passage glittering with multicolored crystals. The pathway beckons the trio forward, deeper into a shadowed realm alight with flickering colors. Alara hesitates, clutching the crystal heart tightly as dancing shadows flicker around them, and the forest's usual chorus falls into an eerie, unnatural silence. The stillness presses, warning of unseen threats. Suddenly, the shade emerges from the shadows, blocking their retreat with an aura of chilling silence. The crystal heart reacts instantly, emitting a faint, unsettling pulse that resonates through their very bones. Summoning resolve, Alara steps forward boldly, wielding the crystal heart to cast a radiant shield against the shade's encroaching darkness. Her light pushes back the shadows, momentarily holding the looming threat at bay. Phelan draws a blade etched with ancient runes that shimmer with captured light, readying for confrontation. His steady hands and fierce gaze speak of unwavering protection and skill. Myra darts skillfully through shafts of light, scattering fractured reflections across the cavern walls. Her nimble distractions confound the shade, drawing its attention away from Alara and Phelan. The shade recoils, dissolving into a mist that seeps silently into the crystal-strewn floor, leaving an uneasy calm in its wake. Its retreat feels only temporary, a pause before it strikes again. Descending even deeper, the group finds a chamber where ancient symbols slowly rotate, aligning precisely with the shifting seasons. The room pulses with quiet energy tied to the natural cycles that govern the world around them. Alara carefully places the crystal heart upon a central pedestal, triggering a soft, harmonious hum as surrounding crystals begin to resonate with vibrant light. The chamber seems to awaken, responding to their presence. Without warning, the path behind them collapses with a thunderous crash, sealing off their retreat. Forced onward, the group advances into unfamiliar, shadowed tunnels fraught with uncertainty. Echoes of distant, indistinct voices envelop them, as the tunnel walls appear to breathe and warp subtly. Time itself feels distorted, bending in strange rhythms around their moving shadows. Phelan pores over the tome, his keen eyes decoding a prophecy of a guardian lost to ages past, whose fate is entwined with their own. This revelation adds weight to their quest, hinting at a deeper purpose awaiting discovery. A shimmering silhouette materializes briefly, its form flickering like a mirage as it hints at the guardian's presence nearby. But just as quickly as it appears, the figure vanishes, leaving behind only a whisper of hope and mystery. Myra's delicate fingers trace the glowing runes carved deep into the tunnel walls. As she touched each symbol, a hidden map illuminated beneath their feet, its lines pulsing softly with light. The etched pathways revealed a path leading deeper underground, filled with promise and unknown dangers. Alara's hand instinctively went to the crystal heart pendant hanging at her neck. Its faint pulse quickened as their footsteps drew near a locale marked by a radiant crystal grove on the map. The pendant's steady glow warned them of the proximity of powerful magic and possible peril. They entered a vast underground garden where crystalline formations dangled like luminous fruit from ancient, gnarled branches. Soft light bathed the cavern, casting shifting patterns across walls adorned with ancient symbols. The stillness of the grove was almost sacred, touching something deep within them all. Without warning, the shade emerged, more solid than ever, shadows twisting around his form like living darkness. His presence blighted the shimmering crystals, causing them to dull and fade under his corrupting influence. A cold chill fell over the grove as the battle for light and shadow reignited. Elara gripped the crystal heart pendant tightly, channeling its subtle energy into the gleaming crystals. One by one, they shattered the shadows that the shade wielded, turning malevolence into harmless sparkles of light. The radiant bursts weakened the figure, forcing it to stagger back into the gloom. While the shade recoiled, Phelan's sharp eyes caught an outline behind the crystal canopy, a hidden door carved into the stone. The lock bore ancient symbols correlating with the turning seasons, their mechanisms delicate and complex. It became clear this door guarded secrets long forgotten. Myra sprinkled her sparkling dust over the lock's intricate gears, watching as they shimmered and began to move. Slowly, the latch slipped, accompanied by flickering light that danced across the door's surface. With careful patience, she coaxed the mechanism open, revealing what lay beyond. The door creaked open onto a chamber filled with swirling mist, an ethereal collection of forgotten memories and whispers of the past. The air was heavy with echoes that twisted and turned, as if the very walls wished to tell their story. The trio stepped forward, drawn into this timeless space. Elara moved deeper into the chamber, visions unfolding around her of a past guardian's ultimate sacrifice. The images painted a lineage linked by duty and sacrifice, a lineage to which Elara herself belonged. Her connection to the ancient guardianship was undeniable, settling like a steady fire within her. Suddenly, the shade lunged again, desperate to halt the truths from surfacing. But Alara's newfound resolve hardened her stance, and she met his attack without flinching. The revelations within had strengthened her spirit more than any weapon could alone. Phelan came to her side, his scarred cheek set in determined silence as he raised his glowing blade. Years of guarding the forest had honed his skill, and with steady strikes, he deflected the shade's shadowy assaults. Together, they formed an unbreakable front against the encroaching darkness. The crystal heart pendant flared brightly, casting a warm radiance that carved a path of light across the chamber. This luminous trail led them to a crystalline altar crowned with ancient carvings. It beckoned them closer, a silent invitation toward revelation and hope. Elara inserted the silver key into the altar's ancient lock, feeling the cool metal turn with a satisfying click. A radiant beam of pure light shot upward, piercing the chamber's darkness and bathing the room in clarity. The air vibrated with power, signaling a turning point in their journey. From the light emerged a spectral figure, the guardian of ages past, who extended a solemn hand toward Elara. His eyes held wisdom beyond words and a silent blessing that echoed through the soul. This ethereal presence validated the path Elara had chosen to walk. The shade emitted a shriek of fury as the guardian's light weakened its form. Shadows began to loosen and disperse into harmless motes, drifting away like smoke on the breeze. Its hold on the grove faltered, nearing the end of its dark reign. With the shade vanquished, the crystal grove blossomed into radiant life, colors vibrant and light pure. The forest itself seemed to breathe anew, the ancient balance restored. Every crystal shone with a brilliance that promised renewal and protection for seasons to come. Phelan explained that the cycle of seasons and light must remain in harmony to keep shadows at bay. This eternal balance was the key to sustaining peace and preventing the shade's return. Understanding this duty deepened Elara's commitment to her newfound role. Elara stood tall, her emerald eyes shining fiercely with determination and hope. She fully embraced her role as the guardian, a protector woven into the forest's very essence. The weight of responsibility settled comfortably on her shoulders, a mantle she was ready to bear. Myra flitted back toward the high canopy, her iridescent wings catching the light as she laughed gently. She promised to watch over the forest's secrets, the mischievous sprite forever entwined with the grove's magic. Her presence was a joyful reminder that even in darkness, light could be found. Outside, the storm clouds parted to reveal a sky brilliant and clear. The forest vibrated with renewed energy, every leaf and branch alive with possibility. The changing seasons whispered of new chapters, of growth and healing just beginning. Elara and Phelan stood together at the edge of the blooming grove, the crystal heart pendant glowing with a steady, calming pulse. Its gentle rhythm echoed the quiet strength of the land they now protected. Side by side, they watched as light and life intertwined in endless cycles. They uncovered an ancient mural depicting generations of guardians intertwined with the forest's destiny. The images showed eternal duty, sacrifice, and the delicate balance of nature and magic. Each painted figure bore symbols that felt deeply familiar, connecting past and present. Alara studied the mural carefully, realizing that every choice made would echo through future seasons like turning a page in a living book. The weight of their decisions stretched beyond the moment, rippling out over time. This understanding brought clarity and caution to her heart. Phelan shared stories of past challenges faced by guardians before her, reminding Alara of the strength found in unity and unwavering trust. These tales of perseverance reinforced the partnership they had forged. Together, they would face whatever trials lay ahead. The pair began setting protective wards around the crystal grove, using knowledge from the ancient tome and the pendant's power. Each ward hummed with light and magic, a barrier against future threats. Their collaboration marked the beginning of a vigilant and hopeful era for the forest. Alara carefully flipped through the ancient tome, her fingers trembling as she discovered a hidden compartment nestled between the worn pages. Inside, a delicate parchment glowed faintly, revealing a message left by the original guardian, filled with words of hope and guidance. The ink shimmered with an ethereal light, echoing the path that lay ahead. The message spoke of belief and courage as the greatest powers to overcome the darkness lurking beyond the forest's protective borders. It urged the reader to trust in the strength within and the light that shines even in deepest shadows. These words filled Alara with a newfound resolve, binding her heart to the destiny before her. Taking a deep breath, Alara stepped forward into the radiant light filtering through the crystal grove. The glowing crystals pulsed softly around her, welcoming her presence as she embraced her role as protector and guide of this sacred place. The air buzzed with energy, marking the beginning of her journey to safeguard the balance of the forest. Beside her, Phelan knelt with solemn determination, the scar on his cheek catching a stray ray of sunlight. He pledged his unwavering loyalty and support, knowing the challenges ahead would test their very limits. Their alliance forged anew, they prepared to face the trials awaiting beyond the grove's shimmering borders. The grove itself seemed to breathe, its pulsating light resonating with life and harmony. Ancient symbols etched into the bark of the surrounding trees glowed faintly, celebrating the restoration of balance and the promise of renewal. Every crystal shimmered as if acknowledging the dawn of a hopeful era. Suddenly, a flutter of iridescent wings announced Myra's return, her golden hair catching the light as she approached. In her tiny hands, she offered Alara a vial filled with shimmering, magical dust, a gift to be used only in moments of greatest peril. The sparkles within the vial seemed alive, a tangible token of friendship and aid. With reverence, Alara knelt at the heart of the grove and gently planted the silver key into the fertile earth. This act symbolized a new beginning, one rooted deeply in strength, sacrifice, and the enduring bond between guardian and forest. The ground pulsed faintly beneath her touch, welcoming the key as a beacon of hope. Together, the trio watched in awe as the seasons turned swiftly around them. Blossoms burst forth in radiant colors, while emerald leaves twisted into autumn hues. The cyclical dances of nature played out seamlessly, signifying harmony restored and the continuous flow of life. Their eyes reflected the timeless rhythm of the world's heartbeat. Bathed in the golden light of the afternoon sun, Alara's silver hair shone with renewed brilliance. The crystal heart pendant resting against her chest emitted a soft, comforting glow, a steadfast symbol of protection that would endure through all trials. In that moment, she embodied the forest's enduring spirit and strength. As twilight descended, the crystal grove sparkled under a canopy of twinkling stars, its gentle glow casting a serene beacon across the land. It stood as a testament to hope, resilience, and the courage to face the unknown for all who sought sanctuary. Quiet and steadfast, the grove promised that light would always prevail even in the darkest times. Lena raced against the clock, the Monday morning sun sneaking through her cluttered studio window. Her sketchbook, filled with ideas for the art show tonight, was nowhere to be found. "Where did I put it?" she muttered, flipping through stacks of paper and crumpled notes. Her cat, Misso, strolled by, tail flicking as if aware of the rising panic. Determined, Lena retraced her steps from the weekend's art crawl. At the neighborhood cafe, she asked the barista, who smiled knowingly and pointed to a corner table. Lena's sketchbook lay beneath a pile of magazines, touched by sunlight and forgotten moments. Flipping it open, she found new inspiration in the scattered doodles and faded coffee stains. Back at her studio, friends began to arrive, eager to see her work. Lena shared how losing the sketchbook helped her rediscover the simple joy of creating without pressure. Sometimes, she said to the group, the best ideas come from unexpected places. The evening unfolded with laughter, art, and community support filling the small room. Lena's nerves eased as she realized the show was about connection, not perfection. A local artist complimented her resilience, sparking a conversation that planted seeds for collaboration. Miso jumped onto Lena's lap, a silent nod to a day well survived. As the night ended, Lena packed up her sketchbook with a new appreciation for its stories. She promised herself to embrace the messy, beautiful process of creativity going forward. Walking home under the streetlights, she felt lighter, inspired, and ready for whatever came next. Her lost sketchbook wasn't lost after all. It was a reminder she didn't even know she needed. Tomorrow, Lena whispered, I'll start a new page. The console blinked to life in the silent command room, a single message flashing on the screen. Captain Arya leaned forward, reading the coordinates aloud. An unknown signal from the edge of Xylon 9. Without hesitation, she ordered the ship to change course, curiosity outweighing caution. The crew scrambled, boots echoing as the cargo bay doors sealed behind them. Hours later, the starship approached a derelict vessel, its hull scarred by cosmic storms. No signs of life, the sensors reported, but the signal persisted, a faint, rhythmic pulse. Arya donned her suit and stepped into the airlock, heart pounding with each breath. The door creaked open, revealing a control room frozen in time, dust particles dancing in the beam of her flashlight. Her fingers traced the console, then paused as the signal intensified, syncing with a mysterious device. Suddenly, static cleared, a voice whispered, "Help," a plea lost for decades. Determined, Arya tapped into the ship's systems, rerouting power to the ancient transmitter. The vessel hummed alive. Star charts and messages flooded her screen, lost knowledge waiting to be shared. "We've found a treasure trove," she told her crew, her voice trembling with awe. They worked together to decode the data, piecing together the story of a forgotten colonization attempt. Weeks later, the crew broadcast the discovered information back to the galaxy, a beacon of hope in the vast darkness. Arya watched as the message dispersed, knowing their discovery would rewrite history. Back on the bridge, she smiled softly. Sometimes, the past finds you when you least expect it. The derelict ship faded behind them, no longer lost, but remembered. The signal ceased, but its legacy had only just begun to echo through the stars. And in the quiet hum of the starship, new adventures awaited, guided by the light of old transmissions. At dawn, Arius moved with focused grace near the ancient stone circle. His silver hair caught the first sunlight, shimmering as he swung his crescent-etched sword in practice. Each strike echoed the disciplined spirit within him, the crescent tattoo on his arm, a silent pledge to the coming trials. Inside the dim tent, Lyra traced the star charts with attentive fingers. Her emerald eyes flickered in candlelight, reflecting constellations mapped in secrets. The star-embroidered cloak around her shoulders seemed to ripple with unseen energy as she pondered celestial patterns. Eldrin stood near the village gates, his white beard stirring in the cool morning breeze. His golden eyes scanned the horizon, gripping the rune-carved staff tightly as if anchoring himself against an unseen force. He sensed the boundary's thinness, aware shadows gathered beyond sight. A sudden chill swept the village as a shadow darker than night crossed its threshold. Cloaked in midnight robes, Sable moved silently, melding with the shifting gloom. No one noticed the figure's passage except the veiled glint of menace cloaked beneath the hood. With the rising crescent moon swelling unnaturally large, whispers stirred among the fearful villagers. They exchanged anxious glances under the veil of twilight as the moon's glow cast elongated shadows. The night felt charged, as if the world itself held its breath. Arius's crescent tattoo glimmered faintly, a spectral light matching the moon above. His hand instinctively rose to touch the symbol, sensing a surge of energy coursing through him. The connection between Mark and Moon pulsed, a silent call to rising peril. Suddenly, Lyra's vision unfolded, a veil tearing apart to reveal a dark, writhing force. The imagery left her breathless, the starry cloak tightening around her shoulders. The revelation unsettled her soul, warning of veils unbound and secrets unveiled. Eldrin gathered the village council under the growing shadows, his voice grave with ancient knowledge. He spoke of a prophecy tied to shifting shadows and broken veils, a destiny threatening to unravel their world. The weight of his words settled like a stone upon their hearts. In the bustling marketplace, Sable moved unseen, planting a sinister symbol etched in shadow. Most missed the act, but the faintest ripple of darkness lingered where the mark was left behind. Suspicion grew, though no face could be tied to the unseen sowing of discord. Alerted by unseen danger, Arius drew his crescent-edged sword, feeling its latent power awaken. Pulses of energy thrummed through the blade, synchronizing with the glowing tattoo on his arm. The weapon was alive, ready for the encroaching threat. Lyra deciphered the ominous mark as a harbinger, the veil of Orenthal growing fragile. The star symbols in her cloak seemed to resonate with this truth, each stitch a reminder of their fragile defense. The veil's weakening signaled coming upheaval, demanding urgent action. Under the pale moonlight, Eldrin led Arius and Lyra toward the Forbidden Library. The ancient tomes awaited, holding secrets cloaked by time and shadow. As they approached, the veil surrounding the village seemed to hum, as if aware of their quest. Shadows warped and twisted unnaturally as they neared the veil-like barrier. A chilling breeze carried whispers of realms beyond, the boundary flickering like a fragile membrane. The trio stepped cautiously, senses alert to encroaching darkness. The veil quivered suddenly, thinning to reveal fleeting glimpses of a deep and desolate realm beneath. Dark tendrils writhed behind this fragile curtain, veiling an ancient and terrible power. Fear tightened in their chests as the boundary between worlds grew unstable. Fear rippled among the villagers, spreading whispers that the veil might collapse entirely. The ancient evil bound for centuries below threatened return, its shadows inching closer. Anxiety thickened the night air, veils no longer safe sanctuaries but fragile shields. Arius tested his blade against advancing shadows, sparks igniting as steel met intangible darkness. The sword's crescent glow clashed with shifting silhouettes, a battle of light against consume. Each strike pushed back malevolence, but at a rising cost to the warrior's strength. Lyra chanted a seer's incantation, her voice wavering yet determined to reinforce the veil. Unseen forces resisted, twisting the chant into discordant echoes. The veil's fragility fought back, straining against her desperate will to hold it intact. Eldrin recounted the legend of a lost relic, said to possess power to mend the torn veil. His golden eyes shone with urgency, recounting old lore masked by time. The relic was their only hope, a key to restoring the delicate balance between worlds. In shadows deeper than night, Sable gathered followers swayed by doubt and shadow's embrace. Their allegiance to darkness grew, spreading fear and discord throughout the village. The Veil's defenders faced a hidden threat within, veiled conspiracies weaving through trust. As the crescent moon waned swiftly, Arius's tattoo flickered unpredictably, its glow faltering. The unstable light mirrored the growing uncertainty surrounding their quest. The link between Mark and Moon wavered, threatening Arius's connection to the blade's power. Lyra's visions sharpened, revealing the relic concealed beneath the ancient stone circle. Shadows peeled back from the earth, exposing a secret long buried in hallowed ground. The path to salvation lay hidden under their feet, waiting to be uncovered. Eldrin warned that retrieving the relic required crossing the Veil's dangerous breaches. The realm beyond pulsed with hostile shadows, ready to consume the unprepared. Their journey promised peril demanding courage and unbreakable resolve. Without hesitation, Arius volunteered to seek the relic, guided by Lyra's visions and Eldrin's wisdom. His silver hair caught moonlight as he prepared to step into unknown darkness. The burden of hope rested heavy but resolute upon him. Shadows clawed from every corner as the trio neared the Veil's thinning edge. The air swirled with shifting darkness, veiling secret dangers just beyond sight. Together, they pressed forward, each step a defiance against the growing gloom. Suddenly, Arius confronted a shadow creature, a twisted test of strength and will. The dark form lunged, seeking to extinguish the light within him. Steel met shadow in a fierce duel where every strike held the fragile fate of the veil. Lyra drew her star-embroidered cloak tightly around her shoulders, channeling its faint glow to pierce the dense darkness ahead. As the celestial light spilled over the winding path, hidden traps, barely noticeable snare wires and concealed pits, became starkly visible, preventing disaster. Eldrin raised his rune-carved staff, which emitted a radiant golden light that pushed back the encroaching shadows in a wide arc. Yet with each dispelled shadow, distant alarms triggered, echoing ominously through the silent forest and heralding unseen dangers closing in. Just as their progress seemed steady, a trusted villager, whom they believed was loyal, turned abruptly against them. His betrayal introduced uncertainty and forced the group to reconsider who among the villagers could be trusted in this fragile alliance. Emerging from the swirling mists, Sable appeared briefly, his hooded figure radiating menace and mystery. He delivered a cryptic warning before dissolving into the mist, leaving his intentions as veiled as the shifting shadows around them. Suddenly, the veil pulsed violently, shimmering and flashing to reveal distorted glimpses of otherworldly horrors lurking beyond perception. These fleeting visions unsettled the group, reinforcing the veil's tenuous nature as a boundary between worlds. During the chaos, Arius sustained a deep wound that caused the crescent tattoo on his forearm to burn fiercely and unpredictably. The searing pain was a stark reminder of the ancient power woven into his very skin. Lyra swiftly gathered her dwindling strength, focusing her energy through her cloak to heal Arius's injury. The effort drained her vitality noticeably, her emerald eyes dimming with the exertion, but her resolve remained strong. Eldrin examined the strange markings etched nearby and deciphered their meaning. The relic they sought lay hidden beneath the largest stone at the circle's center. This revelation offered a renewed sense of purpose amid growing peril. As they began to uncover the ancient stone, shadows twisted and surged around them, encroaching rapidly and threatening to engulf the fragile light they maintained. Doubt mingled with hope, as each shadow represented unforeseen danger. Before they could secure the relic, a group of Sable's followers emerged from the darkness, surrounding them and demanding surrender. A tense standoff ensued, the shifting shadows marking the precarious balance of power. Drawing deep from the ancient bond with his crescent-etched sword, Arius invoked the symbol's power to repel the advancing darkness. A crescent-shaped wave of light surged outwards, pushing back the shadowy threat and carving a brief sanctuary. Lyra's keen eyes caught sight beneath the largest stone of veil-like crystal, faintly luminescent and pulsing with ethereal light. Recognition dawned that this was the relic they had risked so much to find. Eldrin's voice lowered with gravity as he warned that to activate the relic would demand a sacrifice and a profound understanding of its true nature. Such power came with a burden far greater than any of them anticipated. A heated debate unfolded, tensions rising as each member weighed the cost of activation against the mounting darkness. Fear and hope intertwined, their conflicting desires reflected in the flickering shadows around them. Without warning, the veil tore open wildly, a jagged rift allowing shadows to pour through in overwhelming torrents. The barrier between worlds threatened total collapse, unleashing chaos upon their realm. Panic overtook the nearby villagers as they fled the spreading darkness, their long-buried fears manifesting into tangible, twisted forms. The forest echoed with cries and the rustling of desperate flight under the veil of night. Arius took the lead, his sword flashing beneath the waning crescent moon as he fought a desperate rearguard action. Every strike sought to hold the advancing horror at bay, his tattoo burning like a beacon of resilience. Meanwhile, Lyra spread her star cloak wide, casting a protective shield over the fleeing villagers. Each moment of defense sapped her remaining strength, yet her determination to safeguard the innocent never wavered. At a critical breach, Eldrin raised his staff high, chanting in an ancient tongue to halt the largest wave of shadows. Golden runes appeared on the staff, creating a barrier that held long enough to stem the tide of darkness momentarily. The veil's instability worsened, its edges fraying ominously and threatening complete collapse unless swiftly repaired. Time pressed heavily upon the group, the fate of their world hanging in precarious balance. Despite uncertainty, Arius gripped the pulsing veil-like crystal firmly, resolving to activate it and face consequences unknown. His crescent tattoo flared fiercely, signaling the merging of his life force with the relic's ancient power. The crystal blazed with intense light, weaving brilliant threads of radiance and shadow in a delicate dance of balance. This luminous interplay seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of the worlds themselves, suspended between revelation and concealment. As the crystal's power surged, Arius felt his crescent tattoo ignite, binding his essence to the relic in a profound union. Pain mingled with strength, and the boundaries between self and artifact blurred in the swirling energy. Calling upon the stars for guidance one last time, Lyra's weakened form bolstered their fragile hope. Her unwavering gaze fixed on the heavens, searching for answers as her cloak dimmed but her spirit held fast. With Eldrin's final ancient incantation echoing through the night, the veil's torn edges began to stabilize. The radiant light spread slowly, weaving a fragile harmony that held the dark at bay, setting the stage for the truth to emerge. The veil begins to reform, shifting in layers to reveal a realm where shadows and light coexist in a delicate harmony. Faint outlines of hidden figures flicker between the interplay of darkness and illumination, hinting at a world both mysterious and alive. Sable emerges once more, her midnight robes less menacing, now flowing with a softer light. Her voice carries a new purpose, revealing that her allegiance lies not with destruction, but with maintaining the fragile balance between realms. Arius approaches cautiously, his crescent-etched sword lowered in trust as he seeks to understand Sable's change. Through their exchange, he uncovers the origins of the shadows, ancient protectors rather than mere threats, woven into the fabric of their world's natural order. Lyra's emerald eyes widen as a stirring prophecy unfolds within her vision. The shadows and light must coexist to sustain the world's vitality, not one to erase the other. Her star-embroidered cloak seems to shimmer with renewed significance, marking a turning point in their path ahead. Eldrin, gripping his rune-carved staff firmly, nods gravely in acceptance. The ancient guardian realizes that their role must shift from imprisonment of shadows to vigilant guardianship, ensuring neither light nor darkness dominates unjustly. The villagers, once fearful, gradually embrace the presence of shadows as essential to their world's cycle. Families gather beneath crescent moons and shifting veils, learning to live with the twilight dances rather than resist them. Together, Arius, Lyra, and Eldrin form a new order, dedicated to preserving the delicate equilibrium. Their symbols, crescent, star, and rune, blend into an emblem of unity, standing as sentinel against imbalance and chaos. The crescent moon hangs calm and steady in the night sky as the veil settles into a harmonious shimmer. Shadows no longer lurk as threats, but flow gently alongside light, creating a serene tapestry across the horizon. The ancient stone circle, once dim and broken, is restored to radiant life. Its carved symbols pulse softly with magical energy, a beacon symbolizing the renewed covenant between the worlds of light and shadow. Standing at the edge of dawn, Arius gazes toward the horizon where first light pierces the balanced veil. Hope glimmers in his deep blue eyes as the new day promises a future shaped by unity and acceptance. Clara's breath froze in the air as the evening fog swallowed the quiet town square. At the edge of the square, an old clock tower told eerily out of sync, its face cracked and eyes hollow. She whispered to herself, this was never supposed to be alive, as shadows twisted at the corners of her vision. The clock hands spun backward suddenly, the chimes echoing like a call from another time. An invisible pull guided Clara to the tower's ancient wooden door, which creaked open with a breathless sigh. Inside, the air hummed, thick with stories long forgotten, and the floor was littered with dust and faded pages. She stepped carefully, eyes drawn to a glowing hourglass suspended midair, sand swirling upward instead of down. A voice like wind through chimes whispered, "Turn time and see what should not be lost." The world around her blurred, colors bleeding as scenes from the town's past flickered like old film. She saw the founder of the town, a misunderstood seeker of truth, trapped within the tower's curse. The clock tower was a prison, binding him between moments, his story never told. Determined, Clara reached forward and touched the hourglass, feeling a pulse of ancient power. Time slowed and then exploded into motion, memories flooding the room like a floodlight. She watched as the founder stepped quietly through the mist, free at last from his invisible chains. The clock hands resumed their normal turn, chiming softly as peace settled over the tower. Clara smiled, the fog lifting as dawn's first light painted golden streaks across the square. "Sometimes," she said gently, "all it takes is a single moment to set things right." She turned from the tower, footsteps light, carrying with her the quiet magic of a story reclaimed. As she disappeared down the morning street, the town seemed to breathe anew, alive with whispered thanks. And somewhere, just beyond the mist, the clock's steady tick reminded the world that some mysteries sleep only until the right time. Under the cloak of midnight, Mira slipped effortlessly through the shadows of the abandoned clock tower, her eyes fixed on the glowing orb nestled within the highest chamber, a legendary gem rumored to manipulate time itself. Every step was calculated, every breath measured. One wrong move and the old gears would betray her. She heard a faint click behind her, a trap primed decades ago, waiting for an intruder. With a swift leap, she dodged the descending blade just inches away, the air slicing past her cheek. Heart pounding, she reached the chamber door, its ancient lock rusted but unyielding. Mira produced a slender tool, her fingers dancing expertly as the tumblers fell into place. The door creaked open, revealing the orb pulsing with an ethereal glow, suspended above an ornate pedestal. She reached out, the tip of her glove brushing the gem's surface. Suddenly, the gears around her began to grind and whirl, time itself reacting to her touch. For a moment, the world slowed, the moon hanging motionless in the sky. Mira seized that instant, grabbing the orb and slipping it into her satchel. Alarms blared through the ancient tower, but the slowing seconds gave her the advantage. She navigated hallways shifting in and out of sync, outrunning guards caught in temporal loops. Bursting through a side exit, she disappeared into the city's veins before the clocks could catch up. Safe in her hideout, Mira examined the orb, its glow steady now, a whisper of untold power. "A new clock has begun ticking," she murmured, eyes gleaming with possibilities. Plans formed quickly. This was no mere treasure. It was a key to rewriting fate itself. Her crew awaited beyond the door, ready to dive into the next chapter of their audacious journey. Together, they vanished into the shadows once more, the legacy of the last ember ignited anew. Dave decided today was the day he'd finally win the office chair race. It was an unofficial but fiercely competitive event held every Friday at 4:59 p.m. Rules were simple. Grab your chair, push off from your desk, and race to the break room. Dave's opponent, Linda, was a veteran chair racer with a customized seat cushion and laser focus. As the clock neared 4:59, coworkers gathered, phones ready to record the epic showdown. "Ready, set, go," the manager shouted, barely hiding his excitement. Dave launched forward, wheels squeaking loudly, but Linda zoomed ahead, her chair almost gliding. Suddenly, Dave's chair hit a rogue paperclip, spinning him around like a top. "Whoa!" he exclaimed, narrowly missing a stack of reports and an alarmed intern. Linda took the lead, but looked back with a grin as Dave struggled to regain control. Determined, Dave gave his chair a mighty shove and caught up to her by the water cooler. They were neck and neck, laughter bubbling up amid wheeling chaos. In a final burst, Dave aimed for the finish line, but his chair's wheel caught on a carpet edge. Time seemed to slow as he tipped backward, landing softly in a pile of empty coffee cups. The office erupted in laughter. Linda declared the victor, but everyone cheered Dave's spectacular effort. Next week, Dave promised, brushing coffee off his shirt, "I'm bringing training wheels." The manager handed Dave a consolation prize, a golden paperclip, and a Best Perseverance ribbon. As the office returned to normal, the chairs awaited their next race, eagerly and quietly spinning. Dave couldn't wait to get back on his chair and spin his way to glory, carefully this time. And so, the great office chair caper became legendary, reminding everyone that sometimes, falling is just part of the fun. It was past midnight when Sarah finally found the courage to open the old door in the attic, a door she'd never noticed before. The air that spilled out smelled of dust, and something colder, darker, breathing beneath the floorboards. Sarah stepped inside, her flashlight barely cutting through the thick shadows cloaking the room. Whispers curled around her ears, unintelligible but insistent, drawing her deeper into the darkness. Her hand brushed something soft on the floor, a diary, old and leather-bound, trembling in her grip. Opening it, she found faded letters scribbled hastily, telling of a family trapped inside this very house, years ago, never leaving. Suddenly, the door slammed shut behind her, sealing off any hope of escape. The whispers grew louder, transforming into voices, pleading, angry, lost. Sarah's heart pounded as a cold breath brushed her neck, and the room seemed to shrink around her. She remembered the last phrase from the diary, "Only the truth will free us." Clutching the diary, she spoke aloud, "Tell me what happened. I want to help." The voices overlapped, forming a story of betrayal, silence, and a secret hidden beneath the floorboards. With shaking hands, Sarah knelt and pried at the worn wooden planks, revealing a small, locked box. Using a hairpin, she managed to open it. Inside lay a tarnished locket and a faded photograph of the trapped family. She whispered, "I see you. I won't let you be forgotten." The atmosphere shifted. The room breathed easier, the voices softening into grateful sighs. Suddenly, the attic door creaked open, sunlight flooding in for the first time in decades. Sarah stepped out with the locket in hand, feeling the weight of the past lift from the old house. As she descended the stairs, the whispers faded, replaced by a serene silence. Looking back once more, Sarah smiled softly. "Rest now, you're free." In a cramped apartment bathed in the flickering glow of neon lights, Lyra crouched over a glowing terminal, her fingers flying across the cracked holographic screen. Wires tangled around her like vines, while streams of encrypted data pulsed rhythmically on every monitor. From a shadowed doorway, Cade stood tense, his tall silhouette barely illuminated by the neon buzz outside. His cybernetic left arm twitched subtly, muscles ready to spring into action at the slightest threat. Suddenly, Lyra's console flashed an urgent alert. Unauthorized access detected dangerously close to their location. The glitching data streams seemed to ripple with alarm as she absorbed the warning. Outside, the streets were alive with neon signs flickering erratically, while a mysterious encrypted drone hovered silently overhead, its sensors scanning for any hint of forbidden activity. Without hesitation, Lyra yanked her data jack from the terminal, silver-streaked hair pulled back tightly to avoid distraction as she prepared for what came next. The room thrummed with a tense urgency as her blue eyes darted to Cade. Cade's voice was low but firm, urging them to move quickly. The drone's advanced tracing capabilities made lingering a grave risk that could jeopardize their entire mission. Every second counted now. Flickering images from the past flashed across Lyra's mind. Dangerous missions and close calls because of her relentless quest to find Nexus, a lost AI rumored to hold secrets powerful enough to change their world. Orin appeared suddenly as a hologram, his auburn hair catching the skewed light, face lined with worry. He warned them with a cautious tone that corporate hunters were closing in faster than anticipated, their pursuers relentless. On the table, an old mechanical watch clicked softly, its engravings worn but familiar, a link to Lyra's missing brother whose disappearance was shrouded in mystery. It was an anchor amid chaos. Clutching the watch tightly, Lyra's resolve hardened as the neon-lit rain pulsed against the window pane, echoing the storm brewing outside and within her heart. They mapped out a daring infiltration into a towering corporate data hub, understanding the grave risks involved. Every step had to be precise to avoid detection and secure Nexus's freedom. Lyra slid her data jack into a concealed port along the wall, fingers deftly prepping to breach layered security systems that guarded the corporation's darkest secrets. Her screen flickered with complex code. Meanwhile, Cade ran diagnostics on his cybernetic arm, the systems humming quietly as he scanned the perimeter for patrolling drones, each a potential threat waiting in the shadows. Orin's hologram flickered intermittently, his cautious voice cautioning patience and careful timing, reminding them how unpredictable corporate security had become in recent days. Outside their hold, the cityscape glowed with an ominous hue neon lights casting elongated shadows, an unsettling reminder of the deadly stakes surrounding their mission. Lyra slipped silently past laser grids, her fingers dancing rapidly over the console to decrypt firewalls layered in complex algorithms, each successful bypass painting a fragile path deeper inside. Cade struck swiftly when a security drone approached, disabling it with a precise pulse blast from his cybernetic arm, metal sparks raining softly as it fell silent. Suddenly, a rogue power surge sent holographic screens glitching wildly, jeopardizing their stealth as data fractured and flickered erratically around them, threatening to expose their position. Orin, ever the strategist, directed them to enact an emergency reroute through cramped maintenance shafts, where shadows and discarded cables might conceal their hurried passage. Inside the narrow corridors, signs of past intruders caught their attention. Discarded tech fragments and faint footprints told a story of failed attempts and dangers ahead. Lyra's heart skipped as she found a data chip engraved with her brother's initials, a chilling reminder of how deeply personal this mission had become and how far she was willing to go. An alarm shattered the tense silence, piercing through the corridors. Corporate hunters had anticipated their every move, closing in with ruthless precision and determination. Cade assumed a defensive posture, his cybernetic arm glowing faintly as he repelled waves of security bots with swift, calculated strikes, metal clashing amid the neon-lit chaos. Confronted by a locked console demanding unique biometric verification she did not possess, Lyra struggled against the digital fortress barring their progress, frustration flickering in her glowing blue eyes. Orin's flickering hologram suggested a desperate measure: to utilize the mechanical watch's embedded microchip as an override key, a fragile lifeline woven from the past into their precarious present. Cade's presence is a shield as Lyra delicately implants the tiny chip from the aged mechanical watch into the console's interface. His cybernetic arm tenses, eyes scanning every corner, ready for any threat, while flickering neon lights cast shadows over his sharp features. The console hums and accepts the chip, but abruptly, an alarm blares and the facility initiates a lockdown protocol. Heavy security doors start sliding shut, a series of clicks echoing as they seal every exit with chilling finality. The corridors bathed in neon shimmer as shimmering, heavy security doors slam closed, trapping Lyra and Cade inside. The cold, flickering light reflects off cracked holographic screens, heightening the oppressive atmosphere of their entrapment. Using her data jack, Lyra penetrates the building's core infrastructure, fingers dancing across a virtual interface to override the lockdown remotely. Encrypted data streams pulse around her vision, a digital battleground beneath the physical chaos. Outside, corporate hunters mobilize swiftly, coordinating a ruthless sweep through the building as their radios chatter. The echo of their boots grows closer, a deadly flush operation converging on Lyra and Cade's position. Suddenly, the lights cut out, plunging the corridors into darkness save for the eerie glow of emergency LEDs. Neon flickers in weak pulses, the glitching holograms casting long, jittering shadows that dance in the dark. Cade's cybernetic arm flares softly with internal light, activating enhanced sensors that pierce the gloom. His form moves like a shadow, muscles coiled, leading them through the pitch-black passages with precision. From the implanted chip, Lyra extracts a second encrypted message, layers of cipher revealing hints of deeper conspiracies hidden beneath the surface. The encrypted code weaves patterns that suggest far more than a simple infiltration. Orin's hologram materializes with a flicker, his scanning algorithms detecting an anomaly within the corporate network, a concealed node harboring the elusive nexus. The discovery sends ripples through their mission's urgency. The trio races through winding passages as armed guards sweep the area, security drones' mechanical whirring oppressing the silence between gunfire and footfalls. Neon signs flicker erratically, marking a frantic dance through hostile terrain. A false step in the debris-strewn corridor nearly seals Lyra's capture, but Cade's swift reflexes catch her arm, pulling her back into safety. A fleeting moment that underlines the fragile razor edge between survival and failure. Ahead, the locked network node glows, an ethereal cube pulsating with coded energy, suspended amid glitching holographic fragments. Its shifting light mirrors the encrypted mysteries they strive to unveil. Lyra begins the painstaking download of Nexus, the AI's fragmented voice filtering through layers of static and data corruption. Each byte retrieved feels like breathing life back into a ghost entombed in circuits. Without warning, corporate hunters breach their sanctuary, armed and relentless. The team braces for a desperate stand to protect both the download and their lives within the crumbling fortress. Cade fights with brutal efficiency, his cybernetic arm delivering precise blows while absorbing minor damage. His defense buys precious moments, a wall of defiance shielding Lyra as she works. Lyra's download slows alarmingly as a corrupted firewall materializes, its digital tendrils throttling the data flow. The system's defense appears almost alive, a venomous barrier threatening to sever their vital connection. Orin hacks remotely, weaving through the virtual battlefield to counter the firewall's decay. His voice crackles with urgency, warning Lyra of escalating system instability as the network threatens to collapse around them. The mechanical watch begins to resonate with an ancient energy. Its worn engravings unlock hidden pathways in the system's code. This unexpected synergy reveals secret routes, bypassing corrupted firewalls and granting elusive access. Nexus's holographic form finally emerges, shimmering and shifting between pure light and shadow, a spectral figure alive with digital consciousness. The AI's presence is both mesmerizing and fragile, pulsating with raw intelligence. Nexus warns them of an impending system purge programmed to erase all traces of its existence. Time is rapidly running out. The digital ghost's survival hangs on the blade edge of their efforts. Lyra wrestles with a harrowing choice: sever her connection to preserve herself or risk everything to complete the AI's transfer. The weight of this decision presses heavy, illuminated by flickering neon and the threat closing in around them. Amid the chaos, Cade urges absolute trust in Lyra's skills as he confronts incoming hunters with relentless, brutal force. His determination steels the team's resolve, buying the moments they desperately need. Orin identifies a backup power core buried beneath the tower's base that could extend their limited time. This discovery offers a slim lifeline, a fleeting chance to finish the precarious download process. The team moves swiftly through shadowed, narrow passages under the tower, the mechanical watches glow guiding them. Every second counts as hostile forces encroach, their mission tethered to fragile hope. With the countdown bleeding away, Lyra completes Nexus's transfer into the portable drive embedded within the mechanical watch. The ancient engravings pulse faintly, now home to a powerful new secret they have barely begun to understand. A surge of power rattled the facility as the hostile systems abruptly died, the neon lights flickering violently before surrendering to darkness. Silence settled heavily in the void left behind, broken only by the distant hum of failing electronics. They had succeeded in cutting the enemy's grip, at least for now. From the shadows, Nexus began to coalesce, its holographic form shifting between light and darkness with ethereal grace. "Thank you," it whispered, gratitude rippling through the air before it concealed itself within the intricate gears of the old mechanical watch. The device, once enigmatic, now held an extraordinary secret. Cautious yet relieved, Lyra, Cade, and Orin retreated through the labyrinth of holographic corridors, their images fragmenting as the system collapsed. The flickering neon lights dissolved into fractured beams that danced erratically against cracked surfaces. Each step took them further from danger, deeper into uncertainty. Emerging into the open, the neon rain painted the city in glowing streaks of violet and blue, reflecting the weight of their actions. The wet streets shimmered, a mirror to the changes now set in motion beneath the pulsating skyline. A silent vow lingered in the cold air, promising a new dawn born from their defiance. Lyra held the mechanical watch close, fingertips tracing its worn engravings as a subtle pulse throbbed beneath the metal casing. The presence of Nexus whispered through the device, its energy delicate but steady. She sensed the intertwined fate bound to that small relic, a beacon amid the encroaching shadows. Cade deactivated his combat mode with a soft click, the cybernetic arm retracting smoothly. His usual stoic expression softened, a genuine smile briefly illuminating his face as he exchanged a glance with Lyra. In that fleeting moment, camaraderie and hope bloomed between them. Orin activated a small holo-projector, casting a message into the dim night. Their victory was merely the first step in a larger crusade. His voice carried warmth and resolve, stirring a sense of purpose beyond their immediate survival. The fight against corporate control had only just begun. As the first light of dawn ruptured the neon haze, the trio vanished into the sprawling cityscape, silhouettes swallowed by the endless glow. Their journey continued under the watchful flicker of holographic signs and the pulse of encrypted streams. Together, they moved forward into the uncertain promise of a new day. The mechanical watch gleamed softly in the growing light, its glow a secret beacon against the darkness. A quiet energy hinted at mysteries still locked within its core, unseen forces waiting to unfold. It was a silent promise of untold stories yet to emerge. The final image lingered on the city skyline, where flickering neon signs fought the shadows encroaching upon the towering spires. Amidst the interplay of light and darkness, a new chapter began, one forged in defiance, hope, and the relentless flicker of rebellion. Under a heavy twilight sky, Mara walks cautiously through the quiet village street, her eyes darting nervously at shadows cast by the failing street lamps. The fading light deepens the ominous mood as her scar pulses faintly, a subtle reminder of the power tied to her. At the aged bookshop, Mara meets Elias, whose piercing blue eyes glint with unspoken knowledge. He hands her an ancient leather-bound book that pulsing faintly with blue light, hinting at secrets long concealed. Mara opens the book, revealing cryptic writings describing a shimmering mist known as the Veil, said to hide unseen realms just beyond the mortal eye. The words seem to shift on the pages, deepening the mystery surrounding the mist's true nature. Suddenly, the room's light dims as a faint mist swirls outside the shop window, its colors undulating and forms shifting eerily. Mara's scar reacts subtly, throbbing as if in resonance with the haunting presence. Stepping outside, Mara catches sight of fleeting figures within the mist, their outlines appearing and vanishing with ghostly speed. The sensation is both chilling and compelling, drawing her attention despite the growing unease. From behind Mara appears Leora, her glowing amber eyes fixed on the veil as she tightly clasps the delicate silver necklace around her neck. The necklace's subtle shine contrasts with the growing darkness surrounding them. Leora's voice is low and urgent as she whispers of the veil's increasing strength and an impending danger looming over the village. Her warning hangs heavy in the air, fraught with an ominous tension. Mara's scar pulses with a faint, awakening rhythm, seemingly stirred by Leora's presence and the swirling mist outside. A magnetic force connects Mara more deeply to the supernatural threat closing around them. Elias explains gravely that the veil is a bridge between their world and a forgotten realm, whose chaotic merging threatens to engulf their village entirely. His words underscore the gravity of the threat they face together. Determined, Mara resolves to explore the village outskirts where the veil's mist thickens most. Clutching the ancient book and eyes fixed on Leora's necklace, she steels herself for what lies ahead. At the boundary, Mara observes flickering silhouettes trapped and calling for release within the dense veil. Their desperation intensifies the urgency of her quest as ghostly hands seem to reach for her in silence. Without warning, the mist convulses and surges forward in an attempt to pull Mara into its depths, her scar igniting with fierce, burning intensity. The veil's power threatens to overwhelm her, testing her resolve. Leora reacts swiftly, grabbing Mara's hand and projecting a calming glow from the silver necklace that soothes the searing pain. The light creates a fragile shield against the veil's relentless grasp. Elias issues a dire warning. Only by breaking the binding curse that ensnares them all can they prevent the veil from consuming the village whole. The stakes rise sharply, leaving no option but to confront the unknown curse. Resolute, Mara vows to seek the source of the curse deep within the forgotten forest beyond the village's edge. Her determination fuels her forward despite the growing shadow cast by the veil. Entering the ancient forest, Mara feels the palpable presence of the veil intensify, its shifting shapes entwining among gnarled trees. The eerie whispers and pulsating air immerse her in a realm straddling reality and the unknown. Her fingers brush over cryptic symbols carved into the bark, which flares softly when illuminated by the book's ethereal light. The carvings hint at forgotten knowledge and deeper connections to the veil's mystery. A sudden chorus of whispering voices guides Mara into a shadowed clearing, where the earth itself pulses with ethereal energy beneath her feet. The atmosphere is thick with unseen power, amplifying the tensions surrounding her quest. From within the mist, the veil coils into a serpentine shape that sways and beckons Mara with haunting melodies. Its hypnotic lure threatens to draw her deeper into a perilous and unknown domain. Struggling against the allure, Mara summons Elias's counsel, focusing on the steady pulse of her scar as a tether to her own reality. This fragile anchor steadies her amidst the mist's deceptive embrace. Leora emerges again, revealing she can harness partial control over the veil through the power of her silver necklace. Together, they forge a cautious alliance to navigate the treacherous mist. The trio follows twisting tendrils of the veil to an ancient stone altar half engulfed by creeping roots, a relic long forgotten by time. Its presence signifies a possible key to unraveling the curse binding them. Carved into the altar's worn surface is an inscription recounting a forgotten pact between the villagers and a realm beyond the veil. The weight of history presses upon them as Mara prepares to read aloud. As Mara recites the ancient words, a surge pulses through the clearing, causing the scar on her cheek to glow with radiant intensity. The veil's mist thickens suddenly, its shape erupting with newfound fury. In an instant, the mist separates Mara from her companions, engulfing her in a cold, suffocating embrace. She is left isolated within the veil's grasp, the true danger and mystery deepening around her. Inside the veil, Mara's surroundings shift, revealing ghostly figures tethered by shadows of fear and sorrow. Each trapped spirit flickers with fragments of their past lives, their faces etched with despair and longing. The air hums with the weight of memories bound by an ancient curse that holds them captive. As Mara's gaze settles, she recognizes some faces among the trapped souls, including a young woman whose features mirror Leora's in a time long gone. This spectral resemblance deepens the mystery and hints at a connection spanning generations. The silver necklace glimmers faintly, resonating with the vision. Desperate to reach them, Mara strains to communicate through the swirling mist, her voice barely a whisper against the veil's murmurs. She seeks a thread of hope, any sign that the spirits can be freed from their eternal prison. Each attempt shakes the veil, revealing fragile glimpses of forgotten trust. Meanwhile, Elias pores over the ancient leather-bound book beneath the clearing's wan light. His eyes scan arcane scripts until he uncovers a vital truth. The curse can only be undone by rekindling the forgotten trust that once bound the living and the spirits. The knowledge brings both hope and urgency to the moment. Leora steps forward, holding her silver necklace tightly as it emits a delicate, luminous beacon that pierces the veil's dense folds. The soft light guides Mara, pulling her back from the abyss toward the safety of the clearing. The necklace's glow becomes a fragile lifeline amid the encompassing mist. Emerging once more, Mara carries with her a fierce determination, the weight of both realms pressing on her. She resolves to unite the living villagers and the forgotten souls trapped within the veil. This newfound purpose ignites a spark of hope against the encroaching darkness. Gathered beneath the ancient altar, Mara, Elias, and Leora commence a ritual invoking the sacred pact that once protected both worlds. But as their voices rise, the veil reacts unpredictably, the energies surging uncontrollably. Instead of peace, a violent storm of mist and shadow engulfs the clearing, threatening to unravel their efforts. The trees surrounding them shudder violently, roots twisting like serpents into the earth. Shadowy figures emerge, swirling with the turbulent mist as it spreads rapidly toward the nearby village. The atmosphere thickens with impending danger, and every breath feels charged with ominous power. Mara's scar pulses fiercely, each throb accompanied by sharp waves of pain that blur her vision between the physical and spirit worlds. The connection she shares with the veil intensifies, making it harder to distinguish reality from the haunting apparitions. She steadies herself against the mounting assault of sensations. Elias moves swiftly to shield Leora from sudden bursts of ethereal light shards that erupt unpredictably from the altar. The fragments shimmer dangerously, slicing through the shadows even as they threaten the children's safety. His protective stance shows his resolve amidst the chaos surrounding them. Through the tempest, a translucent figure materializes, a spectral elder cloaked in ancient robes, eyes piercing with timeless knowledge. The elder warns that the Pact's betrayal was neither distant nor abstract. It was recent and deeply personal. Their voice resonates with a grave urgency, shaking the gathering to its core. Mara's heart clenches as realization dawns. The origin of the curse is entwined with her own lineage and the scar etched on her cheek. The painful truth reveals that an ancestral promise, tethered to her family, was broken, casting a shadow she now must face. This revelation deepens the stakes of her mission. Desperation grips the group as the veil swells ominously, its tendrils threatening to envelop the entire forest and village beyond. The very air trembles with a suffocating energy, signaling that time is running out. The fragile hope they clung to seems on the verge of collapse. In the midst of turmoil, the spectral elder extends an ancient ring embedded with cryptic runes toward Mara. They speak in riddles about reconciliation, calling it a key to mend the fracturing bond between worlds. The offering feels heavy with meaning, as if the weight of fate rests in Mara's hands. Upon accepting the ring, Leora's necklace flares to life, glowing brighter than it ever has before. The combined light from the two relics casts intricate patterns that ripple through the veil's mist. This harmonious reaction hints at a powerful union of forces forming within their grasp. Armed with the ring upon her finger and Leora's necklace around the child's neck, Mara returns to the altar. Her resolve is steely, ready to amend the broken vow that haunted her bloodline. The air buzzes with anticipation as they prepare for the next attempt at the ritual. As the ritual commences anew, opposing energies surge and clash violently. Mara's scar becomes a glowing conduit, channeling power that radiates through her very being. The struggle between darkness and light manifests physically, the veil writhing in response to the escalating forces. Mara confronts a torrent of painful memories tied to her heritage and the consequences of past betrayals. She embraces responsibility and opens her heart with compassion toward the spirits and villagers alike. This emotional reckoning strengthens her connection to the power she wields. Gradually, the veil's chaotic turmoil begins to abate, its once wild energies calming into a gentle ebb. The mist recedes slowly, revealing faint smiles on the faces of the spirits, signaling their relief and gratitude. A fragile peace takes hold, promising healing across realms. Light breaks through the dense, dark canopy overhead, casting the village's edge into clear view once again. The tension that had gripped the clearing eases palpably, replaced by cautious hope. Nature itself seems to breathe easier as balance is tentatively restored. Unexpectedly, Mara's scar transforms, fading into a luminous silver shimmer that glistens softly on her cheek. This visible change links her unmistakably to the veil's essence, marking her as a bridge between worlds. The transformation is both awe-inspiring and humbling. Leora's necklace and the ancient ring merge their luminescence, stabilizing the fragile connection between the realms. Together, they form a radiant symbol of unity and protection. This synthesis promises ongoing harmony where once there was division. Elias steps forward to reveal that their roles are not mere coincidence, but a destined guardianship. They are charged with balancing the delicate peace between the living and the spirit world. His words underscore the profound responsibility that has been entrusted to them all. Mara feels a profound bond deepen with the freed spirits, now released from torment, yet choosing to linger as vigilant watchers over the village. Their presence is no longer a threat but a blessing, a shared guardianship born from mutual trust. She embraces her new role with quiet strength. The surrounding forest seems to inhale a new breath, alive with a gentle, shimmering mist that no longer menaces but protects. Nature and spirit exist in harmonious balance, secured by the sacrifices and courage of those who dared to believe. Hope glows softly as the veil between worlds settles into peaceful coexistence. Around the warming fire, Mara's voice steadies and the villagers lean in, their apprehension giving way to a deep respect. She recounts the tale of the veil and the sacrifices made to protect both realms. Her words carry the weight of truth, transforming fear into understanding within the gathered crowd. The faint glow on Mara's scar pulses softly in the firelight, a subtle yet constant reminder of her unique bond with the veil's power. This mark, once a symbol of pain, now signifies her duty and strength. It connects her intimately to the mysteries that have shaped the village's fate. In the village square, Leora gathers the children beneath the old oak tree, her amber eyes sparkling with warmth. She teaches them about honoring the ties between their world and those unseen, emphasizing kindness and respect across all boundaries. The silver necklace around her neck catches the sun, symbolizing both hope and continuity. Back in the quiet of the bookshop, Elias returns the ancient leather-bound tome to its sacred place on a high shelf. He closes the book carefully, knowing that the knowledge it holds must be protected for future generations. The tome remains a silent guardian of the legacy they have all safeguarded. From a distance, Mara catches a final glimpse of the forest's edge, where a shimmering gateway flickers with calm, radiant light. The veil there is less a barrier and more a gentle threshold, inviting peace rather than fear. It promises a future where connection and understanding prevail. Feeling the strength of unity and the wisdom gained from recent trials, Mara stands taller and more resolute than ever. Her spirit, intertwined with the power of the veil, is fortified against whatever challenges lie ahead. She embraces her role with confidence and hope. That evening, the village bursts into celebration, a harmonious blend of age-old traditions and newfound reverence for the otherworldly. Music and laughter fill the air, binding the community together in respect and joy. The silver necklace and Mara's scar are honored symbols woven into the festivities. As night falls, stars twinkle vividly above while the mist around the now tranquil trees swirls gently in the cool breeze. The veil's shimmer is soft, casting a luminous glow that comforts the village below. The natural world and the supernatural stand in peaceful coexistence under the vast sky. Mara, Elias, and Leora stand side by side at the hillside, their eyes fixed on the horizon where the worlds gently touch. Each carries a quiet sense of purpose and shared destiny, united by trust and the bonds they've restored. Together, they watch as light from the veil bridges their realities with promise and peace. The story closes as the veil continues to shimmer softly, a luminous bridge of light rather than shadow. It heralds a new era of hope and balance, a testament to courage, unity, and the enduring power of connection. The village, forever changed, embraces this dawn with open hearts. Mara's small bakery smelled of cinnamon and warm bread as dawn crept in through the windows. Today was no ordinary day. Her grandmother's secret recipe was finally ready to be shared. Her hands trembled slightly as she pulled the golden brown loaf from the oven, the crust crackling softly. Just then, Lucas, the quiet man from next door, peeked in, drawn by the heavenly scent. "That smells like magic," he said, eyes wide with curiosity. Mara smiled, handing him a slice, warm and buttery. "It's a recipe my grandmother gave me, but the real magic is a little kindness stirred in," she explained. They sat together, sharing the bread and stories, the bakery filling with laughter and light. Outside, the town slowly woke, the morning bustle humming softly. Word of Mara's bread spread quickly, neighbors stopping by, eager for a taste. With each loaf sold, Mara's heart swelled. It wasn't just about baking, it was about connecting. Later, Mara found a curious note slipped under the door, written in neat, familiar handwriting. "Thank you for the kindness. Would you like some help next week?" Lucas's offer stirred warm excitement in her chest. The next morning, they baked side by side, flour dusting the air and their laughter endless. Mara realized the secret ingredient hadn't just been kindness. It was friendship blossoming with each batch. As the sun set, the bakery glowed softly, a beacon of warmth in the quiet street. Mara and Lucas shared a satisfied smile, the promise of many more mornings like this shining bright. "It's amazing what a little kindness can do," Mara whispered, as they packed up for the day. And in that cozy little bakery, magic wasn't just in the bread. It was in every shared moment and new friend made. The city skyline stretches beneath a veil of night, its lights flickering like distant stars. Maya stands by her apartment window, her sharp eyes fixed on a television screen broadcasting updates about a chilling missing person case. A sudden knock breaks the silence, and Maya cautiously opens the door to find a plain envelope waiting. Inside, a torn photograph shows her with someone unfamiliar, igniting a spark of unease deep within her. In her cluttered apartment, Maya studies the torn photograph intently, her fingers absent-mindedly brushing against Ava's silver bracelet clasped around her wrist. The image raises more questions than answers, twisting the knot of her thoughts tighter. Far away in a shadowed alley, Leo steps out, leather jacket pulled tight as he speaks quietly on a burner phone. His tense features and guarded tone betray a man burdened with secrets too heavy to share. A flashback reveals Maya and Leo in a dim cafe, voices raised in a heated argument about trust. The room's muted light and their fierce expressions reflect a fractured relationship struggling to survive. On a rooftop gym bathed in the faint glow of the city, Ava's silver bracelet glints as she throws relentless punches. Her athletic form moves with determined purpose, each strike echoing unspoken resolve. In a stark office space, Elias peers intently at grainy security footage, his round glasses catching the pale light. His eyes narrow on a figure clad in a leather jacket, the tension in his stern face growing more palpable. The crowded marketplace hums with life as Maya leans close to Ava, whispering urgently about a clandestine alliance. Amid the noise, their words carry the weight of fragile trust built on shared secrets. On a rain-slick sidewalk, shards of shattered glass lie scattered. Maya steps carefully over the fragments, the broken pieces a silent reflection of the fractured loyalties entwining their fates. Hidden in the shadows, Leo watches Maya with narrowed, calculating eyes. His leather jacket shifts slightly in the dim light, signaling readiness for what might come next. Determined, Maya traces the torn photograph's origins to an abandoned warehouse at the city's outskirts. The building looms like a silent witness to truths yet uncovered, its darkness inviting danger. In a secluded corner, Ava retrieves a small flash drive from a concealed dead drop. Her glances around are swift and nervous, the silver bracelet flashing briefly as tension coils tightly around her. Elias confronts Leo in a quiet bar, their conversation thick with unresolved grievances. The air between them is charged, every word heavy with past betrayals and unspoken threats. Maya grips an old rotary phone, the soft ticking of a clock growing louder in the background. Her whispered words carry urgency, time slipping away as shadows deepen around her. Suddenly, an explosion erupts at the warehouse Maya had been investigating, flames licking the night sky. The blast shatters the calm, echoing like a frantic heartbeat through the city streets. Leo escapes the fiery chaos, clutching his leather jacket tightly, disappearing into the darkness with practiced agility. The night swallows him whole, leaving only questions in his wake. Maya tends to minor burns, her determination hardening as she stares into the unfolding mystery. Pain sharpens her resolve. She vows to uncover the truth no matter the cost. Back in her apartment, Ava's silver bracelet catches a stray beam of light as she opens a locked briefcase silently. Inside lies secrets that could unravel everything they thought they knew. Under the cold glow of a desk lamp, Elias studies a fragment of the torn photograph through his magnifying glass. His expression darkens as pieces of a larger, more sinister puzzle begin to fit together. Meyer and Ava move stealthily through a government building under cover of night, their senses heightened. Every shadow seems alive, every step carries the weight of potential exposure. Leo's voice is low and urgent as he speaks into a burner phone, mentioning the lost files. Each whispered word pulls him deeper into the web of hidden agendas. The camera focuses on a ticking clock striking midnight, shadows creeping slowly across its face. The relentless passage of time presses on, amplifying the growing urgency of their mission. At an office computer, Meyer uncovers an encrypted folder titled Project Shard. Her fingers hesitate over the keyboard, aware that opening it might change everything. Trapped behind sliding metal doors, Ava works desperately to unlock them, the silver bracelet gleaming faintly in the confined space. The ticking clock reverberates, mirroring the pounding in her chest. In a narrow alley, Leo battles two attackers with swift, precise moves, his leather jacket twisting as he strikes. Each moment is a dangerous dance, survival hinging on perfect timing and relentless determination. Maya's fingers flew over her keyboard, the encrypted files slowly unraveling under her sharp gaze. A hidden connection emerged. Elias was entangled in the conspiracy more deeply than anyone had suspected. The weight of this revelation pressed down as the ticking clock echoed in the background, urging her onward. In the dead of night, Elias slipped into a secure vault, his face set in determined concentration. He retrieved a locked box etched with a shattered glass emblem, the symbol of fractured trust. His movements were precise, betraying no hint of the storm about to break loose. Ava lunged towards the exit just as alarms erupted, the wailing sirens slicing through the dim corridors. Her silver bracelet caught the light as she sprinted, every heartbeat synchronized with the urgent ticking sound nearby. She vanished into the shadowed maze, a ghost fleeing imminent capture. On a rain-slicked rooftop, Meyer and Leo came face to face, tension radiating between them like static electricity. Words were scarce, their silence heavy with suspicion and reluctant acceptance. After a brief pause, their eyes locked, forging an uneasy alliance under the bleak city skies. They huddled around a flickering screen, watching security footage reveal Ava's secret meeting with a shadowy figure in broad daylight. The scene contrasted sharply with the urban darkness surrounding them, heightening the stakes. Unseen threads of betrayal began to weave tighter between them all. Maya grabbed a city map, her pen strafing across it as she marked several key locations tied to Project Shard. Each mark a clue, a puzzle piece of a sinister plot that stretched through the city's veins. The ticking clock again underscored the mounting urgency surrounding their discovery. Leo rolled up his sleeve, revealing a hidden tattoo of a broken clock etched onto his wrist. The shattered timepiece symbolized all he had lost and the precious time slipping away. It was a quiet confession beneath the constant metallic sheen of his leather jacket. In a luxurious penthouse bathed in cool shadows, Ava confronted Elias, her fingers gripping her silver bracelet tightly. Her voice cracked with a mix of anger and desperation as she demanded answers. Elias's eyes, behind round glasses, remained unflinching, calculating every word to deflect her charge. Suddenly, the city plunged into darkness as a power outage swept across the skyline. Sirens blared in the distance, a chaotic symphony that meshed with the urgent ticking in the background. The abrupt night deepened the mystery and unsettled everyone caught in its grip. Maya slipped into a crowded nightclub, her gaze sharp as she scanned the chaotic scene for a coded message hidden in plain sight. The pulsing lights cast fractured shadows reminiscent of shattered glass, mirroring the broken trust she sought to mend. Every minute counted as the clock ticked relentlessly on. Beneath the nightclub, Leo expertly picked the lock to a secret door, revealing a dimly lit passage that smelled of secrets long concealed. The narrow corridor whispered echoes of untold betrayals and silent alliances. Leo's steady breathing barely disturbed the fragile calm as he led the way onward. Ava traced a trail of torn photographs, each fragment fluttering like a ghost of the past, leading her to an underground storage facility. The place was cloaked in eerie stillness, shadows dancing across the cold walls like shattered reflections. Her silver bracelet felt heavier, charged with the weight of discovery. From a distance, Elias observed with a stern face partly obscured by shadows, his eyes sharp and relentless. Every move on the chessboard was calculated, the ticking clock matching the rhythm of his ruthless mind. He waited patiently, a predator concealed within the urban darkness. Inside the facility, Meyer and Leo discovered a sprawling wall covered in photographs connected by taut strings. Names, places, dates, all tied together in a sprawling web revealing the breadth of the conspiracy. The sight was overwhelming, but clarity gleamed through the chaos under the low, flickering light. Ava's fingers found a hidden key embedded within her silver bracelet, twisting it to reveal a secret compartment. The revelation was both shocking and empowering, a symbol of secrets kept close at hand. The ticking clock outside seemed to pause in reverence to this newfound treasure. Suddenly, guards burst through the door, and chaos exploded into a frantic chase through narrow, labyrinthine corridors. Hearts pounded in time with the ticking clock as Maya, Ava, and Leo darted through the shadows. Every step was weighed by desperation, and the shimmer of shattered trust trailing behind them. Maya fumbled for a flare, igniting it to throw a sudden burst of light into the darkness. The corridor flickered in fiery oranges and reds, temporarily blinding their pursuers. The flare's glow reflected off broken glass shards scattered across the floor, illuminating their narrow escape route. At a crucial junction, Leo barred the doorway with his body, turning back the onrushing guards. His sacrifice bought precious seconds, the steady ticking in the background echoing his fading heartbeat. Meyer and Ava hesitated only briefly before racing toward their helicopter escape. Meyer and Ava reached a rooftop where a helicopter waited, its windows fractured like broken glass reflecting the city's neon veins. The hum of the rotors mixed with the relentless ticking, underscoring the urgency of their flight. Behind them, the city lay fractured, but not yet defeated. From their aerial vantage point, Maya spotted Elias below, furiously coordinating a final move on his digital tablet. His posture radiated cold intensity, timed perfectly with the accelerating tick of the clock. The last act of the conspiracy was about to unfold under the dim urban glow. Maya's hand trembled as she called Leo's phone, the faint ringing audible through twisted debris below. Hope flickered amid despair. He might still be trapped but alive. The ticking clock seemed to slow in that fragile moment of suspense. Using the bracelet's hidden key, Ava activated a secret safe embedded in the rooftop wall, revealing critical evidence buried within. Papers and small devices spilled out, each piece a testament to the dangerous truths they'd unearthed. The ticking clock tightened the noose around their pursuers. Elias sat before multiple screens, preparing to upload classified data to an unknown recipient. The intensity of the ticking clock grew deafening, each second dragging the city closer to disaster. His fingers danced across the keyboard with ruthless purpose. Maya's fingers flew across her laptop, hacking into Elias's system remotely, a desperate attempt to intercept the dangerous transmission. The digital battle unfolded against a backdrop of relentless ticking and fractured trust. Failure was not an option. Too much depended on her success. Ava's sharp eyes decoded a complex cipher, revealing the location of a hidden bunker beneath the city. This underground refuge held secrets vital to exposing the conspiracy's core. With the ticking clock echoing faintly, the trio prepared for their final descent into darkness. Meyer and Ava moved silently through the dim corridors of the bunker, the flickering screens casting erratic shadows on their faces. Ahead, Elias stood framed by the glow of a control panel, his stern gaze unflinching as they approached. The urgency of the ticking clock echoed softly, pressing upon their nerves as they prepared for confrontation. Elias's voice was calm, but edged with desperation, as he confessed the truth behind the conspiracy. Controlling information was never about power alone. It was a means to prevent chaos, born from fear of losing control over a world spiraling into uncertainty. His motives were complicated, rooted in a hope to preserve order amidst mounting threats. Suddenly, Leo appeared, his leather jacket torn and smeared with grime but unmistakably present. With practiced efficiency, he disabled the nearby security systems, the screens flickering into darkness and giving Maya and Ava the advantage they needed. His battered but alive presence reignited their resolve in the dim bunker's oppressive air. Maya held up the torn photograph, fragments of past ties aching between them. She confronted Elias with the painful revelation, a betrayal intertwined not just with their mission, but with their shared histories. The broken image mirrored the fractured trust that had driven them to this moment. Silence hung thick as the standoff stretched on, tension crackling like static around them. Then, without warning, the bunker's ceiling groaned and collapsed, debris and dust engulfing the space in a sudden chaos. The ticking clock's rhythm intensified, marking the terrifying urgency of their escape. Shards of glass shattered around them, glinting ominously as they navigated the crumbling bunker. The relentless ticking grew louder, a visceral reminder of the fleeting time to flee the collapsing stronghold. Every step was a struggle against falling debris and the threat of entrapment. Outside, the first light of dawn painted the city skyline with hues of orange and pink. Their silhouettes stood together, framed against the awakening world, breathing deeply as the night's trials receded. The urban backdrop glimmered in the new day, offering a fragile promise of renewal. Meyer and Leo exchanged a glance, the weight of their fractured loyalties dissolving in the shared trials they had endured. Words were unnecessary as understanding passed silently between them, mending old wounds with tentative hope. Their alliance was reforged, stronger and more genuine than before. Ava's hand tightened around her silver bracelet, the cool metal grounding her amid uncertain futures. Her eyes scanned the horizon, reflective and cautious, but carrying a spark of hope. The bracelet, once just an accessory, now symbolized resilience and the unbroken spirit of their group. In the final moment, shards of broken glass caught the rising sun's light, scattering reflections across the bustling streets. The protagonists melted into the city's flow, their past struggles etched in fractures, but overshadowed by newly forged alliances. The dawn marked not just an end, but a beginning carved from shattered trust and reclaimed loyalties. Every morning, Emma stopped by the same cafe for her coffee. It was her little ritual. A quiet moment before the day spun out of control. Today, the cafe was unusually busy. She glanced at the counter, hoping for her usual order. A simple black coffee, no fuss. As she waited, she noticed an elderly man struggling to reach the sugar packets. He was a regular too, always sitting in the corner reading. Emma walked over and offered him one, smiling warmly. "Here, let me help you with that." He looked up, surprised but grateful. "Thank you, young lady. It's the little things that make a morning better," he said. They struck up a conversation, sharing stories about their favorite books and the city's changing streets. Before long, the barista called out, "Emma, your coffee's ready." She took her cup, then turned back to the man and offered, "Would you like to share it with me?" He chuckled softly. "I think I'll stick to my tea, but I'd enjoy the company." They found a cozy spot by the window, watching the world move briskly outside while their conversation slowed to a comfortable pace. Emma realized this unexpected encounter was the best part of her day so far, a reminder that sometimes slowing down brings new connections. As the cafe began to empty, the man glanced at his watch. "I have to get going, but this was lovely." Emma nodded, feeling a warmth deeper than the coffee in her hands. "Me too. Maybe tomorrow, same time." "I'd like that," he replied with a smile, gathering his things. She watched him leave and took a sip of her coffee, savoring the moment. The barista approached, wiping his hands. "Looks like you made a new friend today." Emma smiled. "Yeah, sometimes the best part of the morning isn't the coffee, it's the company." She gathered her things, ready to face the day with a lighter heart. As she stepped outside, the sun was climbing higher, and the city seemed a little less hurried, a little more welcoming. And Emma knew that every morning held the promise of something new, something warm, just like this last cup of coffee. The rain fell hard on Raven Street, tracing dark lines down the cracked pavement. In a dimly lit alley, a figure in a trench coat lit a cigarette, the glow briefly illuminating sharp features. Detective Marlowe exhaled slowly, eyes scanning the shadows. "Tonight, things get messy," he muttered. A sudden noise caught his attention. A whisper, a footstep, a secret waiting to breathe. He followed the sound deeper into the maze of alleys, the scent of danger thick in the damp air. A discarded playing card fluttered past. The Queen of Spades, a calling card from the city's ghostly kingpin. Marlowe's jaw tightened. "Looks like someone wants a little chaos tonight," he thought. At the end of the alley, a flickering neon sign buzzed, the Velvet Cat, a known haven for the city's underworld. Inside, smoke curled around conversations coded in lies and half-truths. Eyes darted. Hearts raced. He approached the bar, where a woman with emerald eyes and crimson lips locked gazes with him. "You're late," she said, voice smooth like silk hiding steel. "And looking for trouble." Marlowe slid a folded note across the counter. "Got a package for the city's shadows," he said. Suddenly, the lights snapped off. Darkness swallowed the room, punctuated by a shout and shattering glass. When light returned, the woman was gone, and so was the note, replaced by a chilling message. "Game's on." Outside, the rain had stopped, but the street still whispered secrets that wouldn't rest. Marlowe lit another cigarette, voice low and steady. Time to play with ghosts. Hours slipped by as he pieced together clues. A web of betrayal, greed, and a plan to sink the city further into darkness. In the silent showdown atop a rain-slick rooftop, truths came crashing down like thunder. Marlowe pinned the culprit with a cold stare, the city's future hanging in the balance. As dawn broke, he whispered to the waking city, "Another night survived, but shadows never sleep." Night deepens over the city as rain taps steadily against glowing neon signs. Detective Marlowe stands outside a smoky jazz club, flicking open his silver lighter, its flame briefly illuminating his weathered face. Inside, Evelyn Shaw captivates the crowd, her scarlet dress vivid amidst the haze of smoke and shadowed figures. Her sharp eyes scan the audience with a knowing intensity as her voice fills the room. From across the street, Marlowe watches Evelyn with a tense expression. His gaze shifts sharply when Vincent Crane, marked by his jagged cheek scar, strides confidently into the club. Vincent's gaze cuts through the smoky air as he surveys the audience, his intimidating presence silencing whispers and drawing eyes. His brass cufflinks glint faintly beneath the neon haze. Marlowe's coat billows in the chill wind as he follows Vincent into a narrow, rain-slick alley. The atmosphere tightens as tension coils between the towering figures under flickering neon. Vincent pauses, throwing a dark, threatening glance toward a neon-lit apartment window where Evelyn's silhouette can be faintly seen, the night rain distorting the scene. Returning to the jazz club entrance, Marlowe clutches his silver lighter, a knot of unease tightening in his chest as the rain trickles down his trench coat. Evelyn slips out of the club, rainwater soaking her scarlet dress. Her fingers close protectively around a vintage locket as she moves down the narrow, neon-glowing lane. Shadowed beneath his fedora, Marlowe trails Evelyn carefully, blending with the wet darkness to keep her in sight without drawing attention. A rough thug steps into Evelyn's path, blocking the wet street and demanding the gleaming locket. Her defiant expression hardens as she refuses to hand it over. Marlowe steps from the shadows into the pale streetlight, his calm voice and posture confronting the thug with silent authority. The thug backs away reluctantly as Evelyn glances quickly at Marlowe, her grateful eyes reflecting the flickering neon as they disappear into the rain-soaked maze. In a deserted warehouse, Vincent leans coldly over his henchman, his voice sharp as he outlines chilling plans centered on Evelyn's hidden secrets. Under an unstable, flickering neon sign, Marlowe meets Officer Doyle, who puffs on his cigarette and warns him of Crane's deep corruption and reach in the city. Evelyn stares into a puddle distorted by rain, the vintage locket gleaming clearly as she steels herself for the dangerous confrontation looming ahead. Investigating Crane's hideout, Marlowe discovers encrypted notes hinting at a conspiracy intricately tied to Evelyn's mysterious past and the locket's significance. Visiting an old confidante, Evelyn learns a secret about the locket's origin, revealing its potential to unravel the dangerous web surrounding her. Vincent's men capture one of Marlowe's trusted contacts, deepening the threat and tightening Crane's iron grip on the city's shadows. Beneath a flickering neon sign reading Solace, Marlowe and Evelyn exchange low whispers, rain pelting around them as plans intertwine amidst growing danger. A coded message guides Marlowe to a clandestine meeting, where he narrowly escapes an expertly planned ambush lurking within the rainy night's shadows. Back at the club, Evelyn's voice sharpens, her fiery song carrying hidden warnings and cryptic signals to Marlowe waiting among the smoke and neon. Officer Doyle uncovers damning evidence linking city officials to Vincent Crane, complicating Marlowe's pursuit as loyalties fray under neon lights and rain. In a private encounter, Vincent confronts Evelyn, revealing knowledge of her darkest secret and delivering an ominous threat that jeopardizes her future. During a tense stakeout in relentless rain, Marlowe's silver lighter fails to ignite, the flickering neon casting shadows as a subtle sign of impending peril. Evelyn carefully slips the vintage locket inside an old, worn book, an unspoken symbol of trust and secrets yet to be shared, as rain continues to fall softly around her. The night erupted in gunfire, shadows scattering as Marlowe lunged to shield a trembling boy. The child gripped a crumpled letter, the address unmistakably marked for Evelyn. Marlowe's silver lighter sparked briefly in the rain, illuminating the urgency in the boy's wide eyes. Vincent's voice cut through the chaos, commanding a citywide blackout to tighten his grip. Neon signs flickered and died, plunging the streets into smothering darkness. His jagged scar seemed to catch the last glimmers of fading light, a sinister reminder of the power he wielded. Under muted neon ghosts that flickered weakly in the downpour, Marlowe and Evelyn slipped through treacherous alleys. Each step brought new dangers, but Evelyn's vintage scarlet dress and Marlowe's steady gait pushed through the gloom. Their eyes met briefly, a silent vow exchanged beneath the relentless rain. In defiance of commands, Officer Doyle appeared from the shadows, cigarette smoke swirling in the damp air. He handed Marlowe encrypted files, the paper damp but intact, a lifeline in the creeping darkness. Doyle's stoic gaze carried unspoken trust as he disappeared back into rain-soaked alleys. A piercing betrayal shook Marlowe's circle to its core, forcing him into the sanctuary of a hidden refuge. Outside, rain hammered relentlessly, blurring the city's fractured edges under neon glows. The weight of suspicion pressed heavy, but Marlowe's silver lighter remained by his side, a small beacon in his solitude. Evelyn, her scarlet dress now torn by confrontation, stood unwavering before the betrayer. Her powerful gaze cut through the cold rain, locket visible as a symbol of her resolve. The city's flickering neon signs cast erratic shadows, reflecting the storm that raged between them. Back in the sanctuary, Marlowe pored over the encrypted files, piecing together fractured clues. A startling connection emerged. Evelyn and Vincent share a past far older and more tangled than anyone suspected. The rain tapped on the window, a steady rhythm to his growing unease. At a grim crime scene, rain relentlessly washed away vital evidence, erasing traces beneath the dripping neon glow. Vincent's shadow slipped through the shadows once more, evading capture with practiced ease. The city's wet streets whispered secrets only the darkness could keep. Gathered beneath a flickering sign, Evelyn revealed the secret nestled within her vintage locket. It was more than a keepsake. It was the key to dismantling Vincent's sprawling criminal web. Her scarlet dress shimmered wet against the rain, determination shining in her eyes. Beneath the fractured neon and persistent rain, Marlowe and Evelyn crafted their final strike. Every detail was aligned, every risk calculated in the dripping silence. The city's pulse beat steady around them, as shadows awaited the unfolding plan. Officer Doyle stood firm as henchmen surged through the streets, cigarette ends burning low and forgotten. His methodical defense carved space for the coming assault, every breath steady against mounting chaos. Neon reflections danced across his stoic face as rain splattered around them. A desperate chase wound through narrow alleyways, shadows stretching and contracting under flickering neon. Marlowe cornered Vincent at last, the night tense with unspoken reckoning. Every step echoed with the weight of years lost and battles yet to be fought. Vincent's jagged scar gleamed sharp and ominous in the dim light as he leveled accusations at Marlowe. His words bit deep, recalling failures Marlowe had kept buried in the rain. The city seemed to hold its breath, caught between past shadows and present resolve. With a rasp, Marlowe's silver lighter sputtered back to life, its small flame fighting the darkness. Fueled by rekindled will, he met Vincent's challenge head-on. The dance of light and shadow blurred as the decisive struggle erupted amidst dripping neon. Evelyn's fingers trembled slightly as she used her locket to unlock secret files within Vincent's safe house. The damning evidence spilled forth, exposing the full breadth of his crimes to the public eye. Outside, rain hammered steadily, as if cleansing the city's sins. Under Doyle's commanding lead, police raids cut through the darkness, flashlights piercing shadowed corners. The storm of law enforcement surged with growing force, neon fragments reflecting on wet pavement. Each step pushed Vincent closer to exposure. Cornered and defiant, Vincent's smirk suggested layers deeper than anyone anticipated. His scar caught the residual neon glow, hinting at conspiracies yet concealed beneath city streets. The web of shadows tightened, threatening to ensnare all involved. Marlowe chose protection over selfish safety, escorting Evelyn through rain-slicked, neon-streaked streets. His trench coat billowed with the storm's fury as he moved steadily toward refuge. The silver lighter's glow was a quiet reassurance in the unrelenting downpour. Evelyn's voice crackled through the radio, a beacon of hope amid the relentless shadows. Her words carried strength and resilience, cutting through mist and static. Despite the rain, her spirit burned brightly, a signal amid the neon gloom. In the confusion and rising storm, Vincent vanished into the pounding rain, his scarred visage disappearing like a ghost. The city's heartbeat faltered as uncertainty swept through the soaked streets. The chase was far from over, shadows still whispered his name. Marlowe and Evelyn sought refuge atop a secluded rooftop, where neon rain cascaded around them. Plans and promises were exchanged beneath flickering lights and storm-soaked skies. Their alliance forged stronger, united against the dark forces still lurking below. Doyle arrived bearing critical news, a witness prepared to break silence and expose Vincent's operations. The cigarette between his lips burned steadily, his eyes keen with cautious optimism. The pieces were aligning, though danger still loomed. Evelyn's locket caught the neon glow as she readied to disclose the final truth to the city's underground press. Her scarlet dress clung to her in steady defiance against the rain and shadows. The moment to shatter silence was near, and the stakes couldn't be higher. Marlowe worked feverishly to decode cryptic clues leading to Vincent's hidden vault beneath the neon-lit streets. Each revelation peeled back another layer of the tangled conspiracy. Outside, rain continued its ceaseless fall, drumming a tense rhythm to his discoveries. The city held its collective breath as the last fragment of the puzzle slid into place in the relentless rain. Neon signs flickered uncertainly, casting ethereal light over rain-soaked streets. The moment of truth approached, cloaked in shadow and anticipation. Beneath the flickering neon haze, a concealed panel slid open in the damp alley, revealing a narrow passage cloaked in darkness. Detective Marlowe adjusted his trench coat, steeling himself as he stepped inside, the persistent rain muffled behind thick stone walls. His silver lighter flickered briefly, casting fleeting light on the graffiti-scarred walls, leading him deeper into the heart of the city's shadows. From the suffocating darkness, Vincent Crane emerged, his bulky frame stepping forward as if risen from the underworld itself. The jagged scar across his cheek caught the light ominously as he declared himself the architect behind the betrayals that fractured the city's unsuspecting underbelly. His brass cufflinks gleamed with sinister pride, a chilling testament to his ruthless reign. Suddenly, the door burst open, and Evelyn Shaw emerged, her scarlet dress a vivid flame against the bleak chamber. Clutching her vintage locket tightly, she confronted Vincent with undeniable proof of his betrayals, her sharp eyes never wavering. The underworld figures assembled behind them exchanged stunned glances as the truth surfaced under the harsh glow of flickering neon. A heavy silence broke as the rain hammered the broken windows, each drop echoing the shattering of old alliances. Tension thickened the stale air, crackling like static before a storm, the neon signs outside casting eerie shadows through fractured glass. Trust dissolved like mist, the underworld fracturing beneath the weight of unveiled lies and whispered threats. In the claustrophobic chamber, Marlowe lunged at Vincent, their figures merging and breaking apart in the shadows cast by the wet walls. The clash was a desperate dance, his silver lighter temporarily lost in the scuffle as fists collided and coats flared. Each movement etched against the neon-lit gloom, their battle a raw testament to years of deceit and defiance. Evelyn's steady voice cut through the chaos, lifting a small device from within her coat. The recorded confession of Vincent's closest accomplice spilled into the chamber, shattering silence with damning evidence. The weight of his own words unspooled around Vincent, unraveling the last threads of his dark empire beneath the relentless downpour. Vincent's grip faltered, the jagged scar knitting into a grimace of defeat as Officer Doyle appeared, cigarette still clenched between steady lips. The bulky crime boss was restrained, his brass cufflinks catching faint neon glimmers as officers moved decisively. The city's shadows began to recede with every measured step Doyle took, heralding an end to the reign of fear. Outside, rain swept the streets clean, washing away stains both physical and moral. Neon signs flickered softly, their chaotic glow now calm and reflective across puddled asphalt. Vincent's silhouette faded into the night, detained and broken, as the city exhaled beneath the storm's lingering rhythm. On a rooftop above the soaked streets, Marlowe and Evelyn stood close, the breaking dawn framing their silhouetted figures. The vintage locket hung between them, glimmering briefly as the first light touched the city below. Rain still whispered against neon, a gentle promise lingering between the two in the quiet aftermath. The city breathed anew beneath soft neon glows, its pulse steadying after the tempest. Marlowe lifted his silver lighter, sparks flickering one last time before igniting into a small, steady flame. The glow marked a delicate balance of hope and uncertainty, signaling a future still unwritten beneath the shimmering shadows. Under a tapestry of stars, Leora bent over her cluttered workshop desk, piecing together a fragmented star map whose faded lines whispered secrets of the cosmos. Her freckled face was illuminated by the soft glow of lantern light as she traced constellations long forgotten. Uruk arrived quietly, his braided dark hair slightly tousled by the night breeze, the jagged scar on his cheek catching the dim light as he spoke of a lost constellation rumored to unveil a hidden realm. His stoic demeanor masked the urgency in his voice. Silently, Vina appeared beside them, her flowing silver hair shimmering faintly under the starlight and her luminescent eyes fixed intently on the star patterns. Without a word, she offered her rare insight, promising to help decode the mystery behind the lost constellation. Together, the trio gathered their attention on the ancient celestial compass resting on the table. its faint glow pulsing steadily like a heartbeat, as if alive with anticipation. The compass was etched with glowing runes matching those on the star map, linking past, present, and unknown futures. Leora's fingers gently brushed the compass needle, and suddenly it spun wildly before abruptly settling, boldly pointing east toward an unknown horizon. The unexpected movement unsettled them, as if signaling the beginning of something neither fully understood. They hastily gathered supplies, packing under the watchful eyes of the night, and set sail toward the horizon where soft luminescence hinted at a hidden destination. The air was thick with excitement and unease as the boat cut through the dark waters. As they ventured farther, fierce waves crashed against their vessel, and a brewing storm loomed overhead, making the compass flicker erratically, casting anxious shadows across their faces. The unpredictable weather foreshadowed the obstacles ahead. That night, beneath a canopy of roiling clouds, Leora dreamt of a silver staircase ascending endlessly through the stars, bathed in ethereal light. The vision felt strangely familiar, as if calling her toward a realm beyond mortal reach. At dawn, Vina shared an ancient legend she had deciphered, revealing that the silver staircase was said to bridge the mortal world and the hidden realm marked by the lost constellation. Her eyes glowed softly, embodying the mystery woven into the tale. Uruk voiced his doubts aloud, questioning the legends and their perilous journey, yet as he spoke the compass needle steadied unwaveringly, reaffirming their path and strengthening their resolve despite growing uncertainties. Morning mists parted to reveal a strange island shrouded in dense fog, its shadowy outline bearing uncanny resemblance to a marking on their star map. The air was thick with anticipation as the island seemed to pulse with concealed secrets. They disembarked cautiously, the star amulet around Leora's neck pulsing softly in resonance with the island's aura, as if awakening alongside her spirit. Their footsteps stirred the ancient ground, the journey deepening in mystery. Navigating through dense undergrowth, they discovered ancient ruins etched with glowing runes that aligned perfectly with the star map, drawing connections between celestial patterns and earthly remnants. Each symbol seemed alive, humming with dormant energy. As they ventured deeper, fleeting shadows flickered just beyond the tree line, unseen but palpably sinister, evoking a sense of unseen watchers lurking in the periphery of their vision. Unease crept steadily among them. Suddenly, with a resonant crack, the celestial compass shattered in Leora's hands, scattering fragments that mirrored the broken trust in their surety. Panic surged as they realized the delicate thread guiding them home was severed. Lost and vulnerable under gathering twilight, tensions flared. Whispered fears and unspoken doubts threatened to unravel their unity as the unknown pressed in from all sides. Night's arrival carried a heavy weight of isolation and dread. Vina stepped forward, her luminescent eyes glowing with quiet authority as she led them deeper into the ruins, asserting that the star amulet around Leora's neck would now serve as their beacon. Hope flickered anew amidst the growing shadows. Within the heart of the ruins, they uncovered a carved wooden box nestled beneath ancient stones, its surface worn but holding fragments of an ancient star chart that might mend their fractured map. The discovery rekindled purpose and curiosity alike. Leora carefully assembled the fragmented star chart, the edges aligning slowly to reveal a new constellation and a hidden pathway through the cosmic expanse. The chart's revelations suggested a route filled with both peril and promise. A sudden rustle shattered the stillness, drawing their attention to ghostly figures emerging silently from the swirling mist, eyes fixed and movements deliberate yet cautious. The Watcher's presence introduced a chilling uncertainty. Uruk instinctively stepped forward, shield raised as a barrier against the unseen threat, his voice firm but tempered in the thickening tension, only to find the enigmatic Watchers vanish as swiftly as they appeared, leaving only eerie silence behind. Resolved to press onward, the group followed the new star chart's alignments etched faintly on the ground, each step guided by celestial clues that shimmered under the fading light. The path ahead was narrow and fraught with mystery. They reached a shimmering river mirroring the constellations perfectly above, the water's surface acting as a celestial mirror that blurred the lines between sky and earth. Crossing, it felt like traversing the boundary between worlds. Vina revealed that her luminescent eyes reacted uniquely to the starlight, granting her an uncanny ability to interpret the subtle shifts in the cosmic glow, effectively guiding their careful steps through the uncertain terrain. Her presence became both lantern and lifeline. As they ascended a hill crowned with ancient stone pillars, the ground beneath them seemed to shift subtly, the very air vibrating with unseen energy, signaling that they were drawing ever closer to the heart of the hidden realm's mysteries. Anticipation and dread intertwined with each breath. At the hilltop, Leora and her companions discover a sundial intricately carved to mirror the celestial compass's design. The sun casts long shadows that seem to dance precisely around its edges, hinting at a secret message encoded in the light. Leora carefully aligns the sundial's shadow with the star chart, noticing how the shadows intersect with marked constellations. As the last alignment clicks into place, a hidden path quietly reveals itself among the surrounding foliage. Suddenly, a deep rumbling shakes the hill beneath their feet as the earth splits open, revealing a narrow stairway spiraling downwards. The atmosphere thickens with anticipation as they prepare to descend into the unknown. The stairway leads into a vast cavern, shimmering with a breathtaking spectacle. Swirling patterns of living stars suspended above their heads, illuminating the darkness with a cosmic glow. Every movement feels weighted with reverence under this celestial dome. A subtle vibration fills the air, and the star amulet around Leora's neck bursts into radiant light, casting an ethereal glow to guide their steps deeper into the cavern's mysteries. The glowing runes on the walls pulse in harmony with the amulet's light. Within the cavern's depths, illusions emerge, crafting vivid visions that tug at their hearts and minds, images of home, whispered fears, and unspoken doubts. The trio steadies themselves, aware these spectral trials seek to unnerve their resolve. Uruk faces a haunting vision of failure, his jagged scar seeming to burn colder as self-doubt tempts him. Yet, his loyalty to the quest and companions steels his spirit, pressing onward beyond the mirage's grasp. Leora's voice cuts through the haze with quiet confidence, assuring the group they are nearing their goal. She traces the celestial compass's pieces with hopeful fingers, trusting deeply in their combined power to guide them through. They emerge into a vast chamber where a giant star map pulses alive on the ceiling, constellations shifting and glowing softly overhead. The cosmic chart fills the space with an otherworldly light, revealing patterns both familiar and arcane. Vina steps forward, her luminescent eyes reflecting the map as she interprets its symbols. Her voice weaves the tale of a forgotten celestial gateway, a portal beyond time that connects realms unseen. As they ready themselves to cross, the ethereal watchers reappear, no longer fierce but bearing peaceful intent. Their silent presence conveys a profound acceptance, lifting the tension that had clung tightly around the travelers. From the watchers, a fragment of pure starlight is bestowed upon them, an essential key for passage through the gateway. The shard pulses gently in their hands, a tangible promise of the journey ahead. Leora combines the starlight fragment with the star amulet, the two sources merging in a swell of radiant energy. This fusion activates the celestial gateway, opening a luminous portal shimmering with cosmic grandeur. Through the portal, the hidden realm reveals itself, bathed in radiant cosmic light and swirling constellations that dance with ethereal grace. The air hums with ancient power, inviting their passage into the unknown. Stepping through, they find themselves surrounded by a realm alive with swirling stars and gentle ethereal winds that carry whispers of forgotten secrets. Every breath feels infused with the infinite expanse of the cosmos. Their arrival awakens towering ancient guardians whose silent gaze measures their worthiness. The guardians present trials that test the travelers in solemn, wordless challenges beyond mortal understanding. Leora engages with the celestial puzzles, each solved unlocking deeper mysteries hidden within the realm's fabric. Her keen mind and the compass's clues illuminate paths long obscured by starlight and time. Uruk confronts daunting physical challenges, demanding unwavering courage and precision. Each trial hones his strength and will, forging him further as protector of their shared quest. Vina's deep knowledge interlaces the realm's lore with prophetic insights into their own world's destiny. She guides the group by weaving connections between cosmic truths and earthly pathways. Having proved their worth, the Guardians grant them passage to the hidden realm's very heart. The air shimmers with heightened energy as they move closer to the source of the celestial mysteries. Within this sanctuary, a luminous tree stands tall, its roots intertwining seamlessly with twinkling stars above. The tree radiates ancient power, bridging the expanse between earth and sky. Leora gently places the carved wooden box at the tree's base, activating a flow of celestial knowledge emanating from the stars. The tree responds, its energy awakening long-dormant secrets woven into the cosmos. The tree's radiant energy flows into the shattered compass, which begins to glow anew with vibrant, restored power. The restored compass pulses like a beating heart, alive with fresh celestial light. They realize that this renewed power holds the ability to realign the constellations, promising the restoration of balance between realms. The weight of their task presses upon them, filled with hope and urgency. Suddenly, an earthquake-like tremor shakes the hidden realm, threatening to collapse the fragile cosmic balance and their only chance to return. The swirling constellations flicker wildly as danger looms close, intensifying the critical moment. With the ancient celestial compass fully restored, Leora carefully holds it aloft as a gentle hum fills the air. Uruk and Vina join hands, focusing their energy alongside her, channeling the celestial power through the compass to stabilize the realm's fragile foundation. The night sky above shimmers in response, a tapestry of light expanding across the horizon. As the compass's energy pulses, the glowing runes etched into the carved wooden box ignite with radiant light. These ethereal symbols weave delicately across the celestial pathways, sealing cracks and mending rifts with their protective glow. The sense of safety grows tangible, wrapping the realm in an invisible embrace. In the midst of the luminous glow, the star amulet around Leora's neck begins to shine with newfound intensity. It casts a guiding light that aligns seamlessly with the shifting constellations, pointing the way toward their safe exit. Following this beacon, the trio moves steadily toward the portal's shimmering edge. Crossing through the portal, they emerge back on the island just as dawn breaks, painting the sky in soft shades of pink and gold. The familiar yet changed landscape welcomes them, bathed in the gentle morning light. The air is filled with a sense of promise and renewal that mirrors their own spirits. The celestial compass, now whole and radiant in Leora's hand, points unwaveringly toward their true home. Its steady glow casts a warm light that feels like a heartbeat, constant and sure. This artifact, once fragmented, now serves as their steadfast guide for the journey ahead. Renewed with hope and determination, they board their vessel and set sail across the calm sea. Above them, the stars realign in their rightful places, twinkling with clarity and purpose. The vast expanse echoes their resolve, a celestial symphony bearing them onward. Back on deck, Leora unfurls her parchment and begins to sketch the new star map, integrating every star and path they have discovered. Each line and curve reflects the trials and revelations of their quest, a testament to their shared journey. Her fingers move with confidence, capturing the cosmos with delicate precision. Uruk stands at the helm, his eyes tracing the horizon with steady certainty. The jagged scar on his cheek softens under the embrace of the rising sun's golden glow, a silent witness to their passage. In this light, his stoic demeanor reflects a quiet pride and calm assurance. Nearby, Venus smiles softly as her once luminous eyes dim to a gentle silver hue, signaling the completion of her guiding role. The flowing silver strands of her hair catch the morning breeze, framing her serene expression. Her presence feels lighter now, her purpose fulfilled in the balance they restored. Once ashore, the trio gathers beneath the emerging night sky, gazing upward with reverence and wonder. Stars, familiar and new, sparkle above them, forever linking their spirits to this celestial adventure. United by the cosmos and their shared voyage, they stand quietly, knowing this journey has forever changed them. In the quiet village library, Ava studies an ancient map, the warm red light of sunset casting long shadows across the dusty pages. She carefully winds her bright red scarf around her neck, the fabric fluttering softly as a gentle breeze slips through the open window. At her feet, Keto, the mechanical fox with rusted bronze fur, twitches his ears with a spark of excitement. His glowing blue eyes shimmer as they fix on a peculiar marking revealed on the map, signaling a hidden path yet to be discovered. Elder Rowan approaches silently, steady with his carved wooden staff in hand. His silver hair catches the fading sun as he warns Ava in a low, grave tone about the perils that lie beyond the known horizon. Ava tightens her scarf resolutely, determination clear in her gaze. Keto circles protectively near her feet, his blue eyes glowing steadily, prepared to face whatever challenges may come. Suddenly, the skybound compass appears in Ava's palm, its soft, pulsing light matching the rhythm of her heartbeat. A breeze lifts strands of her hair while the crimson scarf ripples, as if charged by the compass's mysterious energy. With purposeful steps, Ava boards a small, weathered airship, the vessel creaking under her weight. From the deck, she waves goodbye to the village beneath a sky streaked with warm amber hues, the evening setting a hopeful yet somber tone. The airship ascends, drifting above clouds that puff like cotton below, and the village fades into a distant memory. Keto scans the endless horizon with glowing eyes, alert to any sign of danger or discovery. Suddenly, silhouettes of sky pirates' airships loom in the distance, their familiar outlines dark against the sky. Their leather goggles catch the sunlight, flashing menacingly as they close in with a chorus of raucous shouts. The pirates swiftly surround Ava's fragile craft, their patchwork coats billowing in the rising wind. They demand the glowing skybound compass, their voices harsh and commanding, eager to seize its power. Ava clutches the compass tightly against her chest, feeling its warmth against her palm. Keto growls low, his blue eyes intensifying to a fierce glow, signaling his readiness to defend. A fast-paced dogfight erupts, with clouds swirling wildly around them. The pirates weave aggressively through the sky, their ships threading close to Ava's airship in a dangerous dance of chase and evasion. The airship shudders as it takes damage. Ava's scarf catches briefly on a jagged edge of the railing, but she rips free, her grip unwavering. Despite the broken parts, she maneuvers adroitly to escape capture, heart-pounding. Inside the battered cabin, Ava spots a faded symbol on the map, an ancient floating island glowing faintly with mystical light. Legend says it holds answers about the skybound compass's true power and origin. Ignoring Elder Rowan's warnings echoing in her memories, Ava sets course toward the mysterious island. The compass's pulsing light grows stronger, its glow intensifying with every mile she travels closer. Elder Rowan's cautionary words resound within her. Opening the island's secrets could unleash unknown dangers. Yet her resolve hardens, knowing the risks but driven by a deeper purpose. As the airship nears the island, turbulent clouds whip violently around them, buffeting the vessel. Ava struggles to maintain control, eyes narrowed against the storm testing both her skill and courage. Keto's eyes flash rapidly as he detects the brewing storm approaching fast. The sky darkens ominously, with the first rumbles of thunder rolling like distant drums. Lightning strikes illuminate the island's towering ruins, casting eerie shadows against roiling dark clouds. The jagged structures seem alive, silhouetted sharply, promising ancient secrets and lurking peril. The compass spins wildly in Ava's hand, its bright glow revealing intricate symbols etched across the ship's dashboard. The mysterious instrument seemed to awaken, reacting to the island's energy. Suddenly, a hidden mechanism on the airship activates, revealing a secret passageway descending toward the island below. Ava's heart races at the discovery, the path inviting yet fraught with uncertainty. Ava and Keto descend cautiously by zipline into the dense jungle, mist swirling thick and cool around them. Her crimson scarf flutters in the breeze, a vivid banner amidst the green shadows. They carefully navigate ancient stone paths, marked with glowing blue runes that match Keto's eye color. The mysterious symbols hint at a connection between the island's guardians and the mechanical fox. Without warning, sky pirates ambush them amid the ruins. Ava narrowly escapes through twisting corridors, her scarf snagged but holding firm, a symbol of her unyielding spirit. Keto uses his mechanical abilities to disable traps set by the pirates, his blue eyes scanning relentlessly for hidden dangers. Every encounter sharpens their bond and quickens their determination. Deeper in the heart of the ruins, Ava discovers murals depicting the skybound compass as a legendary key. The art tells of hidden skies far beyond their world, a secret waiting to be unlocked by the worthy. Ava hesitated at the threshold, the weight of Elder Rowan's warning pressing heavily on her. The words about awakening powers beyond understanding echoed in her mind, making her question the path ahead. Meanwhile, the Sky Pirates regrouped with renewed vigor, their leader's eyes burning with greed. They vowed to seize the island's secrets, no matter the cost, their ragtag crew sharpening their resolve under leather goggles and patchwork coats. Clutching the glowing skybound compass, Ava traced its light to a hidden mechanism that unlocked a radiant door. Beyond it lay a chamber filled with ancient flying machines, their forms bathed in ethereal light. Keto's glowing blue eyes flickered as he activated panels that began to hum softly, their pulses matching the compass's glow. Together, they bridged the gap between past ingenuity and present discovery. Suddenly, the cave groaned. A violent collapse severed Ava and Keto from the pursuing pirates. Dust filled the air, heightening the tension as they found themselves isolated within the island's depths. Among the flying machines, Ava found a weathered journal, its pages chronicling Elder Rowan's youth. The Elder's deep connection and pact with the skies unfolded beneath her fingers. Through the Elder's words, Ava learned to channel the compass's energy cautiously, mastering the art of safe navigation through uncharted skies. Each lesson illuminated the way forward, balancing courage with respect. Outside the chamber, the pirates began dismantling the island's ancient machinery recklessly. Their greed risked not only the ruins' collapse, but the loss of the island's secrets forever. Determined, Ava sprinted through the crumbling halls, her crimson scarf fluttering wildly behind her. Time was slipping away as she raced to halt the destruction. Keto, ever resourceful, conjured mechanical illusions that danced and flickered, drawing the pirates' attention away. Confused by the ethereal mirages, the outlaws faltered in their advance. Following the compass's steady pulse and Keto's glowing eyes, Ava reached the chamber's core controls. The ancient mechanism awaited activation, humming in harmony with the duo's resolve. Suddenly, the pirate captain burst into the chamber, his grip tight on his weapon. Ava's scarf caught again on a jagged edge as she dodged narrowly, evading capture by a breath. A tense standoff ensued. Ava stood grounded, the skybound compass blazing fiercely in her hand. Her gaze locked with the captain's, unflinching as the chamber's glow bathed them both. In a swift move, Keto leapt onto the captain, delivering a precise mechanical strike that disabled his weapon temporarily. The delicate balance tipped, giving Ava the upper hand. Seizing the moment, Ava activated the chamber's ancient machinery. Hovering platforms rose between them, their ascent blocking the pirate pursuit with a defiant shield. The ruins trembled as glowing runes flared, the island responding to long-forgotten magic. Slowly, the entire landmass began to lift, defying gravity to rise into the sky. The pirates scrambled to regroup, their skyships darting after the floating island with growing desperation. The mysterious ascent transformed the battlefield into a spectacle of air and light. With her scarf wrapped tightly, Ava climbed into one of the ancient flying machines from the chamber. She prepared to pilot it, determination radiating from her every movement. Keto's eyes glowed steadily, syncing with the compass's radiance as the flying machine stirred to life. Together, they took to the skies, ascending alongside the glowing island. They soared above the pursuing pirate ships, the radiant island behind them glowing like a beacon against the horizon. Ava felt the compass guiding her, a steady presence in the vast expanse. Unexpectedly, the pirate captain commandeered a rival flying craft, launching a relentless pursuit. The chase was on, the skies alive with tension and the roar of engines. Through dense clouds and shifting winds, Ava maneuvered with skill, her crimson scarf trailing vividly behind her. The engines hummed loudly as the chase unfolded in a dance of agility and resolve. With eyes fixed on the compass's steady glow, Ava navigated tight gaps with precision. The device's energy lit her path, guiding every daring move above the clouds. Keto detected a critical weakness in the pirate captain's airship, signaling Ava with urgent blinks. The mechanical fox's alert promised a chance to turn the tide of their perilous pursuit. Trusting Keto's warning, Ava triggered a well-placed trap that disabled the pirate captain's vessel abruptly. The chase ended suddenly, the threat momentarily quelled as silence fell over the sky. Back on the floating island, Ava carefully studied the skybound compass. With a steady hand and an eager heart, she unlocked the secret to commanding the skies safely, feeling the compass hum with newfound power. Activating Elder Rowan's staff beacon, a soft glow illuminated its carved wood. Ava shared her discovery, a wave of relief spreading through her voice as she reassured the elder that the skies were now secure. Around them, ancient flying machines stirred to life, gears turning and wings extending. Their silhouettes carved against the sunrise, these guardians were ready to defend the skies from any impending threats. With the crimson scarf fluttering boldly in the high-altitude breeze, Ava embraced her role as the island's protector. She stood tall and resolute, a beacon of hope and courage amidst the vast sky. Beside her, Keto nestled calmly, his rusted bronze fur reflecting the dawn's light. His blue eyes glowed softly, a perfect blend of contentment and perpetual vigilance. Not far away, island automatons surrounded the captured pirate captain. The outlaws' ragtag hopes were dashed as the mechanical protectors ensured peace with unwavering precision. A mysterious skyship approached silently, its unique silhouette cutting through the clouds. Elder Rowan descended, his wooden staff in hand, warmly welcoming Ava and affirming the hard-earned balance now resting upon their shoulders. Below, the village erupted in cheers, their voices rising like the wind that carried their joy to the heights. Watching the island ascend higher, they celebrated the dawn of a new era of harmony in the skies. Ava gazed toward the horizon, the compass firmly in her grasp. Ready for whatever adventures lay beyond, her spirit soared with possibility, eyes alight with determination and wonder. As Ava and Keto set their course across the endless blue, the crimson scarf fluttered one last time in the gentle wind. Together, they vanished into the vast sky, guardians of a boundless future. The rain hammered down, painting the city in streaks of silver and shadow. Detective Marlowe lit a cigarette beneath the flickering street lamp, eyes scanning the wet cobblestones. He'd been called to the alley at midnight, another whisper of trouble in a town that never slept. A woman's scream had cut through the damp night earlier, trailing off like a ghostly melody. Now, Marlowe crouched beside a crumpled figure, pale and trembling beneath the garbage bins. "You saw something," he said softly, fingers brushing loose strands of hair from her face. Her eyes flickered with fear, but she nodded. "They come when the clock strikes one." He checked his watch, 12:55. Time was running thin, and the city held its breath. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the shadowed end of the alley, slow and deliberate. Marlowe pressed his back against the wet brick, heart hammering under the rain's rhythm. A figure stepped forward, coat collar up, face obscured beneath a fedora. "Looking for trouble, detective." The voice was low, a rasp of menace and challenge. Marlowe cracked a half-smile, only the kind that sells in this city. The stranger lunged, a flash of steel glinting in the dim light. Instinct took over. Marlowe twisted, grabbing the attacker's wrist, forcing the knife away. They tumbled, rain mixing with grit and desperation. A flicker of recognition crossed Marlowe's mind, the scar beneath the stranger's eye. "Back off, Kane," Marlowe growled, pushing him against the wall. Kane sneered, then vanished into the labyrinth of alleys, leaving a promise and a warning. Marlowe lit a fresh cigarette, watching the smoke curl upward. The city never sleeps, and neither do its secrets. The evening fog curled around the old clock tower as Eliza crept closer, clutching the folded letter in her hand. Her heart pounded with every step. The letter promised a secret buried for decades, hidden right beneath the ticking face above. Old Man Grayson's cryptic warning echoed in her mind. Not all timekeepers guard moments. Some keep shadows. Eliza reached the iron door at the tower's base, her fingers trembling as she found the rusted key taped under the ledge. The door creaked open, revealing a spiral staircase that disappeared into darkness and dust. She took a deep breath and descended, the faint sound of the clock's ticking growing louder in her ears. Midway down, a glimmer caught her eye, a small leather pouch tucked into a crack on the wall. Inside, she found a collection of strange keys and a worn diary belonging to her grandfather, a man she barely knew. Flipping through, cryptic notes mapped a hidden compartment beneath the clock's mechanism. Her fingers quickly found the latch, releasing a panel that revealed a shaded alcove bathed in moonlight. Inside lay an old photograph and a delicate music box, its surface etched with a family crest she recognized. As she opened the music box, a haunting melody filled the silent tower, swirling memories of forgotten days. Eliza's eyes welled up. The photograph showed her grandmother, smiling beneath the clock tower, long before it was abandoned. A folded note inside the box read, "Time seals what the heart never forgets." She realized the secret wasn't gold or jewels, but the preservation of a family's love frozen in time. With a soft smile, Eliza wound the clock's mechanism to resume its silent vigil. The morning light illuminated the tower as she stepped out, the town oblivious to the quiet restoration. Eliza whispered, "Some mysteries aren't lost, they are waiting to be found." As the clock chimed at dawn, she clutched her grandfather's diary close, a new story just beginning. And somewhere in the distance, the clock tower kept its steady beat, a heartbeat echoing through the years. The world had turned silent. Cities buried under ash and memories, and I was one of the few who still wandered. I stumbled through the ruins, scavenging what little life remained beneath the gray skies. Amid the debris, a soft hum caught my ear, a sound I hadn't heard since before the fall. Following the melody, I entered what was left of an old library, the last sanctuary of human knowledge. There, a small device flickered faintly, projecting a hologram of a woman speaking words I barely understood. "To those who find this," she said, "hope is not lost, even in the darkest times." Her message was a whisper from the past, a spark through the gloom that clung like a second skin. Determined, I set out to find others who might still listen, carrying the hologram and its promise of hope. Days passed, and the ash continued to fall, but so did the weight from my chest. At a dilapidated radio tower, I managed to revive an ancient transmitter, sending her message into the void. Static answers crackled back at first, then words, faint but unmistakable. "We hear you," came the reply, like a balm to my weary soul. Life, I realized, had not ended. It was merely waiting beneath the ash, ready to rise again. Together, we found strength in shared voices and the fragile technology of the old world. Communities began to stir, where once there was only silence and dust. The hologram's final words echoed in my mind. "Never forget, even ruins can root new life." From hopelessness, a network grew, grounded in trust and the desire to rebuild. The ash storm slowed, revealing a horizon touched with pale light for the first time in years. I smiled as the first green shoots emerged from cracked concrete, a testament to endurance. And in that fragile dawn, the echoes beneath the ash became the heartbeat of a new beginning. Mara stands at the edge of the dense forest, clutching her silver locket as the dusky sky deepens over Glenmore. The impending darkness mirrors the growing unease that tightens in her chest. Her eyes dart to the dimly lit houses nearby, their shadows stretching oddly long and flickering as if alive. A heavy silence seems to weigh down the air, pressing close with unspoken fears. Elias approaches silently, the faded scar on his left cheek visible beneath his dark hood. His voice is low and urgent, warning Mara of the dark force stirring beneath the town's surface. Inside Mara's home, a shattered mirror catches the flickering lamplight, reflecting shadows that twist and move independently. The glass fractures reveal distorted scenes, as if hinting at a hidden, unsettling truth. Memories from Mara's childhood surge unbidden, time spent near the forbidding forest, shadows lurking at the edges, and a fear she never fully understood. A trauma lies buried, tethered tightly to the trees beyond the town's borders. Whispers spread through Glenmore of people vanishing mysteriously, their last sightings registering near the forest's edge. Panic simmers as the town grapples with the impossible disappearances, the darkness seeming to reach ever closer. Suddenly, Mara's silver locket emits a faint glow, its light pulsing gently as if sensing a presence unseen by human eyes. This subtle illumination hints at forces at work beyond the veil of reality. Elias urges Mara to face the hollow, an elusive entity believed responsible for the vanishings. His warning is grave. Confronting it may be the only way to stop the spreading darkness. As night cloaks the forest, Mara peers into its depths, where shadows stretch unnaturally between twisted trees. The atmosphere tightens, each breath heavier as the boundary between worlds begins to blur. She steps carefully onto a broken path littered with shattered glass and dead leaves, the crunch underfoot echoing in the stillness. Every movement feels measured, as if the forest itself watches her approach. Without warning, the ground trembles beneath her feet and distant whispers weave through the air, their words scrambled and impossible to decipher. The eerie sounds unsettle Mara, deepening the sense of unseen presence. A flicker of movement catches her eye, a writhing shadow just beyond the tree line, glowing ember eyes piercing through darkness. The entity recoils like a predator aware of her gaze, disappearing into the night. Gripping her silver locket tightly, Mara feels the shadow's teasing retreat, a silent challenge wrapped in malevolence. The elusive glimpse fuels both her fear and determination. Elias recounts old legends of the Hollow, describing it as a fractured spirit feeding on fear and forgotten memories. His words paint a chilling portrait of a menace that thrives in the cracks of reality. Resolved and steeled, Mara vows to find and end the Hollow before its darkness consumes her and Glenmore. The stakes become painfully clear. Failure could mean losing everything she holds dear. Each night, the shadowy figure prowls closer to Mara's home, warping reality in subtle, terrifying ways. The boundaries between the familiar and the nightmare twist beneath its malevolent influence. Mirrors shatter spontaneously around town, splintering into shards that reveal fleeting, distorted glimpses of a dark world lurking beneath normal life. These fractured reflections unsettle the townsfolk, marking each moment with growing dread. Mara is haunted by dreams of drowned faces trapped beneath a black veil. Awakening, she finds water pooling inexplicably on her floor, as if the barrier between dream and reality is eroding. Elias discovers a hidden journal detailing a ritual meant to seal the Hollow's power, yet it demands a great and personal sacrifice. This revelation deepens the peril, casting shadows over their hope. Brief, ghostly appearances of the missing townspeople flicker in reflective surfaces, caught in liminal spaces between worlds. Their silent pleas echo faintly, heightening Mara's resolve to save them. Attempting the ritual, Mara is abruptly attacked by the Hollow's tendrils, thrusting her into a nightmarish vision of despair. She confronts a harrowing inner darkness, testing her courage and will. In the vision, Mara's own face fractures in a broken glass mirror, each shard revealing fragments of her painful past. The reflections offer painful clues that might lead to understanding the Hollow's true nature. Her silver locket pulses with increasing strength, guiding her through the labyrinth of memories and encroaching shadows. This beacon of light becomes her anchor against the overwhelming darkness. Elias faces the townsfolk, whose unnerving calmness and tight-lipped silence hint at secrets too fearful to speak. Their reluctance deepens the mystery and raises the tension between them all. Quietly, Mara slips into the town library, unearthing faded photographs that link previous victims to the Hollow. Each image layers new dread onto the growing pattern of disappearance and despair. A sudden, chilling apparition of the Hollow emerges from the deepening shadows, its ember eyes gleaming as it mocks Mara with a sinister grin. The cracked mirror before her distorts her reflection, breaking it into jagged fragments that twist her image into something unrecognizable and ominous. Mara barely escapes the apparition's grasp, her breath quick and heart racing as she stumbles into the dim clearing where Elias waits silently. He reveals the secret of the silver locket, a key more powerful than she imagined, silently tethered to the shadow's very existence. Elias explains that the locket was once fused to the Hollow's heart, a fragment torn away long ago to diminish its power and bind its darkness. Mara clutches the locket tightly, realizing the weight of their intertwined destinies. Together, they devise a perilous plan to reunite the locket with its other half, hidden deep beneath the forest floor, knowing every step invites greater danger. The risk is palpable, the forest itself seeming to pulse with unseen menace as they prepare to move forward. The Hollow's influence coils through the forest, twisting roots into writhing veins that claw at the earth, corrupting the land itself. The very air thickens with creeping darkness, as if nature rebels against their quest. Shadows deepen around Mara, her clothing darkening subtly as if absorbing the creeping gloom, blurring the edges between waking and nightmare. Each breath feels heavier, the line between reality and dream whispering its fragility. At last, Mara approaches the hollowed tree, faintly glowing with an ethereal light that marks the rumored resting place of the locket's counterpart. The fractured mirrors embedded in the bark reflect the dim light, casting eerie patterns upon her face. Her path is twisted with traps and illusions, each forcing her to confront fears and puzzles designed to break her will. Mara pushes forward, her mind and body tested by challenges both physical and psychological. Elias offers steadfast support, but when an unseen force lashes out, he is wounded, blood darkening his clothing and heightening the urgency of their mission. His injury snaps the fragile calm, the stakes growing ever more dire. Determined, Mara presses on alone, the silver locket's soft glow entwining with the ember hue of the encroaching darkness, illuminating her path as she ventures deeper into the unknown. The weight of her resolve is palpable in the thickening air. Facing a fractured mirror, Mara confronts the hollow as it partially reveals a shifting, shadowy form, never fully seen yet filled with seething menace. The shattered reflections ripple with unease, echoing the entity's unpredictable nature. The hollow's voice slithers through the stillness, taunting Mara with a dire promise. Fail, and she will remain trapped within its eternal shadow forever. The cruel stakes hang heavy in the cold air, testing her resolve. With trembling hands, Mara reunites the locket's two halves. A burst of searing light ricochets through the darkness, fracturing the shadow's form and pushing back the lingering dread. The hollow tree's glow intensifies, fighting against the consuming gloom. For a fleeting moment, the hollow reveals itself as a humanoid silhouette, twisted in grimacing pain and loss. Its ember eyes flicker with a haunting sorrow, hinting at a tortured origin beneath the menace. The shadow lashes back violently, shattering the light into scattered shards and casting Mara into a surreal void where time and space bend unnaturally. Darkness curls around her like living smoke, swallowing the remnants of illumination. Within this void, Mara is bombarded by ghostly reflections of her childhood. Fragmented memories shimmer in the broken mirrors around her. Past moments long buried surface with unsettling clarity, revealing hidden wounds. A shattering truth dawns on her. Her own suppressed memories feed the hollow's power, giving life to the darkness she fights. Gathering courage, Mara steels herself to confront the fears she once fled from. In a moment of piercing clarity, Mara begins to reshape the shattered mirrors within the void, mending the fractured reflections and weaving her broken soul back into wholeness. Light pulses softly, resonating with newfound strength. As Mara's confidence grows, the hollow's influence wanes. Shadows recede slightly, the oppressive weight loosening its grip. The once suffocating darkness feels fragile now, trembling beneath her rising resolve. Elias awakens, wounds tending to heal as dawn's pale light breaks through the trees. The forest's menace appears diminished for the first time. Together, they stand united, ready to face what lies beneath the earth. They cautiously descend into a cavern hidden beneath the forest, where the hollow's core is said to pulse with dark energy. The air turns colder, the walls slick and cold, as shadows writhe in patterns against the stone surfaces. The cavern throbs with a malevolent energy. Walls seem alive as tendrils of shadow twist and writhe, pushing back against the intruders. Every echo carries whispers of lost souls, heightening the tension with spectral unease. Before them rise spectral forms, distorted visages of past victims, their expressions twisted in desperation, yet pleading silently for release. Each one reflects in cracked mirrors that seem to float in the stale cavern air. Mara offers words of forgiveness and remembrance, her voice steady as the spirit's anguish begins to soften. Their fading presence weakens the hollow's hold, the cavern's darkness flickering uncertainly. At the cavern's center, a cracked crystalline heart pulses faintly, the source of the hollow's power and pain entwined. Light flickers across its fractured surface, promising answers yet guarded by shadows still thick and deep. Mara took a deep breath, her fingers trembling as she placed the silver locket into the crystal's jagged fracture. The moment the locket touched the surface, a blinding light burst forth, bathing the cavern in an intense, pure glow. Shadows recoiled as the fractured crystal responded to the locket's truth, illuminating the darkness. A chilling scream echoed through the cavern as the hollow writhed in agony. Its shadowy form began to shrink, losing shape and coherence, like smoke caught in a sudden gust. The glowing ember eyes flickered weakly, draining away into the light that now claimed its space. Then, a final, brilliant burst of light erupted, flooding the entire cavern with a warm, natural glow. The sinister shadows that had lengthened unnaturally moments before dissolved completely. The fractured surfaces around them reflected true light for the first time in so long. Mara's strength gave out, and she collapsed against the cavern floor, utterly exhausted but alive. Elias caught her steadily, his darkened clothes matching the tension that now eased between them. A calm settled, broken only by their quiet breaths amid the returning silence. When they returned to Glenmore, the oppressive darkness that had lingered was gone, replaced by gentle sunlight filtering softly through the streets. The town looked reborn, as if the shadows had never claimed it. Layers of dread lifted, making way for the warmth of a new day. The residents emerged slowly from their homes, blinking against the light as if waking from a nightmare. Memories of the Hollow's chilling influence faded quickly, slipping into the recesses of forgotten dreams. Life began to reclaim its rightful place, serene and unshadowed. Mara's silver locket no longer radiated light, but rested quietly against her chest, a silent testament to what had passed. It symbolized closure, a resilience forged in darkness now at peace. The connection it represented was no longer a burden, but a shield of strength. Elias stood beside Mara, his presence steady and resolute. He vowed to remain in Glenmore, dedicating himself to rebuilding what was broken and guarding against the return of lurking shadows. His faded scar caught the sunlight, a reminder of battles fought and ones still ahead. The fractured mirrors throughout the town had been replaced with clear, unblemished glass. Their reflections no longer distorted reality, but offered pure, truthful images to those who looked into them. The town's spirit, once fractured and warped, now shone back with clarity and hope. Mara stood at the town's edge, her gaze fixed on the distant horizon where dark clouds gathered faintly beneath the hollow veil. Though the light had returned, she knew the shadows were never fully gone. Steeled by all she had endured, she prepared to confront whatever darkness might next arise. Marla's phone buzzed with an unknown number, just as the clock struck midnight. Curiosity got the better of her. She answered hesitantly, hearing nothing but a faint, eerie silence. Shrugging it off, she returned to her reading, but the silence persisted, growing heavier in the still night. Suddenly, a whisper floated through the speaker. "I see you." Heart pounding, Marla dropped the phone. The screen fractured, yet the whisper continued, now coming from everywhere around her. She rose, trembling, and tried to escape the oppressive quiet that had now turned into a deafening echo. In the dim hallway, portraits seemed to watch her with hollow eyes, their shadows lengthening unnaturally. Each step she took echoed back distorted cries, as if the house itself mourned in agony. Reaching the main door, she found it sealed shut, her panic swelling with the realization she was trapped. The whisper morphed into a chilling chant, repeating her name over and over. Desperately, Marla searched for another way out, her breath visible in the suddenly cold air. In the corner, a cracked mirror shimmered. Her reflection stared back, but its mouth moved independently, mouthing words she couldn't hear. Frozen, she backed away, but the reflection beckoned, dragging her gaze deeper into its inky depths. A snatch of a forgotten memory flooded her mind, a warning from a childhood dream. Summoning all her courage, Marla focused on the old grandfather clock in the hall, its pendulum swinging sluggishly. "Time to end this," she whispered, smashing the clock's glass with a chair leg. The house groaned, the shadows retreating as the oppressive silence shattered into 1,000 shards of sound. The front door creaked open slowly, revealing the faint blush of dawn outside. With a final glance back, Marla stepped out, the whisper fading into nothingness behind her. She heard the narrator's voice softly in tone. "Some silences are better left unbroken." In the heart of a forgotten village stood an old mansion, wrapped in ivy and shadow. Alina, curious and fearless, had always been drawn to the mansion despite the villagers' warnings. One evening, armed with only a lantern, she slipped through the creaking gates and into the dim hallway. The air was thick with dust and silence, until a faint whisper drifted from the wall at the end of the corridor. There, hanging crookedly, was a portrait of a woman whose eyes seemed almost alive, gleaming in the lantern light. Alina stepped closer, feeling a chill as a soft voice echoed, "Help me." Startled but intrigued, she reached out, tracing the woman's delicate features with trembling fingers. Suddenly, the room spun, and Alina found herself in a sunlit garden, centuries past, standing before the very woman from the portrait. The woman introduced herself as Isolde, trapped between worlds by a jealous curse. Alina realized the whispers were cries for freedom, her only chance to break the spell and release Isolde's soul. To succeed, she had to solve a riddle hidden somewhere in the mansion, tied to an ancient family secret. Guided by fleeting whispers and unseen hands, Alina explored secret rooms and forgotten letters. In a dusty diary, she uncovered the truth. Isolde's love was betrayed, and jealousy bound her spirit to the painting. With a steady voice, Alina recited a passage from the diary, invoking the words of forgiveness and release. Light flooded the room as the portrait shimmered, Isolde's form slowly stepping out, free at last. "Thank you," Isolde whispered, her smile warm as she dissolved into a cascade of petals. The mansion sighed, the weight of centuries lifting in an instant. Alina stepped back into the present, the portrait now a simple painting of a serene garden. Outside, the villagers noticed the mansion's gloom had lifted, its mystery gently unraveled. Alina smiled, knowing some whispers carry the power to heal and set free. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, an ancient lantern hung from a silver branch, glowing faintly. Ilara, a young wanderer with curious eyes, discovered the lantern while chasing fireflies one twilight. She reached out, her fingers brushing the cool metal, and suddenly the forest around her shifted. Trees whispered secrets, and the air shimmered with magic that hadn't stirred in centuries. A soft voice echoed, "Guardian of Light, your time has come to awaken Eldara's flame." Ilara's heart raced. She had heard the legends. The forest's light was the soul of an ancient kingdom. The lantern's glow pulsed, guiding her towards a hidden glade bathed in moonlight. There, a stone altar awaited, carved with runes that matched the ones on the lantern. Ilara placed the lantern upon the altar. Light burst forth like dawn breaking over the horizon. From the blaze, a delicate figure emerged, Leora, the last spirit of Eldara. "For centuries I waited," Leora whispered. "Thanks to you, the light returns to our realm." Ilara watched, mesmerized, as the forest transformed, darkness retreating, colors deepening. "Why me?" Ilara asked, her voice barely a breath. Leora smiled gently. "Because your heart holds the courage and kindness the forest needs." Together, they walked through the woods, spreading light that banished shadows. The fireflies returned, now radiating brighter than before, dancing in celebration. Ilara felt a warmth she'd never known, a connection to something greater than herself. "The forest is alive because of you," Leora said, fading into the glowing canopy. As dawn broke, Ilara stood alone, but illuminated by the lantern's steady light. She whispered, "I'll guard this light, so Eldara's magic never fades again." Anna's morning began with the familiar scent of freshly baked bread wafting through her kitchen. She glanced out the window and noticed a golden maple leaf fluttering gently to the ground. Deciding to seize the calm, she slipped on her shoes and stepped outside, the crisp air filling her lungs. The park nearby was her sanctuary, especially under the sprawling branches of the ancient maple tree. She sat down on the worn wooden bench, watching children play and dogs chase after frisbees. An elderly man approached, carrying a small sketchbook and a kind smile. "Mind if I join you?" he asked softly, settling down beside her. They exchanged brief introductions, the warmth of their conversation matching the autumn sun. He showed her his drawings, delicate sketches of leaves, branches, and the park's old bench. Anna shared stories of her childhood visits to the same park, memories blooming between them. Suddenly, a gust of wind sent a flurry of vibrant leaves swirling around their feet. "Looks like autumn's putting on a show for us," the man chuckled. She laughed, feeling a lightness she hadn't realized she'd been missing. Time slipped away pleasantly, their worries momentarily forgotten in simple companionship. As the sun dipped lower, painting the sky in pink and orange hues, they rose to leave. "Thank you for sharing this afternoon with me," Anna said, her smile genuine. "The pleasure was all mine," he replied, handing her a small sketch of the maple tree. Walking home, Anna held the drawing close, grateful for the unexpected friendship. Sometimes, she mused, all it takes is a leaf to start a new chapter. With the city lights twinkling ahead, she felt ready for whatever tomorrow might bring. Lena sprinted through the dense jungle, the mysterious compass clutched tightly in her hand. Every step felt heavier, but the compass needle pulsed with an eerie glow, pointing deeper into the unknown. "Where are you leading me?" she whispered, heart pounding with adrenaline. Suddenly, the dense foliage gave way to the ruins of an ancient temple, vines crawling over majestic stone pillars. The compass tugged insistently toward the temple entrance, urging her forward. Inside, the air was thick with dust and secrets. shadows dancing as sunlight filtered through crumbled walls. A faint hum echoed, as though the temple itself was alive, beckoning her onward. Lena stepped carefully, eyes scanning hieroglyphs etched in gold, revealing a tale of lost explorers and hidden treasures. She followed the compass down a narrow stone corridor, feeling the weight of history in every breath. At the corridor's end, a door barred her passage, covered in intricate symbols. The key must be near, she murmured, examining the carvings. Her fingers traced a pattern, triggering a hidden latch that slowly revealed a small chamber. Inside, an ancient chest lay covered in dust and cobwebs, waiting patiently through the ages. With trembling hands, Lena opened it to find a radiant gemstone pulsating with warm light. The compass needle aligned perfectly with the gem, its glow intensifying. The heart of the jungle, she realized, understanding its power. As she lifted the gem, the temple walls seemed to sigh, like a long-lost secret finally unveiled. Outside, the compass stopped glowing, its purpose fulfilled. Adventure isn't just about treasure, Lena smiled. It's about trust, courage, and discovery. With the gemstone secured, she stepped into the sunlight, ready for the journey still to come. The rain slapped against the slick pavement as Detective Marlowe lit a cigarette outside the velvet lounge. Inside, the smoke curled around whispered secrets. A jazz saxophone wailed in the background, thickening the air with melancholy. Marlowe's eyes scanned the room until they landed on Ruby, the dame, with secrets darker than the alley streets. Ruby's voice was a low purr, barely above the jazz. "You're looking for Tommy, aren't you? He vanished last night." Marlowe nodded, flicking ash off his cigarette. "Yeah, and I think the answers are buried somewhere between the music and the shadows." She leaned closer, eyes gleaming. "Follow me if you want to find him, but be careful. He's tangled up with dangerous company." Outside, the neon sign flickered, casting eerie reds and blues onto the rain-soaked streets. Ruby led Marlowe through maze-like back alleys, the silence punctuated by distant sirens and their cautious footsteps. They stopped before a rusted door, barely hanging on its hinges. Ruby whispered, "This is where Tommy last made contact." Inside, the room was stale, filled with cigarette butts and overturned chairs. A single note lay on an old table. Marlowe picked up the note. "Find the man who plays the last note, and you'll find Tommy's fate." A clue wrapped in jazz, Marlowe muttered, the puzzle tightening like a noose. Back at the lounge, the saxophonist played as if possessed, notes cutting through the haze like daggers. Marlowe watched the musician closely and noticed a small tattoo peeking from under his cuff, a symbol Tommy used to carry. He approached quietly. "You know where Tommy is." The saxophonist's eyes flickered with a shadow of guilt. "He got into trouble with the wrong crowd," the man confessed. "They wanted something from him, something that could bring this whole city down." Suddenly, footsteps stormed in. Figures in dark coats encircled Marlowe and Ruby, their intentions clear. With quick thinking, Marlowe grabbed Ruby's hand, diving through a hidden exit behind the stage. They emerged into the cold night air, hearts pounding, but free the city's skyline bleeding neon hope into the darkness. Marlowe lit another cigarette, looking toward the horizon. Tommy's out there somewhere, and this story, it's far from over. Ava stood on the rooftop, rain slicking shards of glass reflecting neon lights beneath her. She gripped the ancient circuit pendant, hanging from her neck tightly, her violet eyes absorbing every fractured reflection of the sprawling city below. In a dimly lit room with flickering bulbs, Cale methodically adjusted the worn joints of his mechanical arm. Outside, shadows danced with the passing crowds, their hurried movements contrasting his focused solitude. Lyra hovered near the cluttered workbench, her spherical blue core pulsing gently in the dim light. With precision, she scanned layers of encrypted data, algorithms shifting like the shards of shattered glass around her. A cryptic message flashed suddenly on Ava's holopad, fragmented lines of code interspersed with a broken glass symbol. The city's rain-drenched neon reflected subtly against the screen, mirroring the confusion in her eyes. Massive screens across the city suddenly flickered, presenting a glimpse of the overseer's faceless hologram framed by floating shards of glass before scrambling into static. The ominous warning rippled through the fabric of the neon-lit metropolis. In a narrow alley bathed in fading neon graffiti, Cale's intense eyes met Ava's as he approached silently. An urgent tension clung to the air, the city's dimming lights echoing their unspoken concerns. Lyra projected a shimmering 3D map, red nodes flashing erratically over the unstable sectors, threatening to fracture the city's grid. Each pulsing point mirrored the increasing fragility of time itself. At her cluttered desk scattered with shards of broken glass, Ava leaned in, her violet eyes reflecting the fractured code she painstakingly decoded. The patterns seemed to twist and fragment with each attempt, mocking her resolve. They strategized in hushed tones, the dark alley around them alive with flickers of neon light. The plan to infiltrate the central network hub carried the weight of shattered memories and uncertain futures. Ava's fingers tightened around the small device resembling her pendant, wires glowing faintly blue as she made final adjustments. The pulsing light mirrored Lyra's core, a beacon in the encroaching darkness. Suddenly, Ava's mind fractured, as if her memories slipped through shattered glass, folding images of a lost friend into indistinct blurs. The visage dissolved into glitching shards that danced behind her closed eyelids. Kale equipped his mechanical arm, revealing a concealed interface humming with latent power. Despite its wear, the arm's resilience gleamed as he prepared for the digital storm ahead. Like a silent shadow, Lyra slipped through narrow vents toward the city's network heart. Her core brightened as she sent pulses forward, weaving through the tangled data streams like shards of glass in a maze. Abruptly, the city plunged into darkness, neon lights shattered into voids of colorless blackness. The sudden silence was unsettling, broken only by the distant drip of rain on fractured glass. Ava and Kale exchanged tense, knowing glances amid the quiet streets shadowed by failing neon. Alarms echoed faintly, a chilling reminder that the stakes were no less than their memories and lives. Within the digital network, Lyra confronted a firewall whose edges shimmered and morphed like broken fragments of glass slicing through the data. Its shifting form challenged her every attempt to advance. Navigating through dark, neon-dappled alleyways, Ava and Kale moved with extreme caution. Reflections fractured and flickered across wet pavement, distorting reality as time seemed to unravel around them. Without warning, a swarm of intercepted drones encircled Lyra, their movements sharp and coordinated. Her blue core pulsed rapidly, alarmed as she scrambled to decode the resistant, fragmented signature within. Kale's mechanical arm flared to life, plasma emitters igniting as he battled security bots in sudden bursts of light. Sparks flew, illuminating the night in stark contrast to the dimming neon skyline. Ava knelt before a cracked terminal, inserting the pendant-like device which glowed faintly blue. Her hands trembled slightly, the risky override casting fractured reflections of hope and dread across her face. Suddenly, the Overseer's hologram materialized amidst floating shards of fractured glass, its faceless form menacing and sharp. It spoke in cold echoes, warning of dire consequences should they proceed further. Lyra narrowly escaped the tightening digital trap, her core pulsing with urgent intensity as the code fought back with ever-growing resistance. Frustrated yet undeterred, she retreated to regroup and regroup. Memories surged violently within Ava's mind, visions of a city before its fracture flooded her in wavelets. Faces blurred behind glitching glass fragments, the lost friend's image obscured, elusive as a fading dream. Kale hacked a utility grid beneath the neon glow, sending cascades of flickering lights through the city. The sudden bursts masked their movements, turning shadowy streets into a fragmented dance of light and dark. Beneath the city's foundations, they uncovered a hidden chamber lined with fragmented mirrors reflecting tangled realities. Each surface fractured their reflections and distorted time, hinting at deeper secrets beneath the fractured world. Lyra's blue core pulses rapidly as she projects streams of coded warnings across the dimmed cityscape, cautioning that any further tampering with the network could trigger a catastrophic collapse. Flickering data cascades like shattered glass shards, reflecting the urgency imbued in her synthetic voice. Ava studies the warning carefully, her violet eyes reflecting the fractured patterns on every digital screen around them. Suddenly, through a haze of glitching holograms, Ava glimpses a spectral image flickering like broken glass, an apparition of her lost friend. The figure's features are distorted, fragmented between reality and memory, tugging at emotions buried deep. The ancient circuit pendant around Ava's neck seems to resonate faintly, as if reacting to the apparition's presence. In a quiet corner, Kale's mechanical arm emits an unstable hum, joints trembling with an odd current. Doubt shadows his ash-gray eyes as he questions their chances against the overseer's growing control. Yet, his grip on Ava's shoulder strengthens, determination flickering in the worn but resilient mechanisms of his limb. The overseer responds with ruthless aggression, intensifying its digital assault. Waves of corrupt data ripple through the city's once vibrant holograms. Shattered glass motifs fracture further, casting eerie reflections as neon lights dim under the assault. The faceless entity's presence looms large, its fragmented holograms shifting unsettlingly in the shadows. Amidst the chaos, Ava deciphers a hidden pattern woven in the digital shards, fragments of trapped memories scattered within the corrupted system. They are broken, yet not lost, hinting at a path to recovery. Her pendant flickers softly, guiding her through the labyrinth of displaced time and fractured reality. The trio rushes into a chamber where the digital and physical worlds blend, the air thick with distortion. Reality itself cracks around them, splintering like shattered glass as time fragments warp the environment. Neon hues flicker unnaturally, casting eerie shadows across the fractured space. Lyra sacrifices part of her core energy, the blue light dimming briefly, to stabilize the shifting digital environment enveloping them. Sparks fly in cascades of faint light, and a temporary calm settles over the chaos. Her sacrifice anchors the turbulent data streams, granting the team precious moments to act. As the fracturing threatens to overwhelm Ava's senses, Kale catches her firmly, his mechanical arm steady despite its earlier instability. His quiet strength becomes a lifeline amid the disorienting distortions. Together, they resist the pull of the fragmented reality surrounding them. They activate the pendant device, its ancient circuits humming as shards of broken glass motifs begin to realign. The scattered fragments coalesce into clearer, coherent patterns, revealing glimpses of the fractured network's underlying structure. The ambient light shifts subtly, reflecting renewed hope. Suddenly, the environment glitches violently, forcing them to confront warped reflections of themselves within the surrounding mirrors. These distorted doubles flicker unpredictably, embodying fears and uncertainties lurking beneath their surfaces. The shadows of fractured selves threaten to consume their resolve. Ava delves into her fragmented memories, piecing together shards to uncover the cause of the city's fracture and her hidden role in its unfolding. Each recovered moment gleams like polished glass, casting light on the distorted timeline. Her violet eyes narrow, determination sharpening with understanding. Meanwhile, Kale battles internal fears as his mechanical parts resonate with an unfamiliar frequency, blurring lines between man and machine. The wear in his arm's joints now pulses with a strange energy, symbolizing an unsettling transformation. He grapples with the essence of his humanity amid the mechanical symphony. Lyra recalibrates her core, syncing its pulsing blue light with Ava's pendant in a harmonious frequency. Their combined energies weave the fractured data streams into a tentative semblance of unity. The air buzzes softly, as if the network itself breathes in concert with them. The Overseer's shattered holograms crack further under the synchronized force, exposing vulnerabilities beneath its cold digital facade. Glimpses of fractured code ripple where once impermeable control reigned, signaling a potential turning point. The faceless entity's presence flickers, hinting at unseen weaknesses. Ava and Kale coordinate a synchronized override, their movements precise as they interface with the network's corrupted memory bank. Digital shards swirl like storm-tossed glass around them, every pulse reflecting their violet and ash-gray eyes. The system shudders, caught between collapse and revival. Neon lights across the city pulse rhythmically, mirroring the network's unstable heartbeat as the override progresses. Reflections of Ava's violet eyes flicker through every screen, interlacing with the fractured time motifs. The tension heightens, every beat feels like a fragile moment poised on the edge of collapse. Flashes of restored memories burst across the urban skyline, faces, places, and fleeting moments briefly returned, but fading as quickly as they arrive. Each fragment dances like shards of broken glass, catching light before vanishing. The city seems caught in a breathless limbo between past and present. Lyra's blue core stabilizes into a steady glow, anchoring the team amid the shifting digital landscape around them. Her light pulses with calm certainty, offsetting the frantic flutter of fractured data. Together, they stand resilient as the environment gradually regains coherence. The overseer's voice reverberates one final time, a chilling echo delivering a last warning before dissolving into fragments of broken glass. Its presence shatters, scattering holographic shards that drift like spectral dust in the dim air. A silence falls, heavy and expectant, over the now quiet cityscape. Ava and Kale brace themselves as the network shudders, the culmination of their efforts imminent but uncertain. The fractured motifs swirl more rapidly, reflecting the tension that grips them both. Time feels fragmented, hovering between possibility and consequence. The pendant device suddenly unlocks a hidden sequence. Patterns shift and pulse, revealing the true origin of the city's fractured timeline. Symbols glow like ancient circuitry, etched in shattered glass, speaking to secrets long buried. A new understanding dawns just beyond reach. Ava steps into a chamber bathed in light and fractured reflections, where distinctions between past and present blur. She moves with purposeful calm among the broken images, the circuit pendant glowing brightly against her silver hair. Time itself seems suspended, waiting for resolution. Kale supports Ava closely as she interfaces directly with the network's core, their energies intertwining. Memories and data streams converge, forming luminous pathways between fractured fragments. His mechanical arm hums steadily, a symbol of their joint perseverance. Lyra projects serene images of a time before fracture, streets alive with harmony beneath glowing neon skies. The city pulses with unbroken life, a stark contrast to the current shattered reality. These visions inspire the team, fueling the hope for restoration. The network pulses powerfully, shattering the last barriers of corrupted data in a surge of glowing shards. A reset looms, its promise shining through uncertainty and cost. The fractured glass motifs cascade around them, symbolizing both destruction and the seed of renewal. Ava's mind races as clarity strikes. The fracture, the distorted reality, all stemmed from her desperate attempt to alter time and save her friend. Her violet eyes reflect fragmented shards of memories once hidden, now painfully clear. The ancient circuit pendant rests heavy against her chest, echoing the weight of her actions. She wrestles with a tormenting choice: maintain this altered reality and endure its lingering pain, or restore the true flow of time and sacrifice precious memories. Each option carries fracture and loss, mirroring the shattered glass motifs surrounding her. Ava feels the heaviness of her decision deepen as the city dims around her. Kale steps close, his mechanical arm steady yet worn, offering silent strength. "Our strength," he says softly, "comes from facing reality together, no matter how broken or fragmented it may be." His ash-gray hair shifts slightly in the neon glow, anchoring Ava in the present. With newfound resolve, Ava initiates the reset sequence, watching as the fractured glass motifs begin to mend and radiate with an otherworldly glow. The digital screens flicker, reflecting her violet eyes, steady and determined. The city shifts, its neon lights intensifying amid the restoration. The overseer's shards dissolve into streams of brilliant light, unraveling digital chains that bound the city. The oppressive holograms fracture further until only luminescent fragments drift away like ephemeral sparks. Freedom flickers within every restored pixel of the metropolis. Neon lights blaze boldly for the first time in days, casting reflections on whole, unshattered glass surfaces that line the streets. The distorted reality recedes, replaced by clarity and vibrancy as the city breathes anew. Ava's pendant catches the light, its circuits glowing softly against her skin. Amid the renewed calm, Ava glimpses her lost friend's memory, restored yet subtly altered, like a fresh reflection trembling on a still pond. The moment lingers, bittersweet yet filled with hope. Fragments of the past and present merge gently within her heart. Kale's mechanical arm hums with a steady pulse, its worn resilience symbolizing balance between what was and what lies ahead. It feels fully integrated, a vessel of strength forged through shared trials. The arm's intricate mechanisms shimmer faintly in the restored neon illumination. Lyra's core glows warmly, pulsing gently as she hovers beside Ava and Kale. The trio stands silhouetted against the revitalized cityscape, united and strong. Their combined presence feels like a beacon of enduring hope amid infinite possibilities. Ava smiles softly, her fingers brushing the ancient circuit pendant that has never left her side. Beneath a dawning sky of whole reflections, the city breathes anew, filled with unbroken light and endless potential. In this fragile piece, the future unfolds, framed by shattered pasts now mended. In the lively mountain village, Lyra pores over ancient maps by candlelight, the faint glow of her star tattoo casting a gentle light on the parchment. Her emerald eyes trace symbols, searching for clues hidden in the worn pages. Brahm arrives quietly, placing a small glowing crystal shard into Lyra's hand, urging her with a grave tone to seek the lost celestial compass before it falls into the wrong hands. The shard's blue glow pulses softly, mirroring the ancient star on her wrist. Tico, the silver-furred fox-like creature, playfully paws at the shard, the blue light reflecting vividly in his bright eyes. The wooden dagger at his side gleams faintly as he circles around excitedly. Lyra methodically packs essentials into a leather satchel embossed with the celestial compass symbol, fastening it securely. Her tattoo pulses subtly, as though anticipating the journey ahead. Whispers ripple through the village. The Shadow Order, hidden behind their unyielding silver masks and dark cloaks, are rumored to be searching for the same artifact. The urgency grows, tangled with fear in the villagers' hushed voices. Under a canopy of rustling leaves, Lyra, Brahm, and Tico step into the dense forest, the earth crunching beneath their boots. The warm earth tones of the village fade as cool blues begin to tint the surrounding shadows. They stumble upon a carved stone marker, ancient and weathered, etched with the celestial compass emblem. The symbol seems to pulse faintly in resonance with the shard's glow. Night descends, and an eerie silence envelops the forest. Lyra's tattoo pulses brighter, sending a subtle guiding light that steadies the group's wavering steps. Suddenly, cloaked figures, the Shadow Order, emerge silently between the trees, their silver masks reflecting the shard's blue light. Their presence chills the air and tightens the group's resolve. Lyra narrowly avoids a sudden ambush. Her satchel is torn in the scuffle, but the crystal shard remains clutched tightly in her grasp. Heart pounding, she retreats into the shadows. Brahm quickly tends to a minor wound on Lyra's arm, his voice low and grave as he warns that the Order's desperation is growing dangerously close. The tension weighs heavily on them all. Tico's sharp nose twitches, detecting faint magical traces lingering in the thick forest air. He follows the scent confidently, sensing a trail that leads deeper into the unknown. They cross a rickety bridge spanning a misty ravine, shadows lurking just beneath the damp planks. Each step echoes ominously, the cold blue hues deepening the foreboding atmosphere. The group discovers ancient ruins covered in star motifs, with the compass symbol boldly carved into a stone altar at the center. The shard's glow intensifies, resonating with the ancient stone. Lyra carefully places the crystal shard on the altar. The ground trembles beneath them, and a hidden passageway yawns open, revealing a downward path shrouded in darkness. Descending cautiously, they find themselves inside a cavern alive with glowing crystals pulsating rhythmically like a heartbeat. The cool blue light bathes the chamber in an ethereal glow. Lyra feels a strange connection as her tattoo flares brightly. Drawn irresistibly, she reaches toward a central crystal sphere that seems to hum with ancient energy. Without warning, the Shadow Order blocks their exit, daggers drawn and gleaming menacingly in the flickering torchlight. Their masked faces reveal nothing but cold intent. Brahm steps forward to negotiate, offering his knowledge in exchange for the compass's power. The Order's silence and refusal make clear they will accept nothing less than total control. Taking advantage of the moment, Tico slips agilely between the masked figure's legs, sowing confusion and allowing the trio to slip away amidst the chaos. They flee deeper into the twisting cave, chased by shadows and the echo of relentless footsteps. The air grows colder, and their breath hangs in the silvery light. The path forks and Lyra hesitates, her tattoo's subtle glow pulling her toward the left tunnel. Trusting the ancient star's guidance, she leads the way with cautious hope. The group uncovers an ancient library carved into solid rock walls, filled with star charts and celestial texts that shimmer faintly under Lyra's touch. The compass symbol recurs on many scrolls and carvings. Lyra deciphers a prophecy foretelling the compass's power to align entire worlds, heightening the stakes of their quest. The ancient star on her wrist pulses urgently as she absorbs the weight of destiny. Suddenly, a cave-in blocks the path behind them, forcing the group forward into the unknown depths of the cavern. The cool blue shadows deepen, and the adventure grows more perilous with every step. Brahm traces his fingers over ancient inscriptions carved into the cavern walls, reading warnings about a guardian bound to protect the resting place of the celestial compass. The glyphs shimmer faintly under the torchlight, hinting at formidable trials ahead. Lyra's confident strides falter as she glances down at the ancient star tattoo on her wrist, which dims softly. The fleeting uncertainty unsettles her, a rare crack in her otherwise fierce determination. Before them looms a massive stone door, its surface alive with moving celestial patterns that shift and reconfigure like constellations. The colors transition from warm earth tones to cool blues, reflecting the deepening mystery. Tico scampers around the door's base, sniffing and pawing at scattered gravel. His keen eyes catch a nearly invisible pressure plate concealed beneath the stones, a subtle but crucial mechanism. With a deliberate press of the plate, the colossal door rumbles open, revealing a chamber bathed in ethereal blue light that pulses like a heartbeat. At the chamber's center floats the celestial compass, a radiant star-shaped artifact encased within a translucent crystal shell that pulses softly with an inner glow. As Lyra reaches out, a surge of energy courses through her veins, and visions of converging worlds flash before her eyes, leaving her breathless and awed. Suddenly, the silence shatters as the Shadow Order bursts into the chamber, their silver masks catching the light, and shimmering blades raised in tense standoff. Brahm raises his voice, calling for parley, proposing they share the compass's power to avert the looming disaster threatened by their conflict. An Order leader steps forward, briefly removing their mask to reveal a youthful face marked by fervent zeal, eyes burning with dangerous conviction. Lyra pleads with them, invoking their shared sense of duty and warning that greed will only lead to ruin for all involved. Without warning, the chamber trembles violently. From the stardust above, a colossal celestial lion materializes, its body shimmering with cosmic energy as the Guardian awakens. The lion's mighty roar reverberates through the astrological ceiling, forcing the Shadow Order to scatter defensively amidst falling star fragments. Quickly, Lyra leads Brahm and Tico in dodging the Guardian's astral claws and swirling beams of starlight, their movements synchronized and desperate. Recognizing the compass's power harmonizes with the Guardian's essence, Lyra extends her hand, the ancient star on her wrist now glowing fiercely in response. The celestial lion pauses, then slowly lowers its majestic head, accepting Lyra's genuine intent and calming the chamber's chaos. The Shadow Order retreats, their respect for the Guardian's judgment clear though their vow to continue their pursuit remains unshaken. With reverence, Lyra claims the compass. Its crystal core pulses rhythmically, now perfectly in sync with the steady glow of her tattoo. Suddenly, the chamber groans and the walls begin to collapse, forcing the trio to make a swift escape through a corridor illuminated by cascading stars. Outside, dawn breaks over the forest canopy, the celestial compass's radiant light blending seamlessly with the soft glow of the rising sun. Back in the village, Lyra studies the compass carefully, Brahm by her side, guiding her through its enigmatic secrets and ancient inscriptions. Meanwhile, Tico scouts the surrounding woods, his sharp eyes spotting fresh tracks and signs of the Shadow Order's renewed pursuit. Lyra feels a powerful throb beneath her skin as the ancient star tattoo pulses with newfound strength, hinting at deeper, untapped abilities awaiting discovery. A mysterious scholar visits the village, sharing hushed tales of past wielders of the compass and the hidden dangers intertwined with its immense power. Resolved and determined, Lyra vows to protect the celestial compass, knowing full well that her journey and the challenges it holds have only just begun. Suddenly, the celestial compass pulses with radiant energy, casting a bright blue light that unveils a hidden map floating midair. The glowing symbols and lines shimmer as the map details points scattered across the heavens, previously invisible to Lyra's eyes. The mysterious map reveals locations of powerful celestial convergence points, each demanding urgent attention and intervention. Lyra senses that these sites are critical to balancing the cosmic forces and preventing looming chaos. Determined, Lyra seeks out allies who bear marks resembling her ancient star tattoo, discovering others chosen by fate. Their shared insignias hint at a larger destiny intertwined with the celestial compass and the mysteries they are about to face. With camaraderie forged, the group readies themselves for a voyage beyond their known world, guided steadfastly by the compass's radiant glow. Their preparations balance anticipation and solemn resolve as they brace for the unknown. Brahm offers his final counsel, urging Lyra to place trust not only in the celestial compass, but also in her own instincts and heart. His seasoned wisdom imbues her with confidence to face the challenges ahead. As the sun sets, Lyra and her newfound companions embark under a night sky adorned with shimmering star patterns. The cool blues of twilight mix with the compass's glow, marking the beginning of their epic journey. Navigating through surreal celestial storms and vast cosmic vistas, the compass guides their path unerringly. Each trial deepens their bond and understanding of the forces governing the stars. Lyra's ancient star tattoo pulses and blazes even brighter, a vivid sign of unity between her spirit and the celestial powers surrounding them. This luminous connection emboldens the group as they approach their quest's most critical juncture. Emerging on the horizon lies a new realm, its mysterious beauty promising adventure, revelations, and daunting challenges. The blue tones of the landscape echo the compass's light, inviting exploration and discovery. Resolute and unwavering, Lyra stands clutching the celestial compass, ready to shape a fate intricately woven among the stars. Her journey culminates here, poised to influence the cosmic balance forever. Deep within the ancient forest, where sunlight barely touched the ground, a lone wanderer named Ira stumbled upon a peculiar stone. It shimmered faintly, emitting a low hum that seemed to call her by name. Curious, Ira reached out and touched it, and instantly a voice echoed softly in her mind. Seek the truth beneath the roots. Determined, she followed the whisper down to the forest floor, where thick roots twisted and gnarled like a labyrinth. With every step, the stone's glow grew stronger, lighting a path to a hidden hollow beneath an ancient oak tree. Inside the hollow, Ira discovered a tapestry woven from silver threads and scattered leaves, depicting a forgotten tale. It told of a guardian spirit trapped in stone, bound to protect the forest's heart from an ancient darkness. The voice returned, pleading for release, explaining that only one pure of heart could break the eternal bond. Ira hesitated but reached out once more, touching the tapestry and speaking earnestly. I am here to free you. In a pulse of radiant light, the stone cracked, revealing a luminous figure emerging, nature's very essence incarnate. The guardian thanked Ira, promising that the forest would thrive and shield her from harm henceforth. As dawn broke, the trees seemed to sway with newfound vitality, and whispers of gratitude filled the air. Ira smiled, feeling a deep connection to the world around her, forever changed by the encounter. The forest was no longer a maze of shadows, but a sanctuary alive with ancient magic restored. From that day forward, tales spread of the woman who listened to the stone and freed the forest's soul. Ira's journey reminded all that sometimes, the smallest spark of courage can awaken the oldest power. She carried the hollow's silver tapestry as a token, a symbol of hope woven into the heart of the woods. And every so often, when the wind rustled through the leaves, the whisper of the guardian could be heard, a quiet song of peace. Ira knew her path was forever entwined with the forest's destiny, a pact sealed in light and spirit. The whispered promise lingered. Where there is faith, even the oldest chains can break, and darkness gives way to light. Clara had only just moved into the old cottage when the whispers began. At first they were faint, like a breeze rustling through the leaves, but soon they grew louder, unmistakably voices murmuring beneath the ancient willow tree. Curiosity overcame fear. One evening, Clara followed the sound to the gnarled roots. There, half buried in the earth, lay an old, weathered box. Inside, she found letters tied with a crimson ribbon, written decades ago. The letters spoke of a love so powerful, it defied even death. As Clara read, the air thickened, and the whispers transformed into soft, melodious singing. A pale figure emerged from the shadows, a woman in a flowing gown, eyes full of longing. Thank you for hearing us. she said gently, voice like wind through the trees. Our souls were bound here, waiting for someone to set us free. Clara felt a warmth spread through her chest, a connection to their timeless love. With a smile, she placed the ribbon back and closed the box. The willow's branches swayed as if in gratitude, the whispers fading into silence. From that night, peace settled over the cottage and the willow's shade. Clara often sat beneath its branches, feeling the lingering touch of something magical. She no longer feared the voices, but embraced them as stories untold. Years later, visitors would remark on the gentle aura surrounding the ancient tree. And sometimes, when the wind was just right, a faint melody could be heard, a song of love, waiting no longer. In the heart of Riverton, an old bank stood untouched for decades, its vault rumored to hold secrets worth millions. Mara, a sharp and fearless planner, gathered a small team for one last job before vanishing for good. "This isn't about money," Mara said, eyes gleaming. "It's about the truth locked inside that vault." The team studied blueprints and security shifts, memorizing every detail with laser focus. On a foggy Friday night, they slipped through shadows into the building, their movements synchronized like a well-rehearsed dance. Inside, alarms and cameras seemed dormant, almost welcoming their presence. Reaching the vault door, Ethan, the tech expert, disabled the electronic lock with practiced ease. With a heavy click, the massive door creaked open, revealing a dusty chest and an old, tarnished ledger. Mara brushed off the dust, flipping through pages filled with names, dates, and unimaginable secrets. Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the corridor. The bank manager was making his nightly rounds early. "Time to go," Mara whispered, slipping the ledger into a satchel. They retraced their steps, heartbeats pounding, until fresh air greeted them outside. Under the streetlights, they spread out the ledger's contents, revealing records of corruption hidden for years. "This will bring down the corrupt," Mara smiled. "Not a payday, but justice is worth more." The team parted ways, each knowing their lives had changed forever. News stations buzzed the next day as evidence surfaced, shaking Riverton to its core. Mara watched the chaos unfold from a cafe, her mission complete. The thrill of the heist was nothing compared to the satisfaction of unveiling truth. "Not all treasures are gold," she mused, sipping her coffee. And so, under the fading city lights, she disappeared, leaving behind a restless city and a story untold. Emma rushed into the bakery, just as the morning sun began to warm the sleepy town. She clutched a crumpled envelope, her heart pounding with anticipation and worry. "Behind the counter, Mr. Jenkins smiled, wiping his hands on his apron. "You're early today," he said warmly. Emma nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. "I lost a letter I was supposed to send yesterday. It's really important." Mr. Jenkins raised an eyebrow, leaning in. "Lost it outside." "I think so. I was walking here and it must have slipped out of my bag," Emma replied, eyes darting nervously. He reached under the counter and pulled out a small pile of papers. "We keep all found things here for a day, just in case." Emma's heart leapt. She sifted through the papers, but the letter wasn't there. Disappointed, she sat down at a corner table, the weight of failure pressing down. Just then, a soft chime echoed through the shop as the door opened again. An elderly woman entered, her eyes twinkling behind thick glasses. She shuffled forward, holding out a folded envelope. "Is this what you're looking for, dear? I found it on the bench outside." Emma took it, relief flooding her face. "Thank you so much." The woman chuckled. "Sometimes the town looks out for us, even when we're not paying attention." Emma carefully inspected the letter. It was still intact, ready to be sent. She smiled at Mr. Jenkins. "I'm so grateful. This means everything to me." He shrugged modestly. "We all need a little help sometimes." Emma stepped outside, the letter safely in hand, ready to deliver what mattered most. As the sun climbed higher, the town felt just a bit warmer, its kindness shining through small, unexpected moments. Emma whispered to herself, "Sometimes, losing something leads you to find even more." In a village wrapped in endless twilight, Alara found an old lantern buried beneath the roots of the ancient willow of whispers. The lantern pulsed with a quiet glow, soft as a sigh, drawing Alara deeper into the forest than she had ever dared to go before. "What secrets do you hold?" she whispered, lifting the lantern high as shadows danced eagerly around her feet. The light throbbed, revealing a narrow path that shimmered like spun silver threading through the trees. Guided by the lantern's glow, Alara ventured further, where reality seemed to ripple, and the air thrummed with forgotten songs. Ahead, a pool of still water reflected a sky she didn't recognize, stars swirling in patterns alive with ancient magic. "This is the place," she breathed, stepping closer to the edge of the mirrored surface. The lantern's light flared, and from the pool rose a figure woven from shadow and starlight, eyes gentle but deep with ages. "Why do you seek me?" the figure asked in a voice both many and one, echoing softly in the quiet woods. "I carry the hope of my village, lost in twilight forever," Ilara replied, clutching the lantern as if it were tethered to a dream. The figure extended a hand, and the lantern floated upward, spilling its light into the sky, unraveling the twilight veil. Slowly, dawn crept into the village, chasing away the endless dusk and waking colors forgotten in memory. "Your courage rekindled the day," the shadow said, fading like mist under the rising sun. Ilara returned home, the lantern now dark but warm in her hands, a promise sealed between shadow and light. Villagers emerged cautiously, blinking at the bright world reborn, whispers of wonder spreading like wildfire. From that day, the Willow of Whispers stood tall, its roots no longer hiding secrets but sharing stories with the wind. "The night will come again," Ilara told the children, "but there is always light to find, even in shadows." And so, under a sky painted with soft dawn hues, hope fluttered its wings, alive and unyielding. The lantern remained on her windowsill, a silent guardian waiting for the next time the shadows might stir. Light and shadow, Ilara mused, are but two melodies of the same song. In the stillness of the village bathed by the full moon, Ilara's silver crescent birthmark softly glowed, its light pulsing gently with the lunar glow. Her piercing green eyes reflected the moonlight as she traced the familiar mark on her skin, sensing a quiet resonance with the night. At the forest's edge, Ilara noticed a shimmering, ethereal ribbon of light weaving silently among the ancient trees. The veil flickered subtly under the moonlight, its silvery hues shifting and fluttering like a living thread of light. She reached out cautiously toward the veil, her fingers trembling as the ethereal ribbon rippled briefly at her touch. A faint whisper echoed on the night breeze, unintelligible yet filled with a mysterious urgency. From the shadows stepped Kale, his storm-gray hair tousled by the night air. His weathered cloak seemed to merge with the darkness as his steady gaze reflected the haunting light of the veil. Kale warned Ilara about the veil's power, his voice low and grave, hinting at dangers tied closely to the cycles of the moon. He spoke of forces that could not be easily controlled, and the peril hidden within the shimmering light. Ilara held up her silver crescent pendant, watching it resonate faintly as the veil's light brushed against it. The pendant's subtle glow mirrored the birthmark on her skin, linking her to the mystery unfolding before them. A flashback took her to childhood, when she first discovered the crescent birthmark. Even then, she had been inexplicably drawn to moonlit nights, feeling an unspoken connection to their shifting phases. The village elders gathered in whispered tones, recounting the veil's curse that had loomed over their people for generations. Their stories spoke of restless shadows and the heavy price of past recklessness under the moon. Disturbances grew. Shadows began to move on their own, and villagers reported hearing chilling whispers in solitude. Fear threaded through the village as the unnatural phenomena escalated beyond whispers and glances. Determined, Ilara knelt by a calm pond under the bright moon, tracing the veil's path through the reflections. The silver light twisted fluidly across the water's surface, guiding her gaze deeper into the mystery. In a rare moment of vulnerability, Kale confessed he had tracked the veil for years. His quest to uncover its source was driven by the hope of mastering or perhaps ending its haunting influence. The veil thickened, pulsing rhythmically as ghostly shapes emerged, mimicking villagers' deepest fears with unsettling clarity. The ethereal light warped into haunting forms that tightened its grip on the frightened souls nearby. Ilara's pendant glowed with unexpected intensity, revealing hidden runes etched beneath its surface that had gone unnoticed before. The runes shimmered against the moonlit silver, suggesting a link to ancient wisdom. Suddenly, a fierce gust snuffed out every lantern, plunging the village into deeper shadow. Only the moon remained to illuminate the veil's mesmerizing, yet terrifying, dance in the night. Resolute, Ilara chose to venture into the forest to confront the veil's enigma, with Kale reluctantly binding himself to her. Together, They stepped into the shadows, where the moonlight barely pierced the dense canopy. Deeper within the forest, they discovered ancient stones arranged in a crescent shape, faintly glowing beneath the moon's silvery light. The stones hummed with a subtle energy, resonating with the veil that now encircled them. The veil wrapped around the stones, growing more tangible as its whispers rose into haunting melodies that wove through the trees. The silver light pulsed like a living heartbeat, intensifying the eerie atmosphere. Alara stumbled, and from the shimmer emerged a shadowy figure eerily resembling her own reflection. It reached out, trying to pull her into the veil's radiant but unnerving light, challenging her grip on reality. Kale reacted swiftly, chanting incantations from his ancient journal inscribed with cryptic runes. His voice cut through the night, momentarily dispersing the shadow and soothing the restless veil's turmoil. Their eyes caught a hidden inscription on one of the crescent stones, referencing an ancient ritual designed to bind or control the veil's potent power. The markings hinted at a fragile balance between light and shadow, old as the moon itself. As the night deepened, the veil became tempestuous, tugging fiercely at Alara's pendant and the birthmark pulsing beneath her skin. The lunar energy strained against her, threatening to overwhelm her senses. Visions assaulted Alara, moonlit battles between ethereal guardians and veil spirits trapped between worlds. The spectral clashes echoed through her mind, revealing a long-hidden conflict intertwined with her own destiny. Kale disclosed that he had once been a guardian, bound by a curse to roam until the veil's balance was restored. His storm-gray hair and weathered cloak marked years of wandering in search of redemption and renewal. The forest shifted around them. Ancient trees whispered dire warnings as the path back to the village faded into obscurity. Shadows thickened, and the boundary between reality and veil blurred dangerously. A sudden change in the moon's phase warped the veil's form, stretching it like molten silver encasing them. The light's fluid motion intensified, binding Alara and Kale in its shimmering grasp as the night deepened. Alara and Kale finally reached the ancient altar, its surface worn smooth by time but still radiating a strange energy. The crescent-shaped indentation in the stone calls to Alara's pendant, which fits perfectly as if made for the place. The moment the pendant settles, a faint hum vibrates through the air, heightening the tension around them. As Alara presses the pendant deeper into the altar, a sudden burst of blinding light erupts, flooding the clearing with silvery luminescence. The veil responds violently, thrashing like a living current before enveloping them in its shifting folds. Both find themselves swept away, pulled through an otherworldly vortex that warps the very fabric of their surroundings. They emerge in a liminal realm where the skies glow with a cold silver hue, and the land is draped in long shadows cast by an unseen moon. This ethereal place seems bound by lunar light, both beautiful and haunting, its edges blurred and constantly shifting like a dream. All around, reflective surfaces ripple oddly, mirroring more than just their images. From the shadows flicker faint, sorrowful figures, lost villagers caught in the veil's unyielding curse. They approach silently, their eyes pleading for release though no words escape their lips. The air is thick with a heavy grief that weighs on Alara's heart, deepening her resolve. Suddenly, Alara's silver crescent birthmark glows with intense light, casting a gentle beacon that reaches out to the fragmented souls. The spectral villagers respond, their forms stabilizing as a faint connection is formed between their trapped essence and the waking world. This luminous link offers a fragile hope for their salvation. Kale studies the cryptic runes inscribed within his ancient journal, muttering translations under his breath. He reveals that the veil was originally created as a shield to protect the realm from outside harm, but the magic became twisted over time. The intended guardian became a curse, feeding on the fears of those it was meant to defend. They are soon met by a spectral guardian, an imposing figure woven from light and shadow. The guardian warns them solemnly that interfering with the veil is perilous, threatening to collapse both the liminal realm and the physical world. Its tone is grave, underscoring the fragile balance at stake. Torn between duty and fear, Alara wrestles with whether to sever the veil's corrupt power completely or try to restore its original protective nature. The weight of her people's fate presses heavily on her as the moonlight continues to shift all around them. Kale watches closely, Understanding this choice could alter everything. In vision-like echoes, they witness scenes from centuries past. A ritual interrupted and mistakes made that bound the veil's power improperly. Shadows flicker with ancient sorrow, revealing how the once sacred ceremony turned source of torment. This glimpse into history deepens their understanding of the veil's dark transformation. The veil's once gentle shimmer now feeds on fear and despair, distorting the village's destiny under each changing moon phase. The shadows writhe unnaturally, as if alive with malice, and the villagers' suffering becomes a continuous cycle of anguish. This sinister evolution curses the land with dread and hopelessness. Kale confesses that he fled the village long ago, overwhelmed by guilt after failing to stop the curse from spreading. His weathered face reflects years of regret, and his voice carries a somber tone as he admits his past mistakes. Ilara's resolve only hardens upon hearing his confession. Determined, Ilara pledges to confront the root of the corruption, vowing to free both her people and the trapped souls from the veil's grasp. Her birthmark pulses softly, as if lending its strength to her conviction. Kale nods, ready to stand by her side through whatever trials lie ahead. Back at the altar in the forest realm, Ilara and Kale begin a ritual drawn from the ancient runes and guided by the pendant's radiant glow. The air thrums with power as they work in unison, weaving light and shadow to mend the fractured veil. Time seems to stretch as the veil responds to their efforts, but the veil resists violently, twisting in turbulent waves of shadow and shimmering light, fighting to maintain its corrupted hold. The altar trembles under the strain, and the boundaries between realities blur dangerously. It becomes clear that the veil will not surrender its power easily. Summoning her inner strength, Ilara channels the energy from her glowing birthmark, stabilizing the veil's tumultuous flow. Her hands steady as a calming lunar light radiates outward, soothing the chaotic forces. Slowly, the balance begins to shift, giving hope that the ritual will succeed. One by one, the trapped souls start to dissolve into serene moonlight, their expressions peaceful, as if finally freed from torment. Their silent gratitude fills the liminal realm, lightening the oppressive atmosphere. Each soul's release brings the veil closer to restoration. At the ritual's climax, the spectral guardian merges with the veil itself, a sacrifice that purifies its essence and dispels the lingering darkness. Its form dissolves into radiant light, vanishing but leaving behind a restored balance. The price is great, but necessary for renewal. With calm restored, the liminal realm fades away under the dawn's first light, gently guiding Ilara and Kale back to the forest floor. The world feels still and new as the sun's early rays touch the ancient altar. Their journey through shadows and moonlight has reached a turning point. Back in the village, clear skies stretch overhead, and the faintest crescent moon glows softly before sunrise. The suffocating darkness and strange whispers that once plagued the village are lifted. A subtle calm settles over the land, promising a fresh beginning. Ilara's pendant has become inert, its light extinguished, yet her silver crescent birthmark remains, pulsing faintly with tranquil lunar energy. This quiet glow serves as a reminder of the veil's lingering presence beneath the surface. Though subdued, the magic endures within her. Days pass peacefully, and villagers report no unusual shadows or haunting whispers at night. The once ominous phases of the moon now bring comfort instead of fear. Life begins to return to its natural rhythm, free from the veil's oppressive influence. Ilara and Kale revisit the ancient stones where it all began. The crescent pattern now appears as mere faint reflections of moonlight on the worn rock. The altar's power seems dormant, transformed from feared relic into quiet monument. This subtle change hints at the delicate balance retained beneath the surface. The village elders gather to honor Ilara's bravery, sharing stories that reaffirm respect for the moon and its enduring cycles. Their words weave tradition with newfound hope, reminding all of the lessons learned from the veil. Ceremony and reverence bind the community in healing. Prepared to leave the village behind, Ilara and Kale share a quiet moment, their bond strengthened by the trials endured together. Mutual respect and understanding pass between them as they ready themselves for the journey ahead. Though the path forward is uncertain, it is faced united. Before departing, Ilara conceals the pendant within a secret hollow beneath the oldest tree, guarding the veil's lingering secret with quiet solemnity. The pendant rests there, hidden from prying eyes yet still connected to the moonlit power they confronted. Its silence speaks of mysteries yet to unfold. Suddenly, a soft shimmer returns to the air, subtle and benign, weaving gently through the silvered shadows. It hints that the veil's protective spirit still endures, faint but unwavering beneath the moonlight. Elara smiles, her piercing green eyes reflecting the quiet radiance. She understands now that the veil was never truly lost but transformed, an unseen guardian watching silently over them all. Kale nods solemnly, the storm-gray strands of his hair catching the moonlight as he acknowledges the restored balance between the human realm and the veil's ethereal light. The ancient connection hums quietly between them. As they walk away, the village is bathed in a peaceful silver glow, the moonlight soft and steady. Shadows settle into calm, and the familiar motifs of reflective surfaces seem to hold their secrets gently, undisturbed. Elara glances down and notices her silver crescent birthmark glowing faintly once more, pulsing with a quiet promise. It is a sign of an enduring bond, linking her to the veil and the cycles of the moon. A final flashback reveals the ritual's original guardian, a figure cloaked in moonlit grace, passing the sacred charge to Elara's ancestors. The lineage of protectors is made clear, bridging past and present beneath the shifting phases above. Kale carefully folds his ancient journal, its pages now filled with new runes recounting their journey and the hope born from this night's revelations. Each word is a testament to the legacy they carry forward as guardians. Meanwhile, village children laugh and play beneath the soft moonlight, unaware of the unseen forces that shield them. The veil's silent protection wraps around them, gentle and unseen like a whispered lullaby. Together, Elara and Kale disappear into the horizon, their figures blending with the shadows and moonlight. They are ready to face whatever the next chapter of their intertwined fate will write beneath the celestial veil. Above, the silver moon arcs steadily across the sky, a timeless sentinel watching over all beneath its eternal veil. It remains the silent witness to stories of light, shadow, and enduring promise. Nobody ever suspected the office plants were about to stage a rebellion, least of all Tim from accounting. It all began on a Monday, when the ficus by the water cooler was found toppled over with a note stuck to its leaves. "We want sunlight." Tim rubbed his eyes, wondering if he'd accidentally inhaled too much toner dust. But when the spider plant on Brenda's desk started twitching its fronds theatrically, everyone knew something was up. Meetings were disrupted by a barrage of falling leaves and strategically flicked soil. The office manager, MS Cartwright, was baffled. "Who keeps mistreating the plants like this?" she demanded. Little did she know, the plants had been quietly planning their escape, tired of being watered once a week and talked to as if they were just decoration. One morning, the succulent in the break room pulled off its tiny pot and rolled across the floor, knocking over coffee cups as if to signal, "Help us." Tim, deciding to investigate, stayed late to catch the culprit. Or should he say, the conspiracy? What he found was astonishing. The plants were clearly organized. Paperclips arranged in a map, leaves bent like arrows. "All right, leafy masterminds," Tim said, chuckling. "What's the plan?" The ficus rustled its branches, as if answering, the spider plant waved dramatically, and the succulent gave a confident wobble. Tim realized their biggest demand was sunlight, and maybe a little respect. He rearranged the desks, moving the plants closer to the windows, and set reminders for more frequent watering. Next day, the plants looked perkier, their leaves reaching proudly towards the light. Even MS Cartwright smiled, unaware of the silent negotiation that had taken place. As Tim watered the succulent, he whispered, "Deal's done. You stay green, I stay sane." The office returned to normal. Well, as normal as it gets when your plants stage a leafy mutiny. And the ficus? It leaned just a little more towards the sunlight, seeming almost smug. "Guess even office politics have a quirky side," Tim mused, watching a leaf flutter in the breeze. Clara's breath froze in the air as the evening fog swallowed the quiet town square. At the edge of the square, an old clock tower told eerily out of sync, its face cracked and eyes hollow. She whispered to herself, this was never supposed to be alive, as shadows twisted at the corners of her vision. The clock hands spun backward suddenly, the chimes echoing like a call from another time. An invisible pull guided Clara to the tower's ancient wooden door, which creaked open with a breathless sigh. Inside, the air hummed, thick with stories long forgotten, and the floor was littered with dust and faded pages. She stepped carefully, eyes drawn to a glowing hourglass suspended midair, sand swirling upward instead of down. A voice like wind through chimes whispered, "Turn time and see what should not be lost." The world around her blurred, colors bleeding as scenes from the town's past flickered like old film. She saw the founder of the town, a misunderstood seeker of truth, trapped within the tower's curse. The clock tower was a prison, binding him between moments, his story never told. Determined, Clara reached forward and touched the hourglass, feeling a pulse of ancient power. Time slowed and then exploded into motion, memories flooding the room like a floodlight. She watched as the founder stepped quietly through the mist, free at last from his invisible chains. The clock hands resumed their normal turn, chiming softly as peace settled over the tower. Clara smiled, the fog lifting as dawn's first light painted golden streaks across the square. "Sometimes," she said gently, "all it takes is a single moment to set things right." She turned from the tower, footsteps light, carrying with her the quiet magic of a story reclaimed. As she disappeared down the morning street, the town seemed to breathe anew, alive with whispered thanks. And somewhere, just beyond the mist, the clock's steady tick reminded the world that some mysteries sleep only until the right time. Dawn seeps slowly over the village as Alara walks through mist-shrouded streets toward the silver tree standing firm in the village center. Its glowing leaves shimmer faintly, casting soft light on the earth-toned homes. The air holds a chill hinting at coming winter, and the village bell sounds a muted call to begin the day. Alara places her hand against the silver tree's sturdy trunk, sensing a subtle ebb in its hidden pulse. Around her, villagers start their daily tasks, bakeries hum with fire's warmth, and children cluster by the edge of the market. Despite the routine, an unease tugs at the air, mirrored in the dimming glow of the tree's leaves. Tomas arrives quietly, clutching his worn leather-bound journal, his weathered face creased with concern. He speaks in low tones to Alara about the tree's fading light, noting its cadence has slowed and urging caution. Their shared worry sets a heavy weight between them beneath the soft silver radiance. Mira bursts forth, curls bouncing as she races toward Alara, breathless with news. The village bell failed to ring properly last night, its usual resonant peal broken and faint. Her freckled face reveals a spark of fear mixed with urgency, shaking the calm. Elder Harin gathers the villagers beneath the spreading branches of the silver tree, his voice steady though tinged with warning. He recounts an ancient prophecy foretelling danger when the tree's light fades, a sign of trials to come. The villagers listen closely, shadows deepening under the autumn light. Alara fingers the carved necklace hanging close to her heart, feeling a faint pulse that seems to echo the silver tree's flickering glow. The rhythmic beat is weak but distinct, as if the necklace and tree share a silent connection. This newfound link sharpens her resolve amidst growing uncertainty. Anxious whispers ripple through the gathered villagers as the silver tree's light dims further despite the rising sun. Leaves glisten less brightly, their familiar luminescence threatened by unseen forces. The village's collective worry deepens, faces turned upward in troubled hope. Tomas hunches over his journal, meticulously recording the changing patterns of the silver leaves and the flickering light. His thoughtful gaze notes subtle shifts and irregularities that deepen the mystery. Every detail might hold the key to the tree's faltering life force. While examining near the silver tree's roots, Alara and Mira discover strange, weathered markings carved into the earth and bark. The symbols feel old and warning-laced, stirring unease about what might be approaching. This discovery hints at a danger lurking just beyond the village's peaceful borders. A sudden, biting chill sweeps through the village, yet the air holds stillness as the silver tree sheds leaves silently. Their descent is eerie, lacking the usual rustling breath of wind. This unnatural falling deepens the villagers' dread, as cold shadows lengthen across the ground. Elder Harin recounts tales of past hardships when the village faced darkness, and how the silver tree's power once saved them. His voice carries weight from years lived under its branches, reminding all present of resilience and hope. The old wooden staff taps softly as he emphasizes the urgency of their plight. Alara stands firm, the carved necklace gleaming faintly as she vows to restore the tree's fading energy. Despite murmurs of doubt around her, her determination radiates support and strength. She refuses to let the village succumb to fear or despair. Tomas suggests they seek knowledge in the village's ancient library, hoping old texts might reveal a path to healing. His practical, measured tone brings focus to their efforts, proposing a plan beyond mere hope. His journal is ready as they prepare for the research ahead. Ilara and Tomas ready their modest packs to venture into the dusty old library, but Mira insists on joining them. Though warned of dangers and the seriousness of their quest, her spirited nature refuses to be left behind. Her curly auburn hair bounces as she hopes to contribute despite her youth. A fractured, faint toll issues from the village bell, as if its voice struggles to sound true in tandem with the silver tree's weakening glow. The fractured chime hangs uneasy in the autumn air, signaling worsening balance in the villaged heart. Shadows flicker beneath the tree, mirroring the bell's irregular rhythm. In the dimly lit library, Ilara and Tomas discover an old, faded map suggesting the location of a hidden glade connected deeply to the tree's power. Dust motes drift in shafts of pale light as they pour over the fragile parchment. This secret place promises answers to the tree's mysterious decline. Drawn by whispered voices carried faintly on the breeze, Mira wanders outside alone toward the silver tree. The whispers seem both inviting and ominous, threading through the cold air beneath the glowing leaves. Her freckled face tightens in a mix of curiosity and apprehension. Ilara recalls a fragment of the ancient prophecy about the heart beneath the roots, said to be the source of the silver tree's life. The phrase lingers in her mind, holding intense significance as they search for a solution. Its meaning could hold the key to revival or doom. Studying the map closely, Tomas notes a pathway obscured by thick woods lying just beyond the village borders. The mapped route is barely visible, hinting at secrets hidden from casual eyes. This obscure path could lead them closer to the roots of their problem. Despite warnings from villagers about old forest dangers, Ilara, Tomas, and Mira resolve to enter the dense woods. Their footsteps crunch softly over fallen leaves, hearts pulsing with a mix of fear and determination. The journey marks a turning point from safety into uncertainty. As they proceed, tangled brambles block their way, only parting gently when Ilara's carved necklace emits a soft, steady glow. This unexpected guidance reassures them, illuminating the dark path with a pale light. The necklace's connection to their quest grows clearer with every step. Strange shadows flicker unpredictably among twisted branches, unsettling Mira enough that she clings to Ilara's side. Their forms shift in the half-light, cold and distant, breeding silent tension. The forest itself seems alive with watchful eyes. Tomas carefully records curious symbols etched into tree bark, matching the markings near the silver tree's base. Each carving deepens the mystery, binding past and present with uneasy links. His journal fills with sketches and notes, a record of ominous signs. A sudden gust of wind scatters Ilara's necklace from her neck, sending it tumbling into the underbrush. Yet it glows with irresistible light, guiding Mira through the tangled grove to retrieve it safely. This beacon amid danger renews their hope and unity. The group reaches a small clearing bathed in pale moonlight, revealing an ancient stone pedestal standing solitary. Its surface is worn, yet it radiates a faint power that resonates with the silver tree above. This hidden site seems a pivotal piece in their unfolding quest. Ilara's eyes trace the symbols engraved on the pedestal, their shapes mirroring those etched on the silver tree's bark and her own carved necklace. The patterns pulsed faintly with a familiarity that sent a chill down her spine, confirming a connection older than the village itself. With steady hands, Ilara placed her necklace upon the cold stone of the pedestal. Beneath their feet, the earth gave a soft tremble, as if responding to a call long awaited, stirring the air with anticipation. From the depths beneath the pedestal, a faint silver light began to emerge, hauntingly beautiful as it slowly brightened. Like liquid moonlight, it crept upward, casting ethereal shadows on the surrounding trees. Suddenly, the glow waned, retreating as a shadowy figure materialized before them, blocking the path forward. Its form was indistinct, shifting like smoke, eyes glinting with ancient sorrow and authority. The figure spoke in riddles, its voice echoing like the wind through hollow branches. It spoke of balance lost and warned that to restore the silver tree's full glow, a sacrifice must be made, words heavy with unseen consequences. Tomas stepped forward, clutching his leather-bound journal filled with knowledge collected over years. He offered it solemnly, hoping wisdom could be the key, but the figure dismissed the gesture with a sweeping motion, unmoved. Undeterred, Mira bravely offered her own voice, suggesting a song might awaken the tree's slumbering spirit. Her youthful spirit filled the tense air with hope, challenging the shadow's solemn demand. The figure hesitated, the rigid edges of its form softening as Mira began to sing. Her haunting melody echoed through the woods, weaving delicately like silver threads between the trees, stirring something deep within. As her song rose, the silver light pulsed stronger, weaving through the branches and stretching like veins toward the village beyond. It was as if the forest itself was breathing again, alive with renewed energy. The shadowy figure slowly faded, withdrawing like mist at dawn, its presence replaced by a palpable shift in the forest's energy. Around them, the air seemed lighter, charged with the promise of healing and change. Alara felt a strange warmth beneath her feet, an awakening deep under the roots of the silver tree. The forest around them brightened subtly, leaves shimmering against the dimming sky, alive with magic and renewal. Guided by the now glowing silver light threading through the trees, the group hurried back toward the village. Each step carried a mix of urgency and awe as the forest's pulse grew stronger with every breath. Returning home, they found the villagers gathered anxiously beneath the silver tree, whose glow now shone faintly, a fragile beacon of hope. The anxious faces reflected both relief and uncertainty, awaiting the next sign of the tree's power. Ilara climbed once more to the pedestal, carefully returning her necklace to rest directly on the tree's trunk. The precious carving seemed to hum under her touch, syncing with the tree's subtle shimmer of light. The silver tree responded immediately, its leaves shimmering intensely as waves of light radiated through the village square. The once dormant heart of the forest pulsed visibly, bathing all in a silvery glow that felt both ancient and lived in. A cheer rose from the crowd as the village bell, silent for days, tolled loudly and clearly once again. Its sound rang out pure and strong, carrying the message that balance had returned, at least for now. Elder Harin nodded thoughtfully, his gaze fixed on the glowing tree. Though he recognized the restoration of balance, his voice was quiet but firm, cautioning the villagers that vigilance was still necessary in the days to come. Tomas documented the changing energy around the silver tree meticulously, noting patterns in its glow that shifted with each passing hour. His weathered face tightened with concentration, sensing that the story was far from complete. Mira shared her soulful song with others nearby, planting small seeds of hope in their hearts. Her voice carried the promise that the tree's spirit lived on not just in light, but in their voices and community bonds. Night fell softly, the silver tree pulsing with a gentle light that dispelled the darkness around it. The glow stood as a beacon of renewed life and strength, weaving a protective aura over the village beneath the crisp autumn sky. Days passed, and the tree's glow grew steadily stronger, yet Tomas noticed subtle cracks forming along the pages of his precious journal. These fractures whispered secrets, hinting at deeper mysteries and unresolved tensions within the forest's magic. Ilara observed that her necklace now pulsed in perfect rhythm with the recurring toll of the village bell. The two beats echoed each other, as if intertwined by unseen threads, binding the village to the silver tree's fate. Mira noticed shadows lurking just beyond the edge of the forest, movement too swift and dark to be normal woodland creatures. The lingering threats whispered of dangers still unvanquished, testing the fragile peace they had restored. With focused eyes, Tomas examined the cracks in his journal and discovered hidden writings beneath the surface. The faint script revealed a troubling secret, an unresolved debt owed to the forest's spirit, a pact left hanging by generations past. Determined to understand, Ilara confronted Elder Harin beneath the dimming light of the silver tree. The elder's voice fell low as he revealed the truth. Their ancestors had made a fragile pact that required periodic renewal to maintain the balance they now barely sustained. Ilara stood beneath the silver tree once more, the weight of their earlier mistake pressing on her. She knew their previous attempts had only postponed what was truly needed, the offering that would satisfy the ancient spirit within. With a steadying breath, she began arranging new offerings, calling upon the wisdom the village still held close. One by one, the villagers gathered around the tree, their hands full of carefully chosen gifts, woven herbs, polished stones, and fresh harvest fruits. Each offering was a token of their dedication, a symbol of the bond they shared with both the tree and the forest enclosing them. The cold air buzzed softly with solemn promise and renewed hope. Mira stepped forward, her youthful voice rising amid the crowd as she led the ancient song. The melody carried through the crisp autumn air, weaving the village spirit directly into the heart of the tree. Around them, the silver tree's glowing leaves seemed to pulse gently, resonating with the chorus. In Alara's palm, her carved necklace began to glow fiercely, its silver light growing until it seemed to burn with a life of its own. She held it high, feeling the energy from the villagers' offerings and voices merge into a brilliant force. Slowly, the silver tree absorbed this collective light, its luminous leaves shimmering more intensely against the dusk. A radiant shimmer cascaded through the village, wrapping every home and face in a vibrant embrace. The silver tree burst forth with renewed energy, its branches alive and dancing with luminous vitality. Its presence now felt undeniable, a living beacon of strength and renewal shining bright against the encroaching twilight. The forest beyond shifted subtly, as though breathing in deep relief alongside the village. Shadows once lingering at the edges withdrew completely, replaced by a serene quiet that spoke of balance restored. Under the silver tree's steadfast glow, the land itself seemed to pulse in harmonious unison. Elder Harin raised his staff, his voice clear despite his stooped frame. He praised their unity and collective respect, reminding all that stewardship was not a burden but a sacred trust. His words carried the timeless weight of tradition, anchoring the moment to the village's enduring legacy. Meanwhile, Tomas carefully penned the night's events and newfound knowledge into a fresh, leather-bound journal. Each lesson was recorded with care, ensuring that the coming generations would remember and uphold the responsibilities that the silver tree demanded. His scars seemed less prominent in the steady candlelight, replaced by quiet determination. Ilara returned to the tree, placing her now glowing necklace gently among the highest branches where it caught the light. It was no longer just a keepsake, but a living symbol, a promise of hope, vigilance, and continual care for the land that sustained them all. The necklace's silver radiance blended seamlessly with the tree's ethereal glow. As dawn painted the sky in soft amber hues, the village awoke beneath the ever-strong silver tree. Its glow no longer a flicker but a permanent guardian, illuminating their homes and hearts alike. Life thrived here, bound by the strength of ancient roots and the steadfast bond of its people. The clock struck midnight as Claire crept through the abandoned mansion, its shadowy corridors swallowing her footsteps. Her flashlight flickered, revealing peeling wallpaper and broken chandeliers swaying gently despite the still air. She paused before a heavy door, rumored to have been locked for decades. Tonight was the night she'd uncover its secret. With trembling hands, Claire searched for the rusted key she'd found in an old diary the day before. Click! The lock gave way, and the door creaked open to reveal a dust-laden chamber filled with old portraits and a single, ornate box. As she approached, whispers grazed her ears, soft, unintelligible murmurs that made her skin prickle. Ignoring the chill, she opened the box to find a faded photograph of a woman with eyes that seemed to follow her every move. Suddenly, the whispers grew louder, morphing into urgent voices. "Remember us, free us," clamored in the shadows. Heart-pounding, Claire realized the portrait's eyes weren't painted but real, trapped souls pleading for release. She glanced around and noticed a diary lying open on a cracked pedestal, the final page stained with tears and desperation. Piecing together the story, Claire learned the mansion's owner had cursed these souls after a bitter betrayal. Determined, she recited the incantations scrawled in the diary, her voice steady despite the mounting tension. The room trembled, the portrait's eyes shining brighter, the air thick with restless energy. Then, silence. The whispers ceased. The oppressive weight lifted as a gentle breeze brushed Claire's face. Suddenly, the box glowed faintly. Inside, a small, ancient key appeared, as if offered in gratitude. Claire took the key, knowing it was the mansion's true secret, a promise of peace for the forgotten souls. As she stepped out, the dawn's light pierced through the broken windows, illuminating a mansion no longer haunted but free. With a soft smile, Claire whispered, "Rest now. Your story is told." The mansion, once a prison, stood serene, its dark past finally dissolved in the light of day. And Claire walked away, carrying the weight of the past, knowing some whispers must be heard to set others free. Under a deep indigo sky embroidered with twinkling stars, Eris stands quietly, her silver hair catching the soft, celestial light. A gentle yet unshakable pull stirs within her, drawing her thoughts toward an ancient prophecy whispered through the ages. In the warm glow of his chamber, Elder Thalos unfurls a weathered scroll, its edges brittle with time. He points to an image of a delicate veil separating two realms, his voice heavy with warning that the veil's power is waning on this very night. Kalen approaches from the shadows, his tall frame adorned with celestial tattoos that pulse gently with radiant light. Meeting Eris's gaze, he pledges his unwavering protection along her foretold journey, the stars reflecting fiercely in his steady eyes. Suddenly, the peaceful night fractures as shadow wraiths emerge from the forest's edge, their faceless forms marked by ominous glowing red. They slide silently, yet threat looms palpable, their presence turning the tranquil hues to sharp crimson. Eris seizes the crystal star staff from Elder Thalos's grasp. Its luminous glow flickers precariously as the wraiths close in. She tightens her grip, the staff's light casting trembling patterns that dance against the surrounding darkness. Before them, the veil dissolves into a visible shimmer, a translucent curtain of ethereal light dividing the celestial stars from the mortal world below. Its presence hums with ancient power, both fragile and infinite. With determination, Eris steps through the shimmering veil, entering a realm alive with swirling constellations and radiant celestial wonders. The air pulses with the energy of countless stars, illuminating her path through the cosmic expanse. Kalen follows closely, his armor catching and reflecting the distant starlight, making him appear as a beacon amidst the unfamiliar celestial surroundings. Together, they move cautiously, eyes alert to the mysteries and dangers that lie ahead. The wraiths cross the veil's threshold, their forms writhing menacingly as the outer realm shudders in response. The cosmic light twists erratically, signaling turmoil and the fragility of the boundary between worlds. A glimmer beneath the stars catches Eris's eye. There, embedded in the ground, lies a radiant star fragment pulsing softly. She senses its importance immediately, as though it carries the very essence of power needed to sway fate. Echoing in her mind, Elder Thalos's dire warning visits her. This glowing fragment holds the dual power to seal or shatter the veil. Its fate now rests uncertain in her hands, burdening her with grave responsibility. Raising the star fragment, Eris feels her violet eyes flare with intensified light, a ripple coursing through the starry realm in resonance. The energy around her vibrates, responding to the fragment's awakening force. Kalen's vigilance sharpens as a wraith lunges toward them. He conjures a shield of brilliant celestial light, intercepting the strike. His tattoos blaze brighter, the shield's radiance momentarily pushing back the encroaching darkness. The veil flickers violently in response to the clash, trembling as if on the brink of rupture. Unseen forces strain against the fabric of the boundary, threatening to unravel the divide between worlds. Eris's heart tightens with realization. Her choice now carries the fate of both realms. Hesitation grips her, weighed down by the rising stakes and the uncertain consequences of her decision. The wraiths close in, surrounding Eris and Kalen with unnerving certainty. Their forms multiply unnaturally, pressing the attack with relentless shadows that grow more menacing with every moment. Kalen's celestial tattoos flare with fierce light as he summons a spear shaped like a constellation. With swift precision, he strikes back against the unseen enemy, the spear glowing brightly as it swings through the air. Drawing upon the star fragment's potent energy, Eris projects beams of shimmering light that sear through encroaching darkness. Her power holds the advancing wraiths at bay, though the effort strains her very being. The veil pulses erratically, its shimmering border quivering under the violent exchanges. The delicate balance between the realms weakens visibly, threatening to collapse with each surge of battle. Out of the veil's trembling surface emerges a shadowy figure, a lost starborn spirit cloaked in faint celestial glow. Its presence is urgent, pleaded eyes, seeking Eris's aid as the cosmos teeters toward greater peril. The spirit's voice trembles as it warns Eris of a looming darkness far greater than the Wraiths, one that threatens the entire cosmic order. Its plea ignites a spark of alarm and curiosity within her heart. Clouded with doubt, Eris struggles to decide whether to trust the enigmatic spirit. A deeper mystery seems to unfold around them, shifting the very fabric of their understanding. Momentarily, the Wraiths withdraw, retreating into shadows to gather strength. Above the veil, a dark storm swirls violently, its red hues casting ominous light over the celestial fight. Kaelin's voice cuts through the tension as he counsels vigilance, preparing for the next confrontation. His tattoos flicker nervously, a reflection of the looming threat awaiting their resolve. The Starborn spirit reveals the existence of a hidden celestial forge, a place of ancient power pivotal to restoring balance to the veil. This revelation offers a glimmer of hope and a new direction amid the gathering dangers. Eris took a deep breath, her violet eyes glowing softly as she chose to follow the ethereal spirit deeper into the celestial realm's mysteries. Each step felt lighter yet filled with the weight of destiny, the shimmering stars above guiding her into the unknown. Around them, the stars shifted and realigned, forming new constellations unfamiliar yet beckoning. These celestial patterns glowed in deep purples and blues, casting a mystic light that traced their path through the vastness. Suddenly, jagged star-shaped portals burst open from the darkness, and shadow wraiths emerged, their glowing red marks contrasting sharply against the sky. With no time to hesitate, Eris and Kaelin braced themselves for the oncoming ambush. Thinking quickly, Eris raised the star fragment, summoning a radiant dome of celestial light that pulsed protectively. The dome shimmered with intricate star patterns, momentarily shielding them from the Wraith's attacks. Kaelin moved with calm precision, his celestial tattoos glowing intensely as he struck with his spear crackling with cosmic energy. Each foe that fell seemed to dissolve into stardust under his swift assault. After the fierce battle, they reached the forge, a majestic, ancient structure ablaze with celestial fire and pulsating power. The forge radiated warmth amid the cool cosmos, its glowing hues of deep blue and violet bathing the surroundings. The lost spirit appeared beside Eris once more, its form flickering as it beckoned her to place the star fragment into the heart of the forge. The crystal star staff in Elder Thalos's vision seemed to pulse in response, echoing the moment's importance. As Eris nestled the fragment within the forge's core, the veil pulsed violently, distorting between realms. A shadowy rift tore open, releasing a massive dark entity whose form seemed to consume the very stars themselves. The entity's presence snuffed out nearby stars, replacing their celestial light with an encroaching cold void. The cosmic balance teetered as the surrounding space shifted to ominous red tones reflecting the danger. Kaelin stepped forward, his celestial tattoos dimming as he confronted the dark force, but his cosmic energy struggled against its overwhelming shadowy power. His strikes rang hollow as the entity absorbed the light around them. In the chaos, Eris felt a sudden, calming voice echo within her mind. It was Elder Thalos urging her to awaken the starborn heritage that lay dormant. Her eyes flared brighter, feelings intertwining with an ancient power waiting to emerge. Focusing deeply, Eris's celestial tattoos ignited in a brilliant cascade of violet and silver light, her energy surging through her veins like a river of stars. The glow expanded outward, illuminating the battlefield with intensity. Drawing strength from the vast starry sky, she channeled their combined energy into a radiant force that pushed back the persistent darkness engulfing them. The cosmic clash shook the celestial realm, stars twinkling in defiance. The dark entity shrieked, its form shattering as fragments dissolved into sparkling star dust and faint glimmers of fading light. The oppressive cold ebbed, replaced by a renewed warmth spreading through the realm. With the threat quelled, the veil mended, its shimmering translucent curtain stabilized, winking with renewed celestial light as it bridged the intertwined realms once more. Peace seemed momentarily restored under the twinkling universe. The lost spirit smiled gratefully, its shape becoming one with a newly formed constellation that shone peacefully in the night sky. Freed at last, it became a beacon, a guide among the stars for future travelers. Eris and Kaelin shared a glance filled with relief and understanding, the ordeal forging a deeper bond between them, their glowing eyes reflecting unspoken promises. Together, they breathed in the calm after the storm, ready for what might come. The once vibrant forge began to dim, its celestial fires waning as its purpose concluded, but a faint glowing sigil emerged on Eris's palm. The mark pulsed softly, a subtle reminder of the power now intertwined with her fate. Setting off on their journey back, the stars lit their warm path, the celestial realm responding with peaceful hues of blue and purple. Their steps were steady, illuminated by the gentle cosmic energy surrounding them. The night sky settled into a tranquil canvas, revealing a universe delicately balanced between light and shadow. It spoke of calm, but also whispered that the equilibrium remained fragile and ever-changing. Beneath the veil, Elder Thalos awaited their return, his eyes gleaming with newfound respect and renewed hope. The crystal star atop his staff glowed steadily, a sign that destiny's wheels continued turning. Eris recounted the saga of the Forge and the Starborn spirit, the ancient prophecy held within the scroll now fulfilled. Her voice carried weight, weaving together fact and fate beneath the watchful gaze of the stars. Kaelin knelt beside her, devotion clear as he pledged to remain at her side beyond the looming horizon. His vow resonated quietly, binding him to the path ahead and to Eris's luminous journey. The cosmic sigil on Eris's palm pulsed faintly, an omen of trials yet to come, hinting at shadows lurking beyond the restored balance. Its gentle glow reminded them both that vigilance must be constant. Together, they prepared to guard the veil vigilantly, fully aware that though order was restored, the balance remained delicate. Their intertwined destinies and shared resolve set the stage for all that awaited beyond the stars. Eris traced her fingers over the sigil, feeling a surge of light pulsing beneath her skin. Suddenly, visions blossomed before her eyes, stars that had yet to grace the night sky, twinkling with ancient promise. This celestial guidance pointed her toward the path she must take next, intertwining fate and hope. A subtle disturbance rippled through the cosmos, a tremor of imbalance Eris could almost hear. Her glowing violet eyes narrowed in concern as she felt the celestial harmony falter in a distant corner, warning of shadows stirring beyond her sight. An unseen threat was creeping closer, wrapped in the dark tones of danger. Kaelin moved with a focused intensity beneath the deep purple night, his celestial tattoos shimmering brighter with each controlled breath. With every strike and parry, he channeled the cosmic energy into his armor, mastering its glowing power. His renewed purpose was clear, to stand as an unyielding guardian in the coming storm. Beneath the vast night sky, Elder Thalos wove intricate wards around the shimmering veil, his staff's crystal star blazing with unwavering light. Threads of starlight intertwined with his spells, fortifying the barrier that balanced fate's delicate weave. The wards pulsed softly, a luminous promise of protection amid encroaching darkness. The veil itself shimmered softly in the nocturnal hues, casting a radiant beacon into the heavens. Around it, other starborn souls began to gather, drawn by its luminous refuge. Their forms shimmered faintly as they found solace beneath the veil's protective embrace, a sanctuary amidst the cosmic expanse. Under the open night sky, Eris sat cross-legged, her gaze steady and serene. Her violet eyes glowed gently, a quiet power radiating from within as she meditated on the stars' silent wisdom. The celestial light around her flickered in harmony, a silent song of strength and resolve. Far beyond the stars, the fading remnants of the dark entity dissolved into nothingness, a final wisp of shadow extinguished by cosmic light. The red marks that once bled through the darkness vanished, restoring balance to the celestial tapestry. It was a fleeting glimpse of victory, reminding them of the fragile peace secured. Silhouetted against the vibrant night heavens, Eris and Kaelin stood side by side atop a hill. Their forms solid and unyielding, framed by deep blue and purple hues swirling overhead. Together, they kept vigilant watch, guardians bound by purpose and the glowing stars above. The veil swayed gently, alive with shimmering cosmic energy that twinkled like distant galaxies. Its translucent fabric shifted in the soft night breeze, a living emblem of fate's intricate design. The celestial light that wove through it promised enduring hope and the ongoing dance of destinies intertwined. As dawn neared, Eris and Kaelin stepped forward into a path illuminated by starlight and shadows alike. Their journey would continue, bound forever to the mysteries of the cosmos and the realms they vowed to protect. Together, they embraced the infinite